Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
Fireworks are not done.
I was getting commentary. Okay. Dati mihi Anglican for you, service. I didn't ask you to interrupt that crap. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and I'm hoping that you can hear me right now. Please tell me you have sound. Oh, it's one of those days. Good morning. Welcome to you, OnlyFan, as well. Good to have you here. All right, you can hear it. I have sound, but it's wonky. Let me listen to what you hear. Let's give this a try here. Sounds like it skips. We'll turn this down a little bit and see if it's just the music or if it's something else. Give us just a second here to get everything sorted. Let's see. Seats, turn those on. We're good. Let's get chat pulled up. I have no idea. Oh, I do know who's first. I do. Clear as a bell. Some people say it's working great. Other people say it's not working at all. Let's see. 80s Music Man. No, that's not going to work. Can't use that one. All right. 80s Music Man, congratulations. You are the winner of the internet first here last night. That was great. And also we have Kelly, who just gifted a membership as usual, first thing in the stream. Thank you for your continued support. Day in and day out means a ton. Thank you. Let's see if we can. The music was like someone was pulling up and down. Let's see. What was that? Up and down on the volume slider. I'm just going to blame StreamYard on that one. It's full on, not my fault. StreamYard. All right. Let's see where we are. Congratulations, 80s Music Man. You're the winner, the big winner. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility, which sort of sucks because apparently, if you read the news, the whole world's going to war and I'm going camping. So good luck, 80s Music Man. It's all on you now. Let's see if we can get focused too. Wow, so many things to do. Let's see. We have. That means the birthday song is going to sound terrible. I know it. It's not a cable. It's that StreamYard just isn't designed for high quality audio. I mean, let me say this: not a sponsor. StreamYard, who is not a sponsor, is not designed to make great video. I'm sorry, it makes mediocre video very well, but not great stuff. That was the most doomed RA has ever sounded. Yeah, sorry to start your day with that. Good luck. World War III, here we come, and I'm going camping. On that note, super excited for today. Today's a great day. Let's see. We've got Kay in South Carolina. 29 months adds to another month of awesomeness. Thank you very much, Kay, for your OG status and your continued support of the channel. We have a few things going on. Let's see if we can get audio from court. I'm running on StreamYard today because in a couple hours I need to start packing because at noon I'm supposed to be at the pickup point, ready to drive a bunch of people to a campsite. And I have done nothing. I don't even know where my sleeping bag is. I've got, here's what I did. I've grabbed like a pair of underwear, an extra pair of shorts and 3 shirts. I've got like 2 pairs of socks, but I don't know where my shoes are because I don't wear those very often. I've got 2 flashlights, about 30 batteries, and a fan. That's what I've got prepared so far. A hammock. I've got my hammock as well. So I'm pretty much good to go. Oh, I grabbed my toothbrush. I grabbed my deodorant. All the personals. But other than that, I've got nothing. And I want to take my e-bike. So I've got to like attach the e-bike collar to the back of the car. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm going to have plenty of time. What are you guys talking about? Of course, I'm going to have plenty of time. It's going to be great. Speaking of plenty of time, Kale says, member for 6 months, free Karen Reed. Kale, thank you very much for your support, and congratulations on a yellow courthouse. It looks great. Let's see. Peppermint says, guys, there's not going to be a guilty verdict. It was 9-3 last time. Prosecutors did a better job this time. She's not getting acquitted. I think defense did a better job. Why is that weird? It just sounds weird to me. This, like, my sound sounds weird. Something wrong with the audio. She's not getting acquitted. It will be guilty or hung jury. I think everyone did a better job around. Oh, I've got a cable. I got a call this morning, panic from the lady in charge saying, help, I need a cable. I'm driving all around town. Nobody has it. I'm like, don't worry, I got you. Which one do you need? It was in that order. I'm like, I've got it. What do you need? And turns out she needed a cable I only have 2 of. So I'm like, sure. Text a picture of the 2 ends. So right here. I'll bring it. I do actually have every cable needed for anything in the audiovisual world. And in this case, printing. Apple Treasure member for 17 months. Awesome community. Thanks to RA and all the mods. Apple Treasure, thank you very much for 17 months. Thank you. Thank you. Vice Baby's here. Good to have you here. Thank you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Love your profile picture. Is that an update? I haven't seen that one. I think you updated it. Let's see. I'm just a little bit stressed. I cannot find my jammies anywhere. Apparently, when you go camping as a group, you need to find some jammies. So if anyone knows where I left my jammies, please tell me. It's a Muppet me. It looks good. I definitely see the Ernie in you. Yes, pajamas. I need my pajamas. If I left them at your house, I need them today. That's the problem. Amazon is great for pajamas. In a pinch, they can be here tomorrow. I need them tonight. That's the only thing. So shorts and t-shirt enough. That's pretty much how I'm going to rock it tonight. It's going to be like, well, I brought an extra pair of day clothes and I'll just wear them tonight. So no basketball shorts. Have none of those. Because I don't play basketball. Right, for safety reasons. It's better for my health if I don't. The thing is, I'm basically security for a whole camp of girls who panic at every bug and every critter and every noise and every howl of the winds and lightning flash, and so the odds of me being woken up tonight at we don't want to talk about the hour, very high. And I need to be able to respond rapidly and, yeah. How long going camp? Just one day. It's a 1-day camp out. I'll be back. I'll actually be there all day tomorrow. So live stream from tomorrow. We're hoping to have this exact setup. Actually, well, almost. Let me tell you how we're coming to you right now. As we wait for the judge to call everybody to order and we can start the clock. This is what we're doing. I'm on StreamYard, so I can host the stream and the court feed straight from my studio. That way, if there's a dropout in Starlink or something, you guys don't see it. I come in as a guest to StreamYard. Ta-da! Live in my little corner in my box. I can control everything remotely. And anything I can't do remotely, I've got family at home here that can push a couple buttons in the studio and we'll be good. So that's how we're going to do it. So we have redundancy, and the fail safe is built in at the stream level, so we won't lose the verdict if anything happens. They put you in charge of bugs. Yeah, it was a poor plan on their part. Better bring Southern Febreze. It's funny when I'm camping, it's like, it's just a bat. It's just a bat. You know, as long as I have a pair of gloves, I can grab it and take it out. And everyone's like, oh, rabies. It's like, it's a bat. It's more scared of us than we are of it. All right. What can go wrong? Yeah, seriously, it's going to be terrible. All right. Do we have any birthdays? Redundancy addict. Yes, I try to have multiple. I will only have 2 sources to connect to the internet while I'm out camping. So, you know, and one of them being satellite. So hopefully it'll work. I just need to set up the tripod. Need the tripod too. Need to set up the tripod with the Starlink in a place where it can see the sky. Yeah, Dad was girls' camp chaperone. That's pretty much what I am. I'm a chaperone, but just for one night. Last year, I was there for the whole week. If you guys remember, it was terrible. I basically took the week off because, you know, going to the same place as well. Camilla, thank you very much for keeping us abreast of the updates on the X, on the Twitter, the X formerly known as Twitter. Sue O'Connell, Ted Daniels, Christina Rex, Jessica Machado, and Ayden Kearney, all people who are highly, highly active on Twitter. Various viewpoints and opinions represented amongst the group, but good stuff. We'll use solar panel. No, but I'll have the Jackery because it can run for the entire time. It can run for days and I'll be fine. Plus I've got electricity. I've got air conditioning in my cabin. So, you know, I'm not upset about that. When we go on an adventure, I'll be leaving. I have to leave by noon and I have to pack before then. So I don't know is the right answer. I have no freaking clue when I'm going to pack. All right. Do we have any birthdays this morning? Amber, thanks for the kind words this morning. I realized that there will be a point. There's a high likelihood of a point coming up here in a matter of days, hours, or days, where a portion of the group that's here will feel that the justice was not done. I'm not sure if it'll be a large portion or a small portion. Honestly, I think either are possible right now. And just remember, when that time comes, it's not the time to rub everyone else's nose in it. Win with grace or lose with grace, and express your feelings appropriately, and it'll be okay. It will be okay. My friend secured magnets like Domino's Pizza uses to attach the Starlink to the car. I've got them. I've got a mag mount on the roof of the car. I'm going to be, while we're live, I'm going to live stream driving there, but the phone is going to be far away, so I can't see chat. I don't know how else to do that. I don't know how I'm going to hear you guys, but I'll turn the volume up. Yeah, you have a cabin. I thought it was a tent. Okay, it's in July. I'm going camping for 3 days in a tent, more tech, and the e-bike. This one's. I'm pretty disappointed. Greeners, at least he got it out of the way. All right. What was that? We have some birthdays. There we go. I apologize in advance for the music. StreamYard does not like me playing sounds, especially the way I'm doing it. Let's see. Hang on. Let me see if I can do this properly. And now's a great time to test it since we're live. So invite, copy. Let's go over here and paste. See if I can join with audio only. Let's enter the studio here. This might be funky. Give me just a second. So we're going to say, I'm going to use like podcast audio. Okay. Hold tight for just a second. Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. I think I've got a solution for good birthday music. I'm going to be muted for just a second. So don't say, hey, why is the audio not working? It's because I turned it off. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hey, hola. I need to move to somewhere else, but you can't see me. That's the problem. How do I hide my avatar? You can hear me. All right. Here we go. We're going to do the birthday song this way, and then I'm going to pop back on screen. Unless I can move me somewhere else. I think I can move me. Oh, crap. Okay. Never buy a mouse that has a back button in the wrong spot. Come on. All right. Add to stage. We're going to say this one here. That's not it. This one here. That's not it. Nope. Still not it. This is so wrong. On like 100 different levels. Okay, I'm just going to edit this and fix it live. Okay, so this. Hey, don't you be clicking that. Okay, this is how we're going to do it for right now. Ready? That way you can see me and hear the audio from court. So we're going to sing to Claire S. and Casey Berry celebrating their birthday today. Greeners, this internet thing, it's or 80s Music Man. There we go. We need a birthday thumbnail to put on screen for times like these. Let's see. This is a bit aperture-ish. That's so low. That is, who said that? All right, here we go. Happy birthday to, here we go. Deanie, I'm going to highlight yours because it's the first one I found. To Claire S. and Casey Berry. What we're going to do, everyone stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing happy birthday to Claire S. and Casey Berry. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Claire S. and Casey Berry. Happy birthday to you. Can you guys not hear me? Hope you can see. Singing for bed. Red says this definitely is aperture. Somebody gave me blue paint. Blue paint. What? I don't know what that is. Claire S. and Casey Berry, there are many fun, wonderful days. Today is your day. There are a million places you could have been celebrating this. There are a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hope we're going to turn that joy back to you. Make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Annie's Grill, and Bob Evans. Worst birthday song ever. Can you guys hear me? I'm hoping you can hear me. Sound is so bad. This is not broadcasting, real audio. Sound is going in and out. We have to fade out the birthday. No drum solo today. I apologize. No drum solo. The StreamYard cannot handle the music. And thanks StreamYard for that. That's why we pay you $90 a month. Okay. All right. Now I'm back. Do you have good audio now? Loud, soft, loud, soft. If somebody in the streaming world understands what StreamYard is doing and why it hates me when it comes to music, please let me know so I can fix it. Audio. I was doing echo cancellation. Is that any better? It's reducing mic background noise. It's doing things. Okay. It's automatically adjusting volume. It's terrible. Okay, here we go. Record. Perfect timing. Thumbs up if you can hear. Can you let me know?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Drawn in, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Best hear ye of the trial.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please.
Jimmy?
Follow me.
Okay, with that, they start deliberation. Let's go ahead and bring that up on the screen, and we're going to start the timer. There we go. You closed and came back in, and now you have sound. See this? It's frustrating.
Please be seated. The court is in session.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either. So.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right. What's into recess to exit courtroom?
Mr. Yannetti, I didn't notice you were gone. We started without you. All right. It is what it is. All right. I'm going to turn off the little floaty heart things because people complain that they cover up chat. So if you want to click on them now and put like a party thing or something, do it quickly. I'll give you like 1 minute to get all your floaty heart things in, and then we're gonna turn them off. Oh, they're going crazy. Boots. Lots of reactions. No more floaty hearts. Female jurors are dressed up more. Men are not. Oh, ooh. Still shorts and t-shirt day for one, maybe. I'm thinking today we might at least hear from the jury for the first time. All right. Thank you for all the reactions, and they are gone. Nope, there they go. All right. That's a sign from the jury that they're dressed up. Chat's not on screen. I hadn't clicked anything, but when I click something, it goes on screen. And it's seemingly the worst feature chat roles have. I love that Ari turns it off. I don't know what good it does. Although it's really fun to make the screen fill up with hearts. It's like a game that you can win in 3 seconds. That's how it is. Greeners, I'm not done. I'm not done. Greeners, thank you. What are you done with, or what are you not done with? All right. Thank you for the help with the audio. I went in and I turned off in StreamYard for those that use StreamYard. I turned off echo cancellation, reduce mic background noise, and automatically adjust mic volume. I killed those. And so it basically relies more on my equipment. I know my audio's fine because I can hear the output straight from the soundboard. So I know that it's good. It's the StreamYard that doesn't handle it very well. I have a question. If hung, do you really think the prosecution would seek another trial? I was putting some thought into this, and I don't know. I don't know if they would. They seem quite invested in this. Like the level of effort they're putting in is quite high, but maybe that level of effort is high because they, internally know that this is really our last chance we have to get a conviction here. If we don't get a conviction and, the jury comes back, we find out that most of them were leaning not guilty. Is it really worth? There's a cost benefit analysis that has to be done, and is it worth the time and the money? I don't know. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing because in this case, if it's a hung jury, and the prosecution decides not to prosecute, the family oftentimes feels that they were let down, that justice wasn't done because of financial reasons, and that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. That it just, the math didn't add up. Even though we think we could have got a conviction and we just got, for some reason or another, we got hung, the jury got hung up on something. Then a lot of people feel that it wasn't done. You've got the defendant who never gets like vindication and cleared, and you've got the family who, thinks they've got the right culprit and no conviction. So it's usually better when we get a verdict. It is common to see the jury dress up a little bit better when they have a verdict coming in or expect to have a verdict. And Sue has said they dressed up a level or two from their usual attire. This is what could be a sign. It doesn't mean they have a verdict. It might just mean they're ready for their moment in the spotlight to say we couldn't reach a verdict. So we'll see. You can take our emojis, but you can't. What is she going to plea for? They expected a plea? The prosecution expected a plea? Yeah, they're not getting that. Morris, he is a bear. He isn't backing down. What I don't know, tell me, with Judge Cannoni, obviously she's received her Lifetime Achievement Award and I don't know, what else was it? World Peace. I don't know. I don't know what she got. She got a big award that basically is like, you're the best judge ever, right? Is she done with her career? Is this her last case? Is this like her swan song going out? Or is she going to try to hang on to this until she sees it through? If anyone knows, please let me know. Acknowledgement button, please, says Grace Sanchez. Yes, click the acknowledgement button. Please do that. That would be great. It's personal now. Birdie says, I love floaty hearts. Greeners wasn't done with the floaty hearts. That's it. Oh, Greeners, I see that. That's why you got the 4 more floaty hearts in there. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I'm slow today. It just clicked thanks to Birdie. Supposed to engage the lurkers who are afraid to chat. It probably helps the algorithm, honestly. And me turning it off hurts the channel. But when it's on, so many people complain because the hearts appear the same place the words appear, and it makes it hard to see what chat is saying. Miss Joni Hockey says, R.A., you think the city will go haywire if there is a hung jury if they decide to try again? I don't think so. I don't think either side is ready to light the torches, so to speak, warm up the tar, light the torches. We're taking this to the streets, beyond a civil protest. Just sharing, making your voice heard. I don't think it's going to be like a, down with the system. Greener's same cannot take away my love. You can keep posting your 4 to 5 hearts maximum in chat. That's okay. Greener's is poking me with his hearts. Do you have a green screen? I do, Britt. I'm not actually in court, surprisingly. And you can actually see a wrinkle in the fabric of time right here behind me. Right there. I can smooth out the walls, the court walls. The entire time, I will say this, the entire time I've been live streaming, and all the 2+, coming up on, holy cow, we're at over 2.5 years I've been live streaming. I have never gone to the trouble to do anything more than just pin the green screen up with 2 pins on the wall behind me. If I just would go to the store and get 2 more pins, I could stretch the corners out and I wouldn't have those wrinkles, but I've never found the time or the need. But all right. Anyway, so the plan is we are here. We are here for the verdict. We're going to be following along with the timer. If the verdict comes in after I leave, I will be connected. I'll still be in the corner. I just won't be in the courtroom. I'll just be on my phone, and I'll be here that way. So I'll be able to hear what's going on in court. I'll be able to hear you guys, and we'll be able to talk things over. I just won't be able to see chat very well while I drive for about 1.5 hours to 2 hours. Maybe I'll have someone reading chat to me, one of the campers. All right. Any questions about today? There's a new trial starting today in Connecticut. The Preppy High School murder trial. Is it a Preppy High School? Is the Preppy like the person or the victim? Or is it like Preppy High School? Because that's like a weird name for a school. I'm not sure I'd put that on the resume. I'd just go with GED at that point. I graduated from Preppy High School. Yeah. Sadly, yes. Oh. It is. It's the name. It's Preppy High School. Are you guys serious? Let's see. I think I'm late in your responses here. I'm way back on the chat. All right, I've missed a couple messages. Let me go back and recognize everyone properly. Starting at the top, obviously, with Kelly H. Now that we've got the spacing worked out, I've got to be a little to my right. I need to just move my camera a tiny bit so that I'm not sitting right here. Does that bug you as much as it bugs me? Kelly H. gifted a membership to kick things off. Thank you once again, Kelly H., for your support. Kay in South Carolina, member for 29 months. Another month of awesomeness. Thank you, Kale. Member for 6 months. Love the Yellow Courthouse. Free Karen Reed. She says, Apple Treasure, member for 17 months. Awesome community. Thanks to RA and all the mods. Greeners, not done with the hearts. Thank you, Greeners. John Davenport, member for 27 months. Says, Recovery Addict has ruined me. When I'm watching TV shows with the court scene, I'm always yelling objection. Thanks, everyone. OG. Miss Joni Hockey says, RA, you think the city will go haywire if there's a hung jury? I think there will be a protest. I think there will be some noise for sure. Because I think once the trial's over, doesn't the quiet zone go away and then you can yell again? Jackie C., this is the most entertaining court podcast I found. You keep me company while I'm walking dogs and scooping litter boxes all day.
I was told council wanted
all day. That's a long day. It's an important job. Somebody has to do it. Jackie, thank you very much. Thanks for taking care of our furry friends. Tons of people outside. I think what you can we hear down on the corner? No, we'd get a strike. Or you mean the other one? The other down on the corner. I don't know. I saw something that really worried me that had to do with people starting to see copyright strikes from AI content creation, song creation companies. And that worries me. The jury is dressed up today, so give them half an hour or so. If they went home last night and said, we just want to sleep on it and we'll come in tomorrow, we might have a verdict here early in the morning and all our problems with camping and everything else will be solved. Did I hear the judge talking? You did, but it was somebody just triggering a soundbite that can be triggered remotely. If you type in ! sidebar, you'll hear the judge asking everyone to come up front and stand there. Retro KK, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Red shares a little information here. Samantha Terry is en route to her home with the family. Yeah, lots of sound bites. The court is actually silent right now. I'm not hearing anything from the fan. En route to her home with her family. Just realized she's absent from chat. yeah, Samantha is a trooper. She's not shared a lot publicly with what's going on in life, but she's been through challenges
I was told
that
council wanted
involve
to see me at
multiple
sidebar.
continents and family all over the place and everything that would put most of us, into tears and a ball in the corner. And she's here generally modding every day. Today, she's traveling to be with her family. Finally resolved a whole bunch of the issues that were going on, and super excited for her. I listened to Red Solo Cup by Toby Keith this morning.
I saw a chicken fight.
I don't know.
Is that correct?
I don't know how to share. Oh, I could share it like this. I could go in here to Suno.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Let's see. Library, public. I don't even remember Down on the Corner. What is Down on the Corner? Is it one of my songs?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Got Big Dill, Butt Dials at Midnight, Ohio Nights, Yoga in the Courtroom, Battery Blues, Thursday Night Stream, Grades the New Green, that's a fun one. Fur Missile Energy, Sovereign Blues, Pro Se is the Way to Be, Sovereign Bound, Judge Boyd's Song, I've Had Enough Boss, Grandpa's Only Fans, Chaos in the Courtroom, Justice Shadows, Jury's Call, Juror's Duty, Godfathers of YouTube, Know Your Rights and Miranda Rights. I don't have it down on the corner, Mathis. I've lost it somewhere.
I'm not a camel.
Retro KK, by the way, welcome, brand new member in chat. Probably should have told you this before you joined. It is a one-way door. Imagine yourself at one of those really high security train stations where they've got the turnstiles with the little bars that interlock. It's like that, and you just went through. I'm sorry, you're on the inside now. You're one of us. You can never leave. But don't worry, your friends are here. You'll never want to. But thank you very much. We probably should put up a sign. It's like, warning, you can never leave. Let's see. Let's see. Do you still have Camel? We have Camel. Turtle Boy's guessing 11 a.m. I think if they slept on it, I would go 10. Amber sends me a random link. Let me preview it on my phone. It's not that I don't trust Amber. It's just I know she's busy working right now, and she might, maybe have made a mistake. Hang on, Amber. Oh, this is Rock the Dockets. This is not my song. Oh, this is Rock the Dockets. Got a little delay there. I don't know if I can play music very well today because of how we're set up. Kitty Nod, I thought this morning around 10. If they went home last night, unanimous, and said we want to sleep on it, make sure we feel good about it, it's going to be 10 o'clock. If not, it's longer. Oh, they're still working on the verdict form. I just want to make sure we click all the not guilty boxes. Oh, there's only one. I guess we're done. How are the jurors dressed today? Kristen, we heard from court watchers that they were dressed up a little bit, like a couple notches above where they were, although some people were dressed the same. Yogi, leaving probably around 11 is about the latest I can leave. It's gonna be mayhem. I probably need to leave now to start packing. They get to the forum page, they're like, what in the, yeah, I would, It would be beautiful poetic justice if the only question that comes from the jury is just what in the, you insert adjective here or insert expletive here, is wrong with this form. Can we make our own? Because this one is not clear. We want to make sure you understand our verdict. You realize there are snakes camping? There are. And there's some poisonous ones. But I have a cabin. It's air conditioned. If we get the verdict before you leave, why don't you just leave us as a home? Leave us at home. We could do that. It's just not the same on the internet. I'm worried about the verdict music. Let's test some music here really quickly. Tell me if this is any better than how we had it before. See, this is the closest thing without playing the actual verdict music that I can play to test. So tell me if the audio is good, bad, or indifferent. Is it better? It's okay. Just. It's loud, says Jeremiah Jordan. Okay. All right, so as long as we play the audio from the soundboard with all those settings turned off, we should be all right. Try talking over it. Sorry, it's got a huge punch at the beginning. Hello and welcome to the Verdict Watch podcast. It would sound something like that. I think it's good. All right. Test is over. This has been a test of the emergency music system. If this were a real verdict, the music would have been the verdict song. That will make me up if I fall asleep. Unfortunately, that's not the verdict music. We'll do the other one. It's not quite as loud right on the get-go. Okay. While you're here, I just need to make a quick list of what I need to take with me camping. Laptop to run StreamYard. They won't need it here. They can run everything off this computer and the soundboard. That's pretty much it. I just need a computer and I'm good. I'm all blurred. Try to refresh or up the quality of your video. So I need pajamas. I need PJs. Mosquito spray. I need mosquito spray. Thank you very much. Add that to the list. I'm actually keeping a list here. PJs, bug spray, both kinds. Both the ones to keep them away and the ones to kill them if they get close enough. Bug spray. Probably need some wasp spray. Take marshmallows, a case of bear, trade for life. Do they negotiate? We have bears here, but they're little black bears, and honestly, they're hunted quite. I know some people are against this, but they're hunted quite a bit because we have so many of them. Most people think, oh, North Carolina is not really known for their bears, but we have a lot of them, and every year. They say, okay, this year we're going to we need to reduce the bear population by so much. You have to keep shooting bears. If you have a bear license, keep shooting bears until we kill 200 of them. That's what the state does. We need 200 bears killed because there are so many. Sorry, baby bear. This is terrible news for you. Yeah. My stream does not show me buffering, so check and see if it's on your end. I'm using StreamYard, but we have a lot of bears. I don't believe in shooting something I don't want to eat, and I don't think bear tastes good. So I'm not going to be shooting a bear. Purple had a question. What was your question? Missed it. First aid kit, sunscreen. Need the sunscreen. First aid kit, I just won't get hurt. If I were taking fishing gear, I'd take a first aid kit because I know someone's catching a hook. But I'll be okay. The bear will go to you due to you having the marshmallows. Don't do that. My strategy with bear spray is running shoes. Or with bears is running shoes. And you just have to outrun the slowest person in the group. And you're good. You're good. No problems. Do they actually have snake spray? It's just like the water hose. Many people are buffering. Let me limit what's going out on the live stream as much as I can. I'll kill this feed as well. This is the right one. Okay. I have something going on this machine on the other screen. Okay. I need a bigger mouse pad. All right. It should be nice and clean now. We've got it got the system stripped down to the bare minimum as far as what it's running. All right. The buffering was with the new music. No buffer here. Good. I'm on 2 gigabyte fiber, so it should be all right. Over 9 hours of deliberation. I'm coming close on 9 hours and 40 minutes here. What type of fish do you fish for? My husband and I enjoy bass. I like bass fishing, although I prefer to eat more cold water fish like trout. I also like perch. Oh, man, perch, bluegill, crappie. I know those are warm water species, but perch, bluegill, crappie, walleye is delicious, but I'm a terrible walleye fisherman. And I like trout. Who eats bass? I have. They're okay. It's like eating a tilapia. It's not delicious. Salmon is good. I just don't have many around me. Generally, bass are catch and release. Bass are so good for the pond ecosystem, for keeping everything in check. Big fan of catch and release. Although, if the pond population is overpopulated with bass, like too many small bass, you have to start keeping some to allow some to get big. Otherwise, you could have the bait fish population get out of control if they get too large. You need big bass that can eat an 8-inch trout. Trout straight out of the lake, fried is the best, especially the tail, says New Bug Foss. Tail's like a potato chip. Can't beat fresh trout. Barramundi is popular here. Snapper and salmon, you're closer to the ocean than I am. If you have not had bluegill and crappie, it's a very light, flaky meat. And as long as you catch the fish big enough, the bones are really easy to take out. Ever had amberjack? I have not, although I hear they're a lot of fun to catch. Your son is a much better walleye fisherman than me. It makes me cry every time I see it. I've caught 2 walleye in my life. Both were by accident. I was fishing for carp at the time. I don't know how it happened. Every time I've tried to catch walleye, including the massive one your son caught, it goes. I get skunked. It's terrible. Cobia, deep sea fishing. We did triggerfish and sea bass. I think it was triggerfish, mostly triggerfish, deep sea fishing. Those were good. Oh, they were good. The best part about it was somebody else cleaned them, so I didn't. They're a bear to clean. We paid somebody close to $100 to clean 40 fish. I didn't pay. Somebody else paid. And then after they were all cleaned, nobody wanted the meat. I took what, 15 pounds of triggerfish home, fillets, and it cost me nothing. It was amazing. It was so good. You can come back tanned and sunburned, possibly if I fall asleep in the hammock. Grouper, if you're going offshore, grouper are massive. I mean, there are some groupers that are massive. Catfish is the best. Catfish is a good fish. It's good to eat, as long as you don't think of what it eats. $100, totally worth it. Yeah, triggerfish are a bear. I mean, not like a literal bear. Feral Dragon member for 19 months says, all right, I need your soothing voice to stay sane now. To the point, told my new job I have a hearing issue. Never questioned about the nude color earbud. Thank you for all. Okay, hang on. Feral Dragon. You told your new job you have a hearing issue. Is it because you're listening? Here's what I don't know. I don't understand. Feral, you might have a hearing issue like some of us do. I suffer from terrible tinnitus. And the worst part about it is that in one ear it's one pitch and the other ear it's another, and there's just dissonance. So I've gone through with a frequency counter. And I can tell you what the frequency is in each ear that I hear. But are you saying that you have hearing issues, and you just told your work, and you're not sure how they're going to take that, or are you saying that you listened to me at work and you told them that that you have a hearing issue? Either way is good. Is it from the headphones? No. I remember the day. Honestly, it was terrifying the day I discovered I had tinnitus, because I depend on my hearing for a lot of stuff. I love audio work. That's what I do. But I was camping up a canyon with one of my sons who went through a stint of sleepwalking at night, and he'd just wander off, and not know it. I mean, he's completely asleep. You could talk to him, and he would talk back, and you'd think he's awake. He's not. He's asleep. So I'm camping. I'm there, so I'm listening very intently for him. And that was the night that we found that there was a mountain lion in our camp. That was pretty cool. Right by my tent, I could hear it breathe. It was so close. But he did get up that night, and he was walking towards where the bank just drops off into the river. It's about a 15-foot drop into the river. I don't know why we camped there. It's a terrible camp spot. But so I was able to wake up and get him, and then put him back, send him back to the tent, send him to bed, and then while I'm listening again, worried that he's going to quietly get up like he did last time, my tinnitus, I heard it for the first time, and because it was so quiet where I was, the tinnitus, I couldn't tell how loud it was. I couldn't judge the volume. There was nothing in comparison. And it felt like I was just like, it could be deafening. I'm like, what if I can't hear anymore? It was terrible. Anyway, now I'm used to it. But anyway, I've been known to sleep host a couple times. I've let out a little snore or two on the live. I have selective hearing. Glenda, generally it's the husbands that do that. The Raw Vale. Candy Kiss, I think that's is that the high school, the preppy high school one? I don't even know what a lipoflavonoid is. Is that a real thing, or is that like a hyphenated hoovenator valve? Mary, that is tinnitus. Welcome to our little club. My tinnitus got so much better after blood pressure meds. I don't have bad, high blood pressure. Feral Dragon says no, just so I can listen to you, for the idea from Hubs having issues similar to you. That's funny. So you told your work you have a hearing problem, but it's really just the channel that you want to hear. All right. I heard a high-carb diet makes tinnitus worse. Pretty much everything I'm doing makes it worse. Probably listening to headphones 8 hours a day is not the best thing for my hearing either. It's something I've just learned to cope with. We have a call, and I'm guessing who it is. I'm guessing that this is...
Hey.
Oh, I turned it down.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, is this Stacy?
Yes.
Hey, I saw you ask for the burner number, so I'm guessing that's what it was. How are you doing, Stacy?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing just great. What's on your mind today?
Well, you were talking about bears earlier, and I just have a quick story. One time, I have 4 children. Oh, we homeschool also.
Awesome.
4 children, my husband, our kids, and our grandparents took a fantastic trip to Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. Okay. And one day we were in this little campground, and there's a little creek. So my kids went to play down in that little creek. And about that time, we looked, and a giant bear started coming down the side of the mountain.
Oh, my goodness.
And it was going straight to that little creek. So I, of course,
I've had this nightmare. Oh, my goodness. It's just terrible. Okay, go on.
Yeah. And my youngest child at the time was 16 months old. And I'm holding him, and my other 3 kids are over in the creek. And I'm just praying, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. But my husband chases the bear. He runs after the bear, chases the bear. It's growling at the kids, but it ran up the mountain, and everything was okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if your husband was smart or stupid. That is not it's definitely not in the book of what to do when a bear approaches.
Yeah, but I mean,
but it works. If it works,
our children, he was willing to fight a bear for our children. So
that is awesome. And I guess he won, or the bear backed down. So.
He did. It went back up the mountain, and it turned around and looked at us and growled, and then just went on.
There's something that enables you to just punch your man card when you say, I faced off with the grizzly, and it turned tail and ran.
Yeah. So it was a very fun vacation, a little exciting at times.
Wow.
But yeah, there's our bear story for the day.
Man. Crazy. I'm glad everyone's safe. Thanks for sharing the story. Now I'm going to have nightmares about bears eating my kids. So
sorry.
One more thing to worry about as I go camping with a whole bunch of girls who are not prepared for a bear. Thanks a lot, Stacy. Really appreciate that. Good to hear from you. We'll see you.
All right. Good talking to y'all. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Wow. Generally, I'm a big fan of carrying bear spray. Several rounds of it. Usually, nothing smaller than 357 caliber bear spray. Usually works well. Something larger, 357 would be good. Really cannot believe this jury is taking so long. If it doesn't come back today, it's got to be hung. It's got to be hung. I don't know. If you actually go back through the history books, there are tweets out there they're saying, hey, look at all these big cases that you've followed, and look how many hours the jury spent in deliberation. We are still in the infancy stage when it comes to many of these big cases that have lasted a similar time frame. Fought it like a Finn. Season 1 was 5 days. I am keeping an eye on the Twitter feed. So if you guys see anything as well on Twitter, obviously there's a bunch of trolls on there, and some people are going to post stuff just to get clicks, and so we're trying to vet the answers as or the things we see online as much as possible. But let's see. So nothing yet, though. Yannetti being held downstairs means he was late. Everyone's dressed up a level or two from their usual attire, says Sue O'Connell, based on multi-weeks of observations. What was the verdict in the jail lunch case yesterday? That was a guilty, Shaquille. That was a guilty for the attack on the guard. Let's see, how would we do that? I only have a poor audio source for this. Is it going on right now with Judge Dad? I have a hearing problem too. I want this hearing over with. Not guilty, says ACDCS Oversight Group. Is it happening right now with Judge Dad, or is it before this one? Jump back from where they are now to the beginning, says Josh. Okay, let's see where he comes up. Okay, I think we've got it here. It's the guy in the white shirt at the podium, right? Let's see if we can do this one.
Or did you resolve it?
We resolved the case, Your Honor.
Okay, are
you can maybe skip me and go to another case?
Yeah, I will do that, but it's going to be a small claims. Come on up here, Mr. Hicks. Jerry W. Hicks versus Bates Chevrolet, 2501754.
Give me a second to get the counter back on the screen for you guys.
You two want to, whoever's here from Bates or wherever else, you guys want to talk? See if you, come on up to the podium, Mr. Hicks. You're limping. You want to have a seat at the table?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I said you were limping on your way up.
I'm just old. I think I didn't know arthritis.
No, I understand. I'm just asking, you want to have a seat at the table?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You sure? All right, tell me your name, sir.
Jerry Hicks, Your Honor.
And your name, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Diane Warren from Michael Bates Chevrolet, General Manager and Communication.
All right, I think you said Warren is your last name, correct?
Boring, B-O-R-I-N-G.
B-O-R-I-N-G. Diane Boring.
Correct.
All right, and your two names.
Sherry Grant.
Okay, we need to put this box source on 4. 4 is going to be 8.
Megan Morris.
There we go.
M-E-G-A-N?
M-E-A-G-A-N.
M-E-A-G-A-N, Morris, M-O-R-R-I-S.
Correct.
All right, today is the date scheduled on a small claims matter. Before we go on, I need to advise you of your rights. You don't have to proceed in the small claims division. Mr. Hicks is sued for $4,000. You don't have to proceed in the small claims division, though, if you don't want to, defendant. So in other words, if you proceed in the small claims division, both of you are giving up certain rights. The company is giving up certain rights, as are you, Mr. Hicks. You're giving up the right, sir, to seek in excess of $7,000. You're giving up your right to have a jury trial in this case. You're giving up the right to hire a lawyer to represent you in this case. And you're giving up the right to appeal my decision in this case. That is the same for Bates. Do you understand those rights, Mr. Hicks?
I certainly do, Your Honor.
Do you understand those rights, Ms. Boring?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you wish to give up those rights, Mr. Hicks?
I do not, sir.
You want to have the case removed?
I do not, I'm sorry. I want to proceed with the case.
So you waive the rights that I just enunciated? Are you sure? Yes?
Yes.
I just want to know, she has to take down what you're saying.
Okay.
Do you waive those rights?
Yes.
Ms. Boring, on behalf of Bates, do you waive those rights?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Are these two going to be witnesses?
Yes, they are.
I'd like you two to go right over there to the jury box. One of you can step in the jury box. That door pulls out and the other one can stand. Pull that door out there, please. And then one of you can go in there and the other one could stand outside. That is a microphone. So I want you to stand right by that microphone, Ms. Graff and Ms. Morris. I'm going to ask all of you to raise your right hands. You solemnly swear affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the whole truth, so help you God. Mr. Hicks, Ms. Boring, Ms. Graff,
Judge
Ms.
spilled
Morris.
something on his robe.
I don't know what this means. Does defendant failed to repair the 2003 GMC Yukon? You listed the VIN number. Defendant also refused to release that vehicle to the plaintiff.
That's
Oh,
correct.
did you pay them $4,000?
I did, Your Honor. I have a receipt that I did pay the $4,000
To perform what type of work?
to repair my vehicle.
Yeah, I know, but
Well, I didn't know exactly what was wrong with it. I took it to Bates Chevrolet on the 16th of December and dropped it off. And on the January 7th, Megan called me and told me that the vehicle had serious internal problems and it would be cheaper or it would be like they could order a new refurbished engine and it would probably cost about the same as for them to go inside and try to figure out what was wrong with it.
okay. What did you tell them to do? That was January 7th of 25. Yes?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You took it in December 16th of 24, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. On the, if the court allowed me, on the 15th, Megan advised me.
Megan? Ms. Morris?
Morris.
Okay.
She called and advised me that my vehicle would be ready in a couple of days. So I paid $4,000 for the average receipt.
What did they do to the vehicle?
Pardon?
What kind of work did they perform?
They were supposed to rebuild the engine, put in a refurbished engine, put my engine back together.
Okay. Do you agree with everything you said? Did they agree to put in a refurbished engine for the price of $4,000?
No, sir, the cost of the refurbished engine was $8,000. So we got an 8 drop, the vehicle was dropped off. We're not able to diag it until the 16th of January. Once the vehicle was diag, Megan did speak to the customer and explained that there's multiple problems with the vehicle and that we could try a refurbished engine. This vehicle has 251,186 miles on it, sir, and it is a 2003.
How many miles?
251,186.
So she told him, is that right? Did you tell Mr. Hicks that you could try a refurbished engine?
So on the day that I had called, first and foremost, I talked to his son. It's his son's vehicle. I talked to his son. I explained that we had to start here, that there could be, at the end of doing the internal issue that it had, there could be more wrong with the vehicle. Total was a little over $8,000. Through Michael Bates, you take down anything over $2,000, you have to have half down to order these parts, correct? So I did that. We take down a date of birth to authorize that because the customer obviously was not there at the time of the call over the phone. Then they put down the $4,000. We went ahead and did the internal work on the vehicle, and there was still issues that I had told them could very well possibly happen, and therefore it did.
And therefore what?
There was still more issues found after putting in the engine. There was not a couple of days, it takes almost 2 to 3 weeks just to get an engine. So,
All right, so the refurbished engine was never put in, right?
we did put it in, because we completed that work.
I'm sorry, when did you complete that work?
January 9th, Your Honor.
And the car's been sitting there since January 9th?
Yes, Your Honor, because there were more issues with the vehicle, which we had told Mr. Hicks. So we were gonna do further diagnosis after the engine repair. By the time my technician pulled it in to do the other diagnosis on the vehicle, Mr. Hicks had canceled his payment. So we would no longer work on the vehicle.
So you didn't receive anything then from
So
Mr.
he canceled, he physically came into the dealership, did a $4,000 credit card transaction.
And then canceled it?
And then canceled it out from under us.
So
Yes.
you paid nothing?
No, sir, Your Honor, I have a receipt here. They still have my $40,000. I put in a dispute against Lake Chevrolet for $4,000. And Lake Chevrolet responded back to my banker that I got what I paid for. They still have my $4,000.
We did dispute it, we did win, sir. So we do have $4,000 in-house after the back and forth.
How much does he owe you?
He owes us $4,000 right now. The vehicle still has upper engine issues, not the engine itself. But again, Your Honor, you're talking a $251,000 oath.
Well, I know, but
Yeah.
you want to pay another $4,000 and it's still not going to be drivable?
It's not 100%. It is not 100%, but that was.
How much was
not
that
guaranteed.
vehicle worth?
I don't have a value.
Do you have any idea how much that vehicle was worth with
I
251,000?
think, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just wondered if you have any idea what that vehicle was.
I paid $3,000 for it a few months later in Arkansas.
A few months later, when? I don't know what you mean by that. In 2003 or just now?
No, I bought the car in '24.
Okay, so a few months before this, you paid $3,000 in Arkansas.
Yes. And I have notes here, Your Honor.
Where'd you get this from, a private seller?
I have notes here, Your Honor, that every time I talk to someone from Lake Chevrolet or went there and visit, I made notes. This is what I'm testifying from today.
I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you.
Well, when she mentions they, there is no they. I'm the owner of that vehicle. So if somebody else has something to say about what to do with that vehicle, that's not my business. I'm the owner.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Ken, Your Honor. On the 3rd of March, I called and left a message for this young lady here to call me to discuss the matter. Well, she never called me back. I did hire an attorney, Blake Speck, out of,
I don't want to know your conversations with your lawyer.
okay.
Okay, if he did something for you you think is relevant, feel free, but
I do, Your Honor. He wrote a letter. He also called, talked to Sherry and Megan and asked for paperwork in regards to this vehicle, that's what they've done. Neither one of them responded to him at all.
all right, but we need
I
to,
have an attorney today.
no, I get it.
Turn it off and on again.
When she called me and told me they had an electrical problem, I said, we didn't have an electrical problem before. And about that too, Your Honor. I went to pick up a battery there one day. Megan said, he'll have a mechanic driving into the bay while I get the battery out of the back seat. Probably 10 minutes later, the mechanic comes in, and I have a date when this happened.
I don't want to hear this.
Okay.
It's okay, I'm gonna come back. But I want to know,
What do you want to know, Judge?
May I speak, Your Honor?
no, I want to ask a question first, and I'm not sure how I want to phrase it, except to say, it sounds to me like you initially promised, and I'm asking you if this is true or false.
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
I didn't even ask you the question. How do you know?
It's false.
You didn't say that once we refurbish the engine, that, or get me a refurbished engine, that this is going to operate adequately?
A vehicle with 251,000 that is not running, sir, we can't guarantee you anything. And the vehicle was for his son, and I think he was just trying to get his son back on the road. We don't want to take anybody's money.
I know, but if he paid 3,000,
Total cost around is 5,000 for that motor.
didn't you tell me you paid 3,000? No, I know 4, but didn't you tell me you paid $3,000 for the car in Arkansas in 24?
yes, Your Honor.
That's what I'm referring to.
Sorry, I
Yes.
apologize.
So we're up to so now he's spending another $8,000 and the car isn't still drivable? It's not ready to go? I mean, that's like,
What kind of car is this?
I don't know what that's like. I mean, that seems like really bad business.
They still have my vehicle.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yeah,
I completely understand your feelings, and
Well, I want-
initially, when I read this, I truly understand how you feel. However, if he's adamant about fixing a car for his son, all we can do is say, this could happen, or this could happen, and ultimately, it's his decision. I would not invest that kind of money in a 251,000 mile car.
did you have the discussions with him or
No,
did
sir.
somebody else? Who had the discussions with him?
Megan,
What did you tell
I did, when I called him and told him what was going on with the vehicle.
him?
that
And
he-
he'd already paid $4,000 down.
I wouldn't have known what he paid to buy the vehicle, that's not. it's
No,
not-
no,
you know what I mean?
wait, no, I'm not talking about what he paid to buy the vehicle. That was a different issue.
Okay,
He'd already given you guys $4,000.
but when I sold the job and told him what it needed, I told him it was $8,000. I have to have half down to order the parts. The
Right.
parts are a little over $4,000.
Right.
This is by any customer that comes into Pickles.
Right, this is on the 16th, you had this phone
I had
conversation.
this conversation with this gentleman on the
And what
phone.
did you tell
Well, first I had the conversation with his son. We need to be open and honest. I told the son, because the son is who I initially had the telephone number in communication with. It is his vehicle. Whether it's in his dad's name or not, I don't know that. So I had the conversation. His son got extremely rude with me to the point to where I didn't feel comfortable any longer talking to him on the phone. At that point in time, he hung up on me. Mr. Hicks had now called. That was my line of communication. He apologized that his son was extremely rude to me and called me every name under the sun. And he asked, what is going on with the vehicle? I said, I had told your son that it came in for a check engine light and the vehicle wouldn't go over 10 miles per hour. It had internal engine failure. This is the cost for it. This is what you have to have down. This is where we need to start. Starting as in means we could put this engine in and you very well might have more issues with your vehicle. I do not know. But we need to get it up and running, at least with the engine in it, because that's what's showing that we have to do first. This gentleman had told me, absolutely, here's my birthday to authorize this job, which everybody has to give a birthday if you're not there in person to sign or to give, we take authorization over the phone with the birthday. I have gotten his son's birthday and his birthday. He agreed to the $8,000, came and gave me $4,000 down. We put the engine in it, test drove it, still has issues. I called him, let him know that, and now here we are.
Jeez.
I didn't pursue
what she said-
anything or promise anything.
Is what she said just true?
It's not, Your Honor. She has never mentioned $8,000. I think, Sherry, I talked to her one day, and she told me there was no compression in number 1 and number 7 cylinder, and that my engine had a warranty. I said, well, you bought the engine. You get a new engine in here. $8,000, I think Sherry mentioned $8,000, and I said, what are you talking about, $8,000? The price of the motor. Where did you come up with $8,000?
Wait a minute, slow down. So you're disputing her testimony that she.
Absolutely, that's
What, you gotta let me finish. You're disputing her testimony that she said it's gonna cost $8,000 and we need half down or $4,000. You're disputing that?
I certainly am, Your Honor.
So what did she tell you when you gave her the $4,000 before you gave her?
I didn't talk to her.
Let me finish, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
What did she tell you, or Sherry, or whoever you want to tell me, what was conveyed to you as to what would happen once you gave the $4,000 payment to them?
Okay, Your
Or did
Honor.
they tell you $5,000 and you got a new engine?
No, Your Honor, at the very beginning, Megan told me that the engine, refurbished engine would cost $5,000. On whatever date I just mentioned, she told me the vehicle would be ready in a couple of days. So I went into the cashier on the credit card, paid $4,000 down, knowing I still owe 1,000 because I had 1,000 in the bank.
Because you had 1,000 what?
That I had 1,000 in the bank. I
Okay.
paid them for it, total price was 5. But after I made.
You told him it was 5?
No. I told him I need half done what the total was. The total was a little over $8,000. He came in and paid half of it, which was 4,000 even. I don't know where any of these extra numbers are coming from.
Go
Not
ahead.
a clue.
Your Honor, anybody with common sense knows that a refurbished engine does not cost $8,000.
Well,
Everybody knows that.
well, I gotta tell you, I'm not
There's a labor charge.
savvy with vehicles. You can say that. I don't know that I would know what a refurbished
I am,
engine
Your Honor,
costs.
I used to own a junkyard too, by the way.
Well, you know dealerships charge more anyways,
I
right?
know, but they don't charge you 4,000, more than what the motor's worth. She gave me a price of $5,000. I never heard $8,000 till I went in and seen Sherry about where my vehicle was. She said, well, we're afraid you're gonna steal the vehicle. So we
Steal the
moved.
vehicle?
Yeah, they thought you were gonna steal the vehicle.
How are you gonna steal, how would he steal the vehicle?
No, Your Honor, what I said is, he had disputed the charge at that time, the 4,000, and we had put in a disputal for that, and he wanted to pick up his vehicle, and I couldn't release the vehicle without payment. Where he put $8,000 into the vehicle,
Right.
so.
That's
we
not
did it.
true, Your Honor.
And if I may, can I speak?
Sure.
Not only did we do an engine, we did, oil cooler lines, we did other repairs as well. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but we did other things that led up to the $8,000 that he
The
approved.
equivalent though, I wanna tell you, paying $10,000 for a car and then going out and paying about $25,000, $26,000 in repairs to get the car working, it just doesn't make any sense to me that somebody would buy a car for $3,000 that I can't believe would Blue Book for $11,000. And now he's got himself in a position, or at least a situation's created, where he's got to pay $8,000 more and it still doesn't have a drivable car. That's what you're telling me, right? There's other issues to deal with?
He does have other issues, Your Honor, but he also had it at 2 other repair shops before it was at ours.
Is that true?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Did you have the vehicle at 2 other repair shops before? Let me finish.
Sorry.
You gotta stop doing that. See, I don't wanna sound rude either, but she's gotta take down what is being said here, okay? Everything's being recorded.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you take the vehicle to 2 other repair shops before you took it to Bates?
I took it to Auto Dock, down the street. That was not the problem. I took that there.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I was having other little issues, electrical issues, the radio. And anyway, I took it to George's, which is on the other side of West Road. I left it there for a week in this parking lot. He never touched it. So I was able to drive it down to Bates Chevrolet and left it in their parking lot and talked to the mechanic or the associate in there. He said it'd be about a week before we get to it.
When the mechanics perform this work, did anybody go out and attempt to drive it?
After the repair was made?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And they still said what kind of problems
And that's
exist?
when he had a 3-cylinder misfires on top of the engine. Yes.
Well, this is a mess.
It is a mess. Part of the problem is the contract.
So he's giving you 4, you want 4 more, and he still doesn't have a car that's operable, and he paid $3,000 in 24 for a car with 251,000 miles.
And it was his decision to put that money into that vehicle, sir.
Well, but you're the experts, aren't you?
Well,
I mean, that's a little like saying to your doctor, hey, I want you to do this, and the doctor knows it's, or lawyer, whatever it is. You guys are the experts. Couldn't you tell by running all these diagnostics as Ms. Boring was talking about as to what exactly was wrong with the vehicle? So you could say, this is the problem, this is the problem, and that's the problem, and that's going to cost X amount of dollars. It seems pretty simple to me. Maybe I'm making it too simplistic, but doesn't it seem like that's the way it should have gone about?
It's really not that simple, Your Honor. So we did have to get the vehicle running with an engine. It had 251,000 miles. We did advise him that there may be other issues. He had electrical issues. He had it 4 down the road. He still has electrical issues. I mean, there's a lot of problems with the vehicle, but he did authorize to repair it for the engine.
Mr. Hicks?
Your Honor, Megan told me that my vehicle would be ready in a few days. All it had to be, is her words, just buttoned up. That was her words.
All that way?
That all it needed to be was buttoned up. That's what her words were.
Do you have any estimates, written estimates for him? Did you give him any written estimates? I'd like to see those.
Yeah, I would too.
Did anybody say on there, hey, no guarantees, might need further work? I want to see the documentation.
I'm not liking where the judge is
I mean,
going
you
with this
guys are the experts here. It seems to me that on estimates, you would have noted there still may be further issues to deal with, even if we put in a refurbished vehicle. That's the way I'd see it right now. Let me see what you got. Do you have any notations like that on any of this paperwork?
All I have here, I do have a written estimate on here. Well, it's the total for the estimate. You'll see a couple on here.
Tell me what the total for the estimate was. Read it to me. Just you can read it right there. Read it.
8,500 for the engine, intake manifold, exhaust bolts, the gaskets, the engine mounts, the coolant hoses. And then we also did a power steering pump, engine and bolts, necessary bolts and fluids.
Did anybody say there still may be other work that needs to be done?
When Megan spoke to him on the phone, this is our starting point. We always say that because especially when we don't have a car that
You should
is.
put it in writing. Did you say that to him?
I did, 100% I did. I said, sir, this is where we are right now with it. We have to start. My keyword is start with an engine. There very well could be more issues with the vehicle, but we have to start here. Here's the total. This is what I need down, and I need your authorization to do so. Well, how do I give that? When's your birthday? I have his birthday. I'm here written, circled, and I need to have the total.
Was all that work performed
Yes.
that you just wrote,
Yes,
that you
sir.
just read to me?
Yes.
And you say they didn't tell you that?
No, sir, Your Honor, they did not. Now, I say, it's easy to remember the truth, and it's hard to remember a lie, so. Somebody's not telling the truth here, and it's not me. I mean, I'm telling the truth.
Did it have on the estimate, you said 8,500, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was that before or after he made the payment?
That was before.
And did you ever give him any kind of receipt indicating that the balance was going to be 4,500 after he paid the 4,000?
No. I do have the receipt for the $4,000 down and his date of birth. Again, that's what we do when we get authorization if the person is not in front of me. We get a date of birth.
That's what, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All this other stuff that adding on here, this is the first I've heard of that. Power steering.
Well, but you did get an estimate for $8,500, right?
No, Your Honor, the price was 5,000 for a refund.
Did he sign that estimate?
I do not have a signature, Your Honor.
When was that? What is that dated?
This is dated 3/20, oh, I'm sorry, that's his birthday.
Oops.
The only date I have on here is 12/16. That's the day we wrote up the vehicle.
We have the date of when he took the $4,000 down.
Wait a minute. You didn't know 12/16, you said?
That's when I dropped it off.
That's when he dropped it.
I know, but I thought you didn't know until after the beginning and you called him on the 15th or 16th of January. Didn't we already cover that?
So 1/17 is the date I have.
Let
That's
me
what
see
he.
the document. Let me see the document. I'm sorry this is taking so long, everybody.
Well, Your Honor, I just want the truth to be told here, and it's not been told.
So what do you think you bargained for? See that, please.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What do you think you bargained for? An operable car after you gave him 4,000 and you owed him one more?
Your Honor, being a Bank Chevrolet, I thought was a reputable dealer, I assume they still are. But when I took my vehicle in there and was told that it needed a refurbished engine, or they could go into the motor and take it all apart, Megan said it'd be just as well, go ahead and buy a refurbished engine for $5,000. I said,
Megan told you that?
yes, sir, Your Honor, I swear, she told me. So I said, well, go ahead, I'll have a new engine in my car. Then I get the call, it's gonna be buttoned up.
There's just scratches and notes here.
With all this other stuff. Yes, I did sign for it.
Labor 3,800. It looks like you're saying estimate, right? 8,500 by Jerry Hicks, date of birth, and you have his date of birth on here.
I also have his son's date of birth, because that's when I started talking to him, before it went south with him.
The judge can't order the car fixed. It's broken right now.
I did sign, Your Honor, to have the $5,000 motor put in. Some other stuff I have no idea what.
You signed what?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What'd you just say?
I did sign a paper. She had me sign a paper for the refurbished engine at $5,000.
Let me see it. Do you have a piece of paper that shows me that?
No, she has the paper.
Do you have that paper?
It's what's in front of you, Your Honor. He didn't sign it. He gave us his date of birth.
Well, maybe it may have been a sign.
Slow down, everybody, please.
He thought he signed it.
What is it? I mean, these are scratchy notes, my lord. What am I supposed to know here? I mean, you got $5,500 written in circles here. What does that mean?
So, just those. The $5,500 was just for the reman engine, and then he added on the power steering pump, the lower trans lines, the left engine mount, and necessary bolts and gaskets. And I do remember you authorizing that because you had argued with me that nobody, or you didn't argue, you just told me that no one else had found the leaks at the other place. And I said.
Do you think he owes you money now? You didn't counterclaim. You guys didn't file a counterclaim. So this car's just been sitting in the shop for all this time? What a mess.
Can I speak, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I have no idea where my car is. It's not in the shop. I don't know where my vehicle is at. Someone mentioned, I don't know who mentioned it, but one of these, I don't think it's this young lady here, somebody mentioned that they could get a quick claim deed, a mechanic's lien on my car and take it.
Is the car still at the shop?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have a.
If I went over there right now, I will see the car at the shop.
So we have a building next.
True or
door to us.
false?
Yes, true.
Okay.
True.
Okay. What a mess count number 2. The business practices here are just crazy. I don't know why you wouldn't cover yourself a little better than that.
I know how this should resolve. I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to do it.
I think he's going to come down against the business here.
Well, if you don't mind me saying, as an advice to you guys, somebody needs to keep better paperwork here. This looks like scratch notes that I would have used in 3rd grade. I mean, I can't even read this. And you got numbers all over here, like $5,500 it says, and it looks like it says doing this. What does that mean?
Means they're doing the.
Who wrote that? 5,500.
Mine.
And somebody else wrote 114,000 miles, it looks like, right? Do you have an extra copy of this?
I'm reading it with you, yes.
What does that mean? 114,000. What does that mean? Miles, it says next to
Oh,
it.
that's probably what the reman engine came with on it.
That's what those miles are. The word absence is miles. That's
Okay. What's it say? $5,500. What's that for?
That's just for the aftermarket. That's just for the price of the motor. That's how much the motor cost alone. That's why I'm really confused when it's just the fourth. How is that when the part alone was over 5,000?
I had something, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Megan did tell me there would be tax on the $5,000.
That's 300, right?
I don't know what it was. But she said it was $5,000, and then later on, we was talking about it, because, I mean, they're nice people, you know. And she
Oh, I
said,
get it.
There's gonna be tax on that $5,000. That's what I said.
Where does it say anything on any of these estimates? I'm gonna ask you to look at this and tell me where it says anything about $8,000.
Right up here, it says 8,500 okayed by Jerry Hicks, date of birth.
Yeah, but I didn't say,
4/1/47.
nobody told me anything about 8,500. She told me that he owed another 4,000. There's a difference. He gave him 4, I can do math, 4,000 and 4,000 is 8. Why did somebody write 8,500 on here?
Because I did tell him that it was $8,000 plus the tax.
Well,
So
that,
it was- I mean,
what,
we always round up just in case there's additional parts at the end, always happens. But that circle that is right there with his date of birth, everything on that is exactly what was authorized.
well, you have his date of birth on there,
And I
right?
have his son's also.
I know, I see that.
I said, again, Your Honor,
Yeah,
my son has nothing to do with this. He's my son. As far as authorizing this or authorizing that,
what do you intend, let me stop you a second. What do you intend to do with this car? You're gonna just assert a mechanics lien? Is that what you guys are gonna do? And
Your Honor, our business reputation is worth more than anything. I do believe there's confusion because if the cost of the motor is over $5,000, we have to pay our technicians.
Well, I
They're
get it.
to feed their families, there's labor involved. And I don't know if he's forgetting or what. I was not.
I find him to be believable, and I think he's got enough common sense, and I believe he's got enough common sense to recognize that you don't buy a car for 3,000, put 8,000 more into it on the IFCOM, that it will drive appropriately, and if it won't, that it's gonna cost me more money. That makes absolutely no sense to me. So I can tell you, I think,
Your Honor, may I speak?
yeah,
Please don't forget that he did take it to 2 other shops. And
He
he was frustrated
he
with
ex-
the other 2 shops.
well, the first one he took it to was something about a radio, and the second place it sat there for a week, I thought he said, at George's, and they didn't do any work on it, and he wanted to get the car running. True or false? So I think,
There was parts.
wait, I think, in fairness, as strange as this might sound, I know it should happen, I just am trying to figure out a way to do it because you didn't file a counterclaim, okay? And I don't want to spend all day on this, but I want to do the right thing. I think what I'd like you to do is you should file a counterclaim if you think he's got another $4,000. Jennifer, I want you to listen, please. If you think he owes you another $4,000, you should file a counterclaim.
Listen, Jennifer.
And then, I'd like you to bring in the mechanics. I'm shocked that they can't figure out in the beginning how much money it's going to take, at least in a ballpark. I find it incredible to believe, like I said, that he would pay an extra $8,000 or $8,500 on the IFCOM that this 251,000 mile car is gonna operate won't operate without the potential of further work. You can't just say, I'm gonna fix this, and this is what it is, and then not say, well, we don't know if it, did anybody lead you to believe that this was going to require further work?
no, Your Honor, did not.
Yeah, I don't believe.
I'll just-
Jennifer, I'm gonna send them down, and I'm gonna have Bates file a counterclaim. If you think he owes you $4,000 or $4,500, you can file a counterclaim. And then I think we need to hear from the mechanics.
I'll bring the mechanics.
Now, I'm no expert. I hope you're gonna have some good questions for him, okay, Mr. Hicks?
Just may I say one, may I get the possession of my vehicle from this show?
I can't do that yet. I'll move this case for you, though, I promise you. I promise you. I will move this case quick. Jen, when can I do this? Can I do this, if you think you can get the auto mechanic, I could do it next Tuesday or Wednesday.
Perfect.
Oh, wow.
No,
Jennifer.
What?
on the 23rd, you have, yeah, we could do it at the end of your landlord tenants next Monday.
Good.
Would that work?
Sure the mechanic's gonna be available?
I'll make them available.
We'll adjourn this to June the 23rd at,
11:30.
and you go down and prepare a counterclaim.
Got it.
Counterclaim. And then they're gonna serve it on you. I just want you to be aware. They think you owe them $4,000 or $4,500 or $44,000 plus tax, which I guess would be another $480. I want copies of that, and then I want you guys to but John's bringing down some copies, Jen, and I want to make sure those are given to me, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, but we're not going to resolve it today, so make it
Would
short.
it be possible for you to have Bates Chevrolet bring papers that I signed for work to be done?
Yeah. Well, they're saying they don't have them. They just have this approval order that was done verbally, and that's why she took your date of birth. But yes, any and all documents in any way related to this transaction, you are to bring here if they are not here today. Okay? So bring all the documents related to this transaction. Bring them, the mechanic or mechanics that worked on this. And we'll do it next week at what time, John?
11:30 on the 23rd.
Next month.
My only question, Judge, is service. If we could.
You're gonna accept service, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you just accept service. Wait for them to fill out the counterclaim. Let's not make this any harder than we need to, and we'll go from there, okay?
I thought it was gonna be an easy case, but
Well, I don't think it's as easy as maybe as, that's all I can say. Thank you all. Thanks for your patience. Okay, let's go on. I gotta take one of these real quick. I gotta get GTSC Warehouse. Are they here versus Adkins, Christopher Adkins?
Yes, Your Honor.
2404976. Mr. Adkins, your name, sir?
Christopher Adkins.
Ms. Kuzi, are you on this?
Yes, sir. Paige Cruz on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, good to see a smiling lawyer. All right, did you two talk and resolve this or not?
We did have a chance to speak and we could not come to a resolution as of today.
What's this about?
Yes, Your Honor. We had filed a claim of possession action. The date that we had filed suit was in December of 2024. And we were up to the point where we were able to submit a default request and entry. And defendant did end up filing an answer about May 7th. As of today's date, we did speak. There is no tribal issue of fact. He did indicate that he is going to be trying to file a bankruptcy, Chapter 13 bankruptcy, but we have spoken and he agrees that he owes the amount. There's no tribal issue as to that, and he does not dispute it. Plaintiff would be seeking to enter possession judgment today, as there's no tribal issue. He agrees he owes the amount. It's just, tactic for him to delay this matter. His balance is exceeding about $15,000 as of today. He's indicated that he's going to be trying to file Chapter 13 bankruptcy. We tried to come to a resolution, but we could not,
Mr. Adkins, you need to talk to a lawyer, sir.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I have one. I'm in the middle file. I had a delay in my tax return filings. I just filed them. They just went through. And I also did the financial class for him. And I spoke with him in the middle of our intermission.
I don't need to know what he tell you.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Hang on just one second.
I don't know the balance. The balance sounds a little high to me, but
Just wait 1 second. Just wait.
Yes, sir.
Let's adjourn the pre-trial. I'm going to adjourn it for 3 weeks. You can go consult with a bankruptcy lawyer and anybody else you want to. Jennifer, give me a new date, please.
The 15th, Your Honor.
At
8:30.
That is what day of the week? A Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
July 15th at 8:30 will be the pretrial. You seek a lawyer, Mr. Adkins, okay? And I'm not going to take any action on this at this time. And if you guys want to prepare a consent judgment, I just think he needs to get a lawyer on this, okay?
Okay, if we could get a motion hearing date, plaintiff would then intend to be filing an MSD. I did speak to him. He confirmed that he is speaking to a bankruptcy attorney, and he confirmed that the attorney is not representing him in this case. So I did confirm with him before I spoke to him, and he confirmed that from the beginning that he wasn't representing him, and then now he keeps going back and forth and saying, oh, he may be representing me. So he's just, playing a tactic to delay this matter, but he did confirm before I spoke to him that he's not being represented by an attorney on this matter.
No, I don't have any doubt that you wouldn't have spoken with him if there was a lawyer representing him. Let me be clear about that. I'm just going to give him 3 weeks to regroup. He's got some equity in that. I don't know what
Sounds good. All right, Judge. We're gonna cut you off right there. That was a long one. Let's turn off one. All right. Nothing new. 10 hours, 37 minutes deliberation. Some people are saying, thinking tonight might be the first chance at a verdict. Let's see. Okay. All right. It's all quiet. We can do some more court hopping. We can see what's going to be on this one. Just trying to see who is up. We do have a couple things happening, but let's jump to Judge Middleton really quick. We haven't been there for a bit. So
All right, we have a discrepancy. The defendant entered a plea enough for me to accept the plea as an agent or employee of the enterprise taking money without permission. But there's a dispute about exactly what is what. You didn't show up back in December. I tried calling you. You also have some other stuff. Let's take a look at that. You had another name, Scare?
Yes, yes.
All right, let's take a look here. You have a retail fraud and file 242041 as a civil infraction that you haven't paid. And there's a warning letter out on that one. There's a 9. And you have a driving without due care and caution that you haven't paid. And a speeding ticket that you haven't paid. All right, let's get a couple things. Where do you live? This shows Burlington, but you don't do, what town do you live in?
Well, I was in just recently in Burlington when I came back from Missouri,
Okay.
but I was actually going back to Missouri the day after I got arrested.
All right, where are you staying now?
I'm currently staying at a friend's house in Ottawa because like I said, I was planning on moving back to Missouri once all this is said and done.
All right. Well, Rhonda, I just put you for, I don't know if I've got time to do it on that day, but I'm going to July 7th.
Your Honor, is it possible that you could put it at either 10 or 10:30? Because I have to make it back to Coldwater by noon.
No,
for a
we'll
community
pick another
service
date.
meeting.
This one's, I'm gonna watch these videos. If she's telling partial truth, but I took some, but I didn't take all of it, it's gonna affect her sentence. So this may take us a bit. What I'm looking for is that people just own it. Plus she has other unpaid tickets. Are you employed somewhere now?
I actually was I just got my, what they consider a liquor license in Indiana because I was going to that Jet's Barbecue in Angola. It's a really good place to work. So I was just waiting because I didn't want to go to Indiana being on PR bond.
Well, you may go to Indiana for employment.
Okay.
We did get a verdict yesterday, Curever. It was guilty.
Although when they hire you somewhere, it doesn't put you at the higher top of the list when they say reason for leaving last job, fired for embezzlement.
Right.
It's, I guess if I was an employer, I would like to know it. But according to this, there's some damning evidence of you stealing a bunch of money out of a jar and you deny it. There's also issues about lottery tickets and some other stuff. So I'm gonna need to get more information. So this might take us a while. The other problem is your lawyer's very busy in several different courts and I'm gonna be on a vacation.
Ooh. He's excited about
Judge
that.
Patterson.
Bring us vacation.
Together? No.
Bring us some vacation.
We stagger our vacation, so one of us is always here. Somehow he gets the week of the 4th of July off, and I'll be here. But that puts us out a bit. Are you available Wednesday, July 9th at 11?
Is that the prosecutor you got in a fight with?
Well, I may be here for a trial at 8 a.m. Either here or next door. I didn't know which court it is, Mr. Giddens, on the 9th. So at this point, I'm supposed to be here.
Well, that's a jury trial, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
That's with Judge Patterson. I don't want to, it might settle. I'm sure, Josh, you probably don't have any knowledge of it. Let's see what Judge Patterson has set for that day. Nothing's ever easy. Christopher Giddens, Brittany Bowers, and Julie Limt. Mr. Giddens is domestic violence. Lori Hines has the next one.
There's two co-defendants. Lori's case and mine are co-defendants.
All right, Miss Bowers and your case are co-defendants. I don't want to mess that up. So let's see what else we got.
I am here on the 10th, Your Honor, and that would be very convenient. If you would be available in the morning of the 10th.
Now let's take a look.
I'm here in the afternoon too on the 10th.
What are where the judge is going on vacation? Wrong answer is only in chat.
Look at these.
Where does Judge Middleton go on vacation, and what does he do when he's there?
Eesh.
Aruba. Is that the right answer?
What time are you on the 10th?
So I have to be upstairs at 11:30 a.m. And then I'm here in your courtroom starting at 1 p.m. all the way down to 2:30 p.m.
Yeah, you got last pre-trials on that day, I believe.
I'm
Yes,
thinking he
let's
hops
set
on
it
a
for
Harley.
3 p.m. on July.
Heads to the Dakotas. It's the Disney cruise. Yeah, I'm thinking Sturgis. Sturgis makes sense to me. I can see
Mr. Thompson, does that day work for you?
I can see him on a Harley.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna need to get the police report and the videos. Your staff's been very helpful in getting that stuff for me.
He goes to a mental hospital just to unwind from all the craziness he's seen.
And that's also gonna be a very busy afternoon, but we're here anyway. Miss Eyes will be here. The good news, Ms. Stollard, is the felony charge is dismissed. The other issue is you got some other unpaid tickets, and we've got a dispute about what actually happened. That's Thursday. July 10th. That's an unusual time for a sentence. We'll make it work.
He dyes his hair and goes to Burning Man. Judges do
You may go to Indiana for employment purposes. Let's put that in there.
I think he's going to go somewhere and ride an old-fashioned train, like a steam engine tour of the Rockies or something.
And restitution information. All right, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, I'll see you on July 10th at 3 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you owe that $150 on a traffic ticket within 30 days.
Okay.
The only news we have about the jurors in the Karen Reed trial is that they are deliberating right now, and they seem to be a little bit more dressed up than they were other days.
All right, we've had people waiting all morning. Thank you. Thank you, sir. For Scott Truth, do you know what to do with that case?
Your Honor, I have a waiver in that file, but he wanted me to address bond because he's got to have some surgery, and someone was supposed to be here on his behalf, Mr. Whalen.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's do Mr. Kirshner. Is he in jail?
Oh, Mr. Yeah, Mr. Kirshner is in jail as well.
You need an accountant.
Let's dial him up.
Judge makes the call. He's not afraid to
I'm gonna step out for a second.
punch some numbers.
Sure, yeah. Hello, Sergeant Rice, on the home stretch here. I need to see two more customers. Scott Truschel and Jake Kirshner. All right, thank you. Bye.
Send them up. I think Burning Man and the Renaissance Fair is my favorite answers so far about where the judge goes on vacation. Bryson City, North Carolina, steam train ride through the mountains. That's what I'm thinking. That's a good one as well. One time we talked about being in the jungle for vacation and the driver left him in the jungle. The driver took off.
See ya. Is there something that helps me? Okay. See ya.
He's going to leave his robot and go to Hogwarts. Vice baby.
Yes, sir?
I do on Court TV.
Oh, thank you.
Well, that's what I was saying.
All right, thank you.
You just popped in just to get on TV.
All right, we're down to our last two cases. Do you have the waiver in, Mr. Trucial, with you?
I do.
I think he's a monk.
Mr. Trucial.
He dresses up like a monk.
Are we doing Kirschner first or Trucial first?
Well, it depends on who they bring us, so we'll see.
Maybe he's competing on a Survivor challenge for vacation.
Today is one of those days where I have a meeting at lunch. And then we pick up with sobriety court staffing right at 1 o'clock. So it's going to be a long day, but we're almost done with our morning. And I appreciate everybody just plowing on right through.
Kevin, yes and no. I'm going to be dialed in as a guest on StreamYard. We'll keep the live feed going with the OnlyFans, so we'll get the updates, and we'll be watching for anything that happens as far as a verdict goes, so we can bring it to you. Speaking of which, while he's working on his last 4 cases, I'm going to just gather a couple things I need from right over here. I'll let you see what I'm doing. Upstream here, DVE input 4. There we go. I've got some stuff down there I need. I've got the Starlink, some cables, the Jackery. I need to go put those out in the hall, grab a tripod from over there for camping. We have an afternoon of fan watching. Goes to a Swedish yawning festival.
When we get past 11 o'clock, it gets close to lunchtime at the jail, and that often can be a problem, but we're in good shape here.
We need a guest host. Let me see if I can find Mrs. R.A. while I grab some stuff.
And we do need to make a record on Mr. Marty O'Brien, who failed to appear for sentencing. I gave a special date, handed him a notice. People versus Marty Charles O'Brien failed to appear for sentence. Do a bench warrant. Bond, $500 cash only. That'll pay everything off. The 48-hour hold. When a person has been convicted by plea, they're no longer entitled to a PR bond or a cash or surety bond. You can do a cash only bond. That's what I'll do with him. If he shows up in the next 2 days, we'll deal with it. Otherwise, we'll be taken into custody and we'll deal with it when we fit him in.
All right. I'm getting Mrs. R.A. She's coming. She'll be a guest host.
Good morning, sir. This is Jody Middleton. What's your name?
Scott Lee Trucial.
All right, Mr. Trucial, you got some friends here. in the court. They've been waiting patiently all morning.
Hey, I can't see you guys.
Well, they're outside of your vision. They're not in the camera view,
You, I
but they
can't
are.
even see you.
Can you see me?
Got you. I got you.
All right. Your lawyer, Rhonda Ives, is here with me. Also, Chief Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Joshua Robert. The complaint here alleges that on or about June 5th in the city of Three Rivers, you did maliciously destroy or injure a police car belonging to Three Rivers PD. That's a felony punishable by up to 4 years imprisonment and a fine of up to $5,000. You're also charged with resisting and obstructing that same officer, which is a felony punishable by up to 2 years imprisonment. You're charged with being a third habitual offender, alleging that you have at least 2 previous felony convictions, making the maximum on these 8 years and 4 years. Your lawyer advises me that you have waived your right to the preliminary examination on this matter, have the matter bound over to circuit court. It'll be set for a status conference. And she also tells me that you wish to address your bond. All right. Is that true, Mr. Trucia? You waived your right to the preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have that waiver, Sives?
Yes, Your Honor, I will approach.
I'll keep that.
Oh, you'll keep it?
Yes, they provided to me. I've signed it. We'll process it.
All right, very good. Your bond is set in the amount of I believe it's $20,000 cash or surety set by Judge Pattison with a curfew and pretrial supervision and some other things. At this point, you've been in custody for
Excuse me?
you've been in jail for
13 days.
11 days on this charge. All right, what would you like me to know regarding the bond?
Well, Your Honor, my client is going to need some surgery. It's been pending. He has, I don't know if there's a date certain set for that surgery. Is there a date certain set for the surgery?
Well, I have to go in on the 7th for another scan on my elbow at Bronxton, and then shortly after that, they're gonna do surgery on my CH and my neck and my spinal cord, because I don't have any grip in my left hand. And it took me 2 months to schedule the appointment to get in on the 7th of July. So if I miss it, then I'm screwed for another whenever they can get me in. But the longer I go without surgery, the longer it's gonna be for me to keep my hand.
Somehow that's not my fault. I understand that is certainly hard to get medical appointments, but you got yourself arrested and now you're in jail, and Judge Pattison set the bond very high.
Sir, I've never missed a court appointment, ever.
Well, that's one of the factors. The other factor is whether you're a danger to yourself or the public. And you and I have been down this road before. 2021, assaulting, resisting, and obstructing a police officer, assault and battery, and domestic violence. That was in front of me. Took a long time to collect on this.
Like I told her, I can probably pay restitution for the window, and I know you guys some fines and costs and cover that before I have
Yeah, I was
surgery.
going through some training.
4 is assault with a dangerous weapon, assault and battery, 2 counts of domestic violence. He never paid the fines and costs in that one either. Defendant doesn't have a job, not able to make any kind of payment, and we struggled with that one. So that's an assaultive crime. Assault with a dangerous weapon, assault and battery, in file 212035FH. And I'm not
Sir,
even.
I didn't have the weapon. Jack Morris with the baseball bat on that. I didn't have the weapon.
Throwing the friend under the bus.
Well, you've got a long history of charging with assaultive crimes, including some more recently that haven't been paid. Whether you've always made every court appearance, I guess I can't disagree. But when you get mad, people can be placed in danger. So you got no job. And where would you live if I let you out of jail?
Mr. Morefield there in the courtroom said he could help me with the place to stay. And I have some part-time work I can do. So I said, I can make restitution on the window and what fines I owe you.
Your Honor,
I
I
don't
think
know.
Ms. Portfield would like to address the court.
All right. Would you come forward, sir? Right up to the podium. What's your name?
Waylon Morefield.
How are you connected to this?
I am a pastor at Daily Harvest Ministries in Three Rivers. And over the.
What's it called?
We are hearing the jury has a question.
OTR.
Where is that?
It's right next door to Subway. 205 Main.
Oh, the old
Yeah,
Baptist church?
The church by the
I
subway.
believe at one time it was.
The big white church?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What do you know about this?
As far as what, I don't know all the charges. I know that I've worked with Scott for almost a year through the winter. Sometimes when the weather gets bad, we can let people stay in the church. We're not zoned to have people reside there. But on occasion, we could have like lock-ins or things of that nature.
All right, we do have news. Jury has a question.
And
Everyone's
I've
arriving at the
worked with
courthouse.
Scott for a while.
We'll switch in just a
I've
second.
taken him to several of his doctor's appointments, and I've been with him while he's trying to get these surgeries on his arm scheduled and what have you.
All right, thank you. And they've been waiting here for hours.
Judge, we're gonna have to bail on this for
we
just a
end up doing
minute.
the
Sorry, Judge, we've got to bail on you. We don't know what the timing is here on the question, but people are arriving at the courthouse, and our timer is showing 11 hours of deliberation. I know some timers have stopped when we hear the jury has a question, but Jessica Machado has confirmed a question in the case. We're looking for a couple others. Not seeing anything from Sue yet on this one. Maybe my Twitter's just not updating. Sue says we're back in the courtroom. So we're waiting right now for just anything to come in from the judge. Tell us what's going on. This question could be very insightful. Obviously, I want it to be something about the jury form or the verdict form. That would just be, it would fill me with glee if the jury said, we understand everything about this trial. We were able to do our work. We just can't figure out what you want us to do on the verdict form. Because it doesn't have the options we want. But people are back. No, it does take a couple minutes for the jury to get there as well. The O'Keefe family's not in the courtroom. Defense team, Karen Reed. The prosecution team. And Karen's supporters. So the defense side is there. It'll obviously be a couple minutes as we wait for the other side to show up. I think the family's going to be there as well. They get the same notification that the defense does. If this question comes back and it has the undertones of hung jury, could be quite telling. Right now, Sue reports that Alessi's speaking with the court officer about a concern, and he's talking with Karen, so they're in the courtroom. Obviously, the fan won't pan down until the judge comes in, and we're in session, but here we go. We're back.
Please be seated. Court is in session. Excuse me. I was just informed that somebody O'Keefe just informed.
I was just
So,
informed
counsel, why don't
something
you come
about
on
the
up?
O'Keefes. We have a sidebar. Judge does not seem excited about this. This might be a first indication of a hung jury. Obviously, the family, the O'Keefe family, is not present here. I know I shouldn't say that, but the judge didn't seem thrilled. She didn't seem very happy about the situation. Counsel, why don't you come up? It's like, well, it looks like we have to look at this question and talk it over. Could be them asking for specific evidence. Family, everybody back there is intently trying to figure out what's going on. Past 11 hours of deliberation. If the jury is asking to see just a specific piece of evidence, it could indicate that there's a holdout, where that one piece of evidence that either proves something or disproves something, to prove a point, to win somebody over, to get them to flip. Might be the key piece to show them again. Maybe they don't recall something, or they've said, here's my argument, this is why I feel this way, and they're like, actually the evidence shows otherwise, and they're going to try to show them that, or maybe it's the other way around, and they have one person thinking, I just can't get over this one idea, and they want to prove that it never happened. Alessi comes back, Karen comes back. It's little. They're walking quickly.
Kind of hover. Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
What are they working on? Both sides have like a writing. Alan Jackson says, Mr. Alessi, back off. Get out of my space. Go sit down. Sort of hovering around. Possibly crafting a proposed response. To a jury question, maybe? Mr. Brennan's also writing. I heard I can't do this. I didn't hear again. I didn't hear the again. I heard I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. Was what I heard. So AJ writes something on some 3x5 cards, hands them to Mr. Brennan. He's either, it looks like he's copying something from one page to another, looking back, but it's by hand. John O'Keefe's family is not present. Mr. Brennan now has the 3x5 cards, and he's copying something down. Judge talks to the bailiff. More cards up to the prosecutors. Now everyone has their own copy. Defense team huddles at their desk. There's little holes in the paper for Karen to read. AJ's explaining it. Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi are looking on, paying close attention, but no comments from them yet. Mr. Jackson's still writing. Huddle continues. May have the O'Keefe family coming in, or members of them. Here's me wishing I didn't skip the lip reading 101 class. O'Keefe family shows up. They are walking in. The bailiff ushers them to their seats. With this being a verdict day and all the pressure going on outside, it's probably a longer process to get into the courtroom. So as Mr. Yannetti didn't make it on time this morning, the O'Keefe family didn't make it on time this afternoon. Just a couple members. Peggy's here.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats.
Questions, multiple
So
questions.
I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So All right, so
Jury
I
questions.
received 3 questions from the jury.
3.
The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
That's because they're confused about the jury form, the verdict form.
A verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so as we go to a little bit of a break here for the defense team and the Commonwealth to think of their answers and how they want to handle this. They're going to argue before the judge how she should answer. Then she will choose her method. It doesn't have to be either one, but most likely will be one of them or a conglomeration. But this screams like there will be a guilty verdict to me.
From Heather Reed.
Hey, Heather, this is RA. How are you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Great.
I think these juror questions are real telling. I think they're only looking at the OUI charge. They put the example, 2, line 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I feel like they want to make sure that if they compromise at OUI, that it's not going to turn into a manslaughter or something.
I agree. I think it's a lesser charge. They're going for a lesser for sure. They wouldn't ask of, if we click the lower, does that include the higher? If they had found the higher, right? So it means that they did not find the higher in that charge. They're looking at our lesser included.
Right.
If they're looking at a lesser included.
They're specifically looking at OUI. They're only looking at OUI.
OUI, Massachusetts called OUI. Most states call it DWI, driving while intoxicated. They call it operating under the influence. Yes. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think in Maine it was OUI. I'm from Maine, so I'm just used to that.
There's some OWIs out there as well, but basically it's all the same.
Operating while intoxicated.
Drunk driving is basically what it is. So they're asking the question about the time frame, which is very, very interesting. They're asking,
Is
are you
OUI
saying that she
per-
drove drunk in the
yeah.
morning or she drove drunk
Yeah.
at night?
I feel like either way, the morning when they took her blood, it would have been a .09, right? So either way, that would be guilty, I would think.
Well,
But I don't know if they're
I think
they're looking at like the
only way they can
5
get to the
o'clock
lesser is
one.
by knocking down the major. And if they're not finding,
right.
Let's see, I need her charges. The 3.
Hey.
Let's see.
If they're looking at OUI, then charge 1 and 3 are just out of it. They're on 2.
Let's see.
I mean, you're not going to convict on OUI and also second-degree murder.
So we've got second-degree murder is the most serious charge. The other one is manslaughter while operating under the influence. And if they're not going for manslaughter operating under the influence, they're doing a lesser. There's no way they've got
Right.
second-degree murder, right?
Right.
So-
No way. And then in the third charge, it also is the intent part and meaning to like kill him.
Let's see.
If they're just looking at OUI, like why?
Operating under the influence carries a maximum sentence of 2.5 years unless you're an officer, and then it's just an attaboy from your boss.
2.5 years versus life in prison. I'll take it every day.
Yeah, that's a win. That's a huge win considering
Huge win.
the options.
The only thing that would be like crappy about it is because she's been out on bond and that won't count, but whatever. I mean, 2.5 years.
It sounds, I don't know, the more I think about this, the more I think the jury, from those questions, the jury has concluded that there was no collision.
Absolutely, because if they're specifically, if you break down their last question, if we, basically, if we convict of OUI, it's not going to count manslaughter, right? So they haven't checked guilty on any of the upper ones, right?
Right. They would have, if they said second degree murder, they would have found basically that she was drunk and backed into him. Okay.
They would have just
if you click
put
that,
guilty on everything.
It would have been guilty all the way across the board.
Right.
But no on that one. No on the second manslaughter while operating under the influence, and they've got a lesser included there, right?
Right.
It was second degree murder number 1.
Yes.
And 2 is
Number 1 is second degree murder. Charge 2 is the
manslaughter while
manslaughter
operating under the
thing. Charge
influence.
3 was like operating, causing death or something, whatever.
Leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then charge 2 is the weird one.
That's the one they had all the lesser included that the defense asked for on that.
Yeah. Hey, if they go for OUI and that's the only thing she's found guilty of, the defense has made a great decision on adding OUI.
Well,
because it's 15 years or something max versus 2.5 years or something like that.
Sorry, I'm avoiding questions. No, I'm trying to read from another computer. The bottom line, the verdict form is too confusing. I agree. If they are asking, if we check this, what does it mean? It's because the verdict form is confusing. And I'm counting that as a win in my complaint
it's because
against
they
it.
can't put not guilty on anything else. They want to put not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, guilty. That's what they want to do. But it's either not guilty of any or all lessers or whatever, and then everything else would be blank.
So how do you reconcile the question about how are we supposed to consider her interviews, those clips? They're evidence. They are. They're statements by
only
defendants.
considering. So, question number 1 was about OUI. Question number 3 was about OUI. I can only assume that the second one was she said she was drinking, so it's operating well intoxicated.
So just about that means that the jury hasn't bought I did it. They haven't bought anything about the collision occurring. They're saying no collision and no confession. this has got
It's
to be
just
good news.
acute grief reaction, right?
It was explained that
Perfect.
way
By Brennan.
Depending on how this goes, they might get it. I think there's going to be a guilty. I mean, they're looking at those underlying ones saying, give us the time frame of when she was driving under the influence. So they must believe she was driving drunk. Okay. But
everyone believes that.
But the only thing they have to go on that's actual is her own confession. And that's enough to get you a DUI on the side of the road.
If they throw out the extrapolation as like, what the heck, this is a huge range, like how can we even consider that? They must be just looking at the interviews. Well, she said she was drinking, so.
Yeah. The jury may almost be done. They may be really close to being done with their work here.
Good.
Let's see. Are you not paying
Good.
attention
And
that they want to know if they can consider the clips? That changes it all. Are you not watching? Virginia, we are. But they're asking, all the questions do have to do with the same thing. And it's about the operating under the influence. She talked about it in her clips, right? She's like, I know I had some drink,
Yeah.
There was a weak pour, we mixed that in.
They're only considering the OUI type clips, I guess.
I think the Karen Reed team should be very optimistic at this point. But I still think the jury's going to return a guilty verdict on a lesser charge. I don't think they're giving her a pass here. If they're looking at the time frame saying, was this at 12:30? Was this at 5:45? Which one are you saying this applies to? And depending on how this is argued, I don't know. I don't know if the Commonwealth is saying yes, either or both.
I would think that time frame would literally be around the time that they say John O'Keefe died. It would have to be 12:45 or whatever it was.
Yeah. It's implied. I think that if it was just a regular OUI, they would have charged her for it at 5:45 in the morning, which they didn't do.
Right. They could have put 2 OUIs or something.
Yeah.
One in 12 at midnight or whatever, and another one at 5.
She was over the legal limit in the morning, but the argument was made that she probably was drinking all night. And there was no evidence, aside from, belief that she hit, John, that she was driving poorly. And yet the whole, being drunk, it depends. Are you a good driver? She's cautious, everything else. That's sort of like the rule they use in Massachusetts. Like, you can be drunk as long as you still drive good, then you're okay in my book. It's a little weird the way they have it up there, but everyone's like, I was okay to drive. I mean, I was only on like 3 beers.
Oh no, 2 or 3, a couple.
Man. The other Jules gifted
she had like 9 or whatever.
Yes, like 7 to 9, depending on how you count it. I've looked at those videos. I don't see the high range.
They were weak drinks, okay?
Yeah. Wow. I think we've got a few minutes. I've got to pack. I have to leave at noon.
This is going to drive you crazy because it feels like we're so close.
We're going to have a verdict before I show up at the campsite. It's going to be done. Are you going to be late? Yes, I'll be late. I haven't packed.
It'll be like the 10-minute within like the 10-minute span where you have no service or.
They're considering the weight of her interviews. Her words are damning to her. I think they are, but I think reason this out, Heidi. If they're asking about lesser includeds, if we convict on a lower, does that include the higher? There's no reason, the judge instructions, you don't start at the bottom and work your way up. You only work your way down if you found that the top does not apply and you're all unanimous that it doesn't apply. You work your way down. Boom, 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 boom. Here we can agree. So they do not agree. That's the only way they get to the lesser included. And they're asking the questions about operating under the influence. And her words about operating under the influence are probably some of the worst evidence against her. I would say even more compelling than the blood test at the hospital and the extrapolation.
Definitely.
Wow.
So it doesn't seem like we are going to have a hung jury. So hopefully this will be over with for Karen and for everyone.
Why would they need to consider the clips about her drinking? Says Ivan, the test solves it, doesn't it? Only if you have to believe for that test to be valid that when Karen said, I stopped drinking when I got home, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Karen also said she didn't hit John O'Keefe. You have to believe that as well, I guess. So do you believe what Karen says? Do you trust her as a witness? If yes, she stopped drinking. If she stopped drinking, then the extrapolation, the math checks out. And she was drunk as a skunk when she was driving. If you don't believe her and say, I don't trust Karen Reed for whatever reason, and I don't trust what she says, then you have to say, I don't trust that she stopped drinking when she went home. We know she was up all night and she was angry texting. I think there's evidence that she was drinking. And if she was continuing to drink, suddenly you don't have the last drink time for your extrapolation. Your math is completely off. You've got who knows how much alcohol in her system. And then, 5:45 is probably more likely for driving under the influence than at 12:30.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see if I can get Mrs. Ari in here. Hang on one second.
All right. I'm going to go.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Good talking to you.
Yes.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. I need Jen to talk. The jury has 3 questions. You heard them?
Yes.
You want to sit here for just a minute?
Okay. Why?
I have to pack.
What?
I have to pack.
You're just gonna go pack.
I'm going to be right here. Just grab stuff out of here.
Okay. Okay. I need to shower and stuff, but can my face be bigger? Because it's just a fan. So I look terrible, but it's better that I look terrible on big screen so you can see me. So here's, I went and asked Google, sorry, I have to get centered on screen. I asked Google what Karen Reed was charged with, and they didn't say OUI at all. That's not one of the lesser included. The lesser included that they listed there is that she was charged with vehicular manslaughter because of OUI. And that carries a punishment of 5 to 20 years. And it's the judge who gets to decide the sentence, not the jury. So that's still, if I'm reading that right, that's still a serious problem. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. Okay. They added it Friday. I did not know that. Google did not know that. Google needs to get on. So if
The defense asked for lesser included.
Scott says the defense asked for lesser included and OUI was one of them. But when I looked it up on Google, specifically, what is Karen Reed being charged with? AI did not know that. Is that a... So it is definitely? Okay. Okay, so an OUI on its own in Massachusetts carries a $500 to $5,000 fine and up to 2.5 years in jail. I should have searched Bing, maybe. There are a lot of mice around here. Okay, everybody's saying I'm wrong. Mrs. Ari, the defense specifically asked that OUI alone was included. The state wasn't going to charge it. It's a split the baby option for the jury. Right, which, that's covering my face. That's fine. That is, yeah. There is a split the baby option quite often, and as a rule, I think that's a terrible idea. Why be punished for something you didn't do? But I think the reality is because they feel like they have to find you guilty of something, and if the only option of something to find you guilty for is huge, then you're going to be found guilty of that, and that's, man, I hate that. I hate that that's the reality, but I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, the defense did ask for it, but I think that's why, is because they felt like, especially last time, how the jury was saying she was drunk, right? It was such a big thing for them that she was drunk, and it's bad to drive drunk. That I think they want to put that in there to say, so yeah, let's find her guilty of that, right? Let's not find her guilty of something that there's no evidence to support. They added a naked OUI, and it sounds like the jury doesn't want to convict on manslaughter by accident. I would agree. I think that's the way that it looks like. Come on, Google. Yeah. Okay, where are we?
tell Scott to go pack. He's in this room packing. I wasn't aware that he had to pack a lot of stuff in this room, but he's just walking around gathering all of his stuff and correcting me. So it's going to be mostly right. Scott's correcting me. You're all praying, hoping, reaching for not guilty. I think that's true. Yeah, I think that most of us, or those of us who want there to be not guilty, you're going to want to see it in the light most friendly to the conclusion you want to have happen. But I also think that them asking questions specifically about, did we write down where the questions were?
Lesser included means they got past the top.
Yeah, they're talking about the lesser included. Now, there's a possibility that they said she's guilty. Is there a possibility that they said she's guilty on count 2 or count 1, and then they're still looking at the lesser included? Would they have to, or if they found her guilty?
They would say guilty of second-degree murder, but not guilty of driving drunk.
Right. So basically, if you say guilty of the higher charge, it automatically includes all the lesser charges?
I just think if they would have found a second-degree murder, it would have been a no-brainer. The lower one.
You can have my mic. Which one is it? Is it 3?
I just think that if they would have found her guilty of the top charge, then they would have been across the board. It would have been a clean sweep.
Right. So then their question about, well, if we find her guilty of, the fifth, I didn't quite understand what they were saying. Like the fifth aspect of the second charge?
There's so many lesser includeds, like
So
number 5.
they're saying the fifth lesser included, or are they saying the fifth quality of the second charge?
Well, I think they use it as an example. If we find like subsection, sub 5 of charge 2,
Right.
does that mean that we're finding her guilty of 2?
Right.
So
but what I'm asking is subsection 5 a lesser included charge inclusive
yes.
of itself, or was it just one of the criteria for number 2?
It's a lesser of 2.
Okay.
And so they're saying if we choose subsection 5 and we find for that, does that mean we have met the criteria and thus 2 is guilty? That which means A, they do not understand the verdict form.
Well, no.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
And B,
It's a terrible verdict. How many people got messed over by this verdict form in her courtroom? Oh, goodness.
okay, do you know where the clamp is for my phone? That little
For what?
Little clamp that I put on here. That
Is it on your bike?
No, that's a different one.
Can you use that one?
No, it's on my bike.
Aren't you taking your bike? Oh, okay. We don't know. This verdict form stinks. For sure it does. I missed it. I still can't get it because you're moving so fast. Okay. What does that mean? What? The judge is going to be back? Oh, that's right. So the judge is going to come back and listen to what both the defense and the prosecution say. Well, this is how we want to respond to each of these questions. And the judge then gets to decide exactly what the response is going to be. And it's just me, but I feel like she's really defending her verdict form now, that she's like, I already told them, you start at the top and you go back down. What more do you need to know? I'm like,
all on one page now.
yeah. I'm like, well, more. They need to know more. That's why they're asking, please. But that's also common, that a lot of times a question will come and the judge will say, you have all the information you need to proceed. We're not going to tell you what to do.
I hope Mr. Yannetti does his I told you so moment and say, Judge, this is what we were talking about with the jury being confused. This is the problem. I hope he does that.
But even if he does, like, it's so late in the game, what could they possibly do other than explain the sheet?
It's just one way. I mean, that's why he did the little devil horns going into trial. He's just so he can give the bird to the judge
Nice.
and be like, I told you you're wrong, and this proves it.
Okay. She's trying to force them to guilty. There's no doubt in my mind that she wants a guilty verdict. I don't know if she's trying to force them to be guilty, to vote guilty. I think she'd be happy if they did, and she's not opposed to nudging them that way, but I don't know. I don't know that I'd use the word force. Okay. That's why we need the fan big. Here we go. Oh, I thought that was the judge. I was like, what happened? Okay.
Please be seated, court is in session.
All right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
That's not helpful.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment or regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
That was
I agree with the court,
pro-defense.
on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember if we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time to be.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
The whispers.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Okay, so that first one, I think that was actually good for the defense because they were saying, when was she drunk? Was she drunk in the middle of the night or was she drunk in the morning? And the defense said, you get to choose, because if she was drunk in the morning, well, that really isn't connected to any possibility of hitting him. Whereas if she was drunk in the middle of the night, oh, well, she may have been drunk and therefore hit him while she was drunk. So I think that was positive for the defense on that one. I couldn't see why it was positive for the defense until Brennan spoke against it, and then I was like, oh, yeah, that's why. They want the drunk to be tied directly to the time when she could possibly have hit him. And the defense is like, it's okay if you choose it to be a different time, then I don't see that really does help them, though. You just get less drunk over time, not more drunk, so I'm not sure that helps them. As far as what they said on should we let anything in, I'm trying to think what he said, that AJ said, or Alan Jackson said, but what weight, if any? I actually kind of lean with Brennan on this. I think that is putting your thumb on the scale a little bit, saying, yeah, I'm leaning toward it not having any weight. So just so you know, and even though, that's on the side that I would like to win, I do think that that's wrong. I don't think that you should be putting your thumb on the scale either way. Is that the only thing they talked about? I think that's all they've done so far.
Okay, I'm being so productive. I've got like almost all the electronics and cables and everything I need for the trip. And I found my phone holder. This is crazy. I think we've got a verdict very, very soon.
Yeah, you're right. That is the law. What, if any? That's correction. I see where he's coming from, but I'm just saying the defense would like that to be incorporated into the statement to just remind them that they don't have to put any weight on that. Scott.
Yes.
What is the human rights thing they're talking about?
I don't know. This is a Massachusetts specific rule that may come into play during certain types of testimony. Like when they say, like a digital evidence, you have, before you can consider this for the weight of what's in there, you first have to come to the conclusion that is in fact the defendant saying this.
What's it called, guys?
Right.
Human what?
So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge,
Because they were crappy to begin
002 number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law.
What?
And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
These two, they crack me up. They're polite little, I don't like you.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We fixed
says,
it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to again add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Trying desperately to fix this slip.
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
All right.
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. I'm not sure of the exact language that can be used. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
Yeah, I think it'd be better.
If you find her guilty of any lesser included offense, it would not include the higher offense.
That's more confusing.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
Maybe start with not guilty, yeah?
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
That's
I
a
don't
good
have
idea.
any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies, so we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you all.
Okay.
Okay, the judge, let me just poke this up. The judge saying, I'm going to bring the jury out and explain to them that this was all perfectly clear on my first form.
That's what you say, yeah.
It's like, nothing I did was wrong. Everything about my form is right, but I'm going to walk you through it just to make sure. Oh my goodness. Judge, it's bad form. It's a bad form.
I know.
It's from the, there's a line in the movie called Fantastic Mr. Fox. You wrote a bad song, Petey. It's a bad song. It's a bad form.
It's a bad song, Petey. Yeah, definitely. That her example was, okay, if you finish and you know she's guilty, just mark guilty. I'm like, why? Why is this so focused on the guilty? Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about what the humane practice. Did you have more to say, Scott?
Just I'm loading up the car, so I'm going to go set up my phone in the car.
Yeah, you guys have to be on the right.
And I'm going to connect. I'm going to connect from the phone there.
You can't leave without me saying goodbye to at least the little one, even if not you.
Bye. Love you.
Okay, don't leave without me saying bye, though, okay? So, here is the breakdown of humane practice in the Massachusetts courts. And let me just say, I'm reading this from the same place that didn't know that there was an OUI on Karen Reed's thing. So, take it for what it's worth. Sorry, the chat is over here, and I'm looking over here, so sorry for just a second. That's her emotional support confusing form, sir. Please do not take away her form. Yeah, she's super proud of this form. She loves this form. She feels strongly that there's no problem with the form, and people who have a problem with the form, they are the problem. So, it's cute. Oh dear. If you have to explain a joke, it's a bad joke. If you have to explain a form, it's bad form. Yeah, okay. So here's the breakdown for the humane practice in Massachusetts courts. The judge's initial determination. When a defendant's confession or admission is presented as evidence, the judge must first hold a preliminary hearing outside of the jury's presence to determine whether the statement was made voluntarily. So the judge has to look at all of these videos, these news interviews, and say, is this evidence? Number 2. Exclusion if involuntary. If the judge finds that the statement was not voluntary, it must be excluded from evidence. Now, obviously, it was found voluntary, so it has been admitted as evidence. Number 3, the jury's determination, if admitted. Okay, so at this point, if it's gotten past the judge and the judge says, yes, this is, it was voluntary and it's going to be admitted into evidence, now this is what the jury does about it. If the statement is admitted, the judge instructs the jury that they should not consider it unless they are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was voluntary, freely, and rationally made. Okay, so that's the first protection, that even if the judge says, yeah, it can come in, she's like, but jury, it's on you to determine if you feel like it was freely admitted. I determined that I think it was freely admitted, it was very voluntary, but you have to also determine that you feel like it was voluntary. And in this case, I think, yeah, it was voluntary, it just was. Number 4, there are only 5, we're almost done. Factors for voluntariness. Is that a word? We're going to say that's a word. In determining voluntariness, The jury may consider the surrounding circumstances. I'm hearing something. It might just be my echo. Okay, so the jury may consider the surrounding circumstances such as the nature and the duration of conversations with police, the location and time the statement was made, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, intelligence, age, education, and experience. Fascinating. Those are the factors for voluntariness. So I was looking at it and saying, is it voluntary? And in my mind, I was like, did somebody hold a gun to your head or forced you to do this? Right? That's what I thought. If they didn't, then it was voluntary. But this actually says, no, there are some other things that you have to consider, like the nature and the duration of the conversations with the police. Did they wear you down to the point where you were exhausted and you said yes, just to get them to stop talking to you? I'm just going to say it here. Did you get stuck in a situation where you feel like you can't pay for your own defense if you don't come up with some money some way? Or, in other ways, do you feel like the only way that you're going to get a fair trial is to get your word out this way? You got to look at the surrounding situation and say, was this voluntary, or did you feel like you just really don't have a choice to be able to press forward in a manner that maintains your own life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness? You have to do this. I just threw that in there, but I think it's true. If you guys are yelling at me, I can't hear it. It's over my shoulder. Where are we? What? The ratchet set. Should be in the tool bin. Oh, I don't know. I just live here. And the location and the time the statement was made. So you're going to be thinking about you were being interviewed by people. So in this case, in that particular thing, I think, okay, so I'm being interviewed by people who may be antagonistic toward me or who may be really on my team, and that's going to affect the words that I say. Am I saying things that I shouldn't or I wouldn't say normally because I'm being poked over and over again? So that's a part of determining whether or not it was voluntary. The defendant's physical and mental condition, intelligence, age, education, and experience. So, we've all seen people get railroaded by those who have more intelligence and experience. They just run right over the top of people. So maybe we say, they may have voluntarily said those words, but man, it wasn't fair. They totally got railroaded by the people who knew more than them in that, or who held the power in that situation. So in the legal case, then we would say, maybe you voluntarily started that, but that was not actually voluntary because we took into consideration that you just got run right over by somebody who has a lot more experience in this area. Fascinating, interesting that I wouldn't consider this as voluntariness. I still don't think that's a word. Okay, number 5. I'm going to pause for a second and see how you guys are feeling about all of this. She already said it's evidence. Yes, she did. Yes. So this is the humane. This is why I couldn't find it. It's not human. It's humane. The humane practice in Massachusetts, which is something that she's going to read to the jury again. Apparently, it has already been given to them and is written, and so that's why Brennan was saying, no, don't say this again. But they were like, yeah, I think you should reiterate this, respond. When we're talking about these interviews from Karen Reed and everything that she gave to the news, I want you guys to consider all of these aspects of it. And she said, yes, you can accept it as evidence, but after you accept it as evidence, after I, the judge, have determined that this is evidence and we brought it in, you, the jury, have a responsibility of doing these things, one of which is determining the voluntariness of her statements. And here's the criteria. And there's way more in that definition of voluntariness than I would have thought. Okay. Where are we? Are you yelling at me?
Just went down.
What went down? Oh, are we not live anymore? Sorry, guys. I am just pontificating here. No, they're still going. She's trying to force them into a guilty verdict. I don't know, because rereading this to the jury is all for the defense. Now, I don't know that anybody's going to parse it the way that I am, but it is definitely helping the defense to read this again. You're live. That's good.
My phone just defaulted to Dr.
Oh, Scott stopped watching me. He's now on Dr. Phil. Is that what that?
Joe.
Dr. Joe. Okay. Awesome. Sorry. Actually, I think we just watched a trial where she said he just agreed to everything because he was tired and hungry, the snowplow driver. don't know. Are you saying the snowplow driver agreed to everything because he was tired and hungry? Because I'm having a hard time. I don't understand what you're saying there. Okay. Here's the last part. So just to reorient, we're talking about the humane practice. Is it practice? Yeah, the humane practice reading that would be a part of the fact that Karen Reed has made all these interviews. So in addition to saying these are a part of evidence, you have to weigh that evidence on these 5 criteria. So here's the 5th one. Relevance of Miranda warnings. The jury may also consider whether the defendant received and understood Miranda warnings, the right to remain silent, as part of their determination of voluntariness. That, to me, that's what I thought the whole thing was, right? Like, you knew that you could be quiet, that you had the right to remain silent, and you didn't, therefore it was voluntary. But number 4 had a ton of stuff in there that went way beyond that. So, interesting, if they will consider all of that stuff, or if they'll just buzz through it, or I don't know how they'll take it, but that is what she is going to read to them, again, to remind them, this is how you need to take these interviews. And so when they say, hey, do we weigh these as evidence? Brennan is saying, yes, absolutely, they're evidence. And Alan Jackson says, okay, they're evidence, but you get to determine what, if any, weight you give to those. And this statement to me is like not a lot of weight. Like, it gets a lot of people out of a lot of situations that it's like, I don't know that you want to accept all of that information. So in essence, the humane practice ensures that a defendant's confession or admission is not used against them unless it was a result of their free will and not coerced. Fascinating. It is important to note that the term humane practice specifically applies to the context of confessions and admissions in Massachusetts courts. Other search results mentioned the term reading law in the context of legal education, but this is a different concept. Good, we've learned enough. Let's not learn about that. Okay, any thoughts on that, guys? Oh, thank you. I'm so glad. I really, really hope that he doesn't just drive away, because my littlest, well, my only daughter's going. Here we go. Going back up. Oh, okay, I'm used to the mouse working the other direction. We love you no matter what. You're crushing this massive pinch hit / abandonment. Okay, I think that she felt she had to speak to get her story out, which I agree. In so many ways, that I think may have been the motivation behind making this decision and going forward and taking all of these interviews. I also have heard that taking these interviews was what paid for her defense. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. So for me, that then looking at so many mouses, so many computers, hang on. Looking at the factors for voluntariness, that I would have to put that in there and say, was it really voluntary? That she could not mount a decent defense if she didn't do this. She couldn't think of another way around her financial duress to be able to pay for this. And again, I don't know if that's really true, but if that's the situation, well, maybe that wasn't super voluntary then. Okay. It is really interesting, but I think Karen Reed's statements were voluntary, not under duress. I agree. I don't think they were under duress. I think that she understood her right to remain silent, and she was not being forced into doing this. I'm just saying that the factors for voluntariness have several aspects of them that I would look at and say, well, I don't know. Under that definition, I'm not sure it's voluntary. If you just asked me, hey, was this done voluntarily? My mind would filter that and say, was anybody forcing you, and did you understand that you didn't have to do it? And if those 2 criteria are met, yes, it was voluntary. But based on the law, looking at what's read here, it's like, well, there's a lot more that goes into voluntariness. If I wasn't going to use that weird word, what word would I use there? Being voluntary? I don't know. Okay. How do I fix this? Okay. This is interesting. So we went from not guilty to OUI is great. This is the most expensive OUI trial ever. She will carry that conviction forever. She will, and I would much prefer that people not be found guilty for stuff they didn't do. But I think if it's honestly OUI, she probably is guilty. They did it badly, right? They didn't do the test at the time, so that part was a little bit messed up. But I think she probably is guilty of that. So it being on her carrying that conviction forever, yeah, but better than murder. If you're not live, what am I watching? I'm not sure. Okay, so hang on, let me catch up a little bit. Oh, thank you, Pantuflay. Mrs. Ari, you're crushing this pinch hit. Scott's fired. No, he's not. No. In fact, I don't know if Scott told you, he probably did. This is not the forever situation. He's going to get in the car and then join and be in charge. I am only just this tiny little bridge person, so it's going to be good. It's going to be fine. Is everyone hearing beeping, or is that my house? This is going to ruin the tour. Dinner's ready. That's what that beeping is. Oh no! It's the beeping in my house. Sorry. It's the back door. Every time the back door opens, we get that alarm, and yeah. But your dinner may also be ready. I don't know. It's still a not guilty verdict. I don't understand that. We don't have a verdict yet. Oh man, this jumps. It just jumps, and then I don't even know if I'm ahead or behind. I thought the beeping was my neighbor. Nope. It's us. When is she bringing the jury in? So I think what's happening right now is what is she doing? She's using somebody's computer. I think she's using the computer to type up the changes that they determined to make. And then they're going to bring in the jury and go over this. I kind of wonder, if you're the jury, are you doing anything? Like, after you ask the question, do you keep talking about stuff? Or do you say, I mean, we got it to this point, we need more information before we can go on, so let's just sit here until they bring us in, and it takes, an hour or so at this point, and then they're going to bring him in and say, no, go to lunch? Hurry up and wait, you guys. She's fixing the verdict form, the updated form. Okay, awesome. They're revamping the verdict form. What did you guys think? I need a drink. Oh my goodness, how does Scott do this? There are a million things in this room and there's no water. Dang it. Right, I'll just croak at you. Okay, so, I also lost my train of thought. Dang it. Okay. I look glorious. You guys, you know where I've just been? I just finished exercising, and Scott said, hey, can you come in here for a minute? I was like, sure. As soon as I got in, he was like, now just take the headphones and talk till I'm on the road. So awesome. Would you stay for lunch or head home? You're talking about the jury. I think they stay. They stay for lunch. He drank it all when he was sick. Oh. Run and get your drink. Hang on one second. Hey, can somebody get me a drink? Is anybody in the house? They've all left. I don't know where they went. As long as she's not in talking to the jury, she's not. That's not happening. Gosh, all of this would be avoided if she made the verdict form more readable for the non-lawyer, as requested repeatedly by the defense in this trial and the previous. Who knew? Okay, so this is really interesting. When Brennan had his amendment, what he wanted to change, I thought, I think you made it worse. I didn't think that was possible, but I think you found a way. The way he described it, I was like, I'm super confused. I don't know what that means. It sounds to me like the Iowa Basics test. I was like, when you reach this part of the test, stop. With a little octagon, stop. Do not go forward. Put your pencil down until your instructor tells you what to do next. Like, we need that sort of really clear, hang on, we're not sure what to do next. We're not sure the flow of this verdict form. So I remember my question now. What do you guys think of the changes that he made? And there's a little bit of motion there, so we may be about to come in, but that Alan Jackson made. Do you feel like that would actually clear it up? Or is he still just, trying to put frosting on a raw cake? That was a terrible example. I just made that up. It was awful. I'm just saying, maybe it didn't fix it, but he's doing his very best. What do you guys think? Hey, bud. Oh, bless you. Thank you, buddy. That was really sweet. He forgot it's me and not Scott, so he brought me milk. But she wasn't under oath during the interviews. That bothers me. Okay, hit and run, it bothers you because you feel like she wasn't protected, or you feel like, are you leaving? Okay. or you feel like the other way around, that she could lie under oath. Well, everybody can lie under oath. But hang on one second. I got to say goodbye to my daughter. I love you. Tell Dad I love him. I don't think Scott's gonna come back in and say bye. Okay, they're off. Oh, my baby's not a baby. Okay. It's always the youngest to the rescue. The youngest is super duper sweet. He loves to help, and yeah, he's very helpful. Yeah, she's gonna have a great time. She's super excited. You can get salty. The kids are gone. Let's get real. All the feels right now. I wonder if they can adopt me. No, we cannot. Our house is super full and really messy, but getting done. We're almost done. I'm like nervous how many times that back door is opening. Who's going in and out? I keep hoping Scott's going to come back in and say goodbye. We'll see. Are you going to have a party while the hubby is away? I think I'm going to really sit down and read a lot. So kind of, yeah, that's my version of a party. I think the jury is considering manslaughter due to drunk driving. Okay, so that's interesting, because that is something separate than simply operating while under the influence. And it has a much higher consequence, a punishment. And so maybe the reason that I think that might be is because they said, well, when was she drunk? If they're saying it was the middle of the night, then that is, she was drunk and likely hit him while she was drunk. That's going to be operating under the influence with the consequence of manslaughter, right? They could be, the question that they asked could be leading toward elucidating that information, or on the other hand, it could be that they've gotten past that just down to OUI and they're trying to say, well, when exactly? We're not sure. I don't know. Based on the question that they asked, I'm not certain which one they're looking at. It could be either. I totally think that they're considering manslaughter. I agree. Yeah, depends where you're coming from. Am I not going? I'm not. Nope. This is her first week away from home, but the people that she's with are just really excellent, and she's going to have a great time. I've seen the schedule of the things they're going to do, and Dad is going to be with her for the first night. So it's good. It's as good as it can possibly be. It's just hard for me as a mom to say, you've grown up. It'll be fine. It will be fine. It will be fine. It'll be great. Okay. Yeah, but evidence and the literal experts said that there was no collision. How can a jury convict when the experts and the evidence don't even support it? That's just crazy. You're asking, you're giving a judgment call saying this shouldn't happen, right? That it doesn't make sense, it shouldn't happen. But you're saying, how can it happen? It does happen. It shouldn't happen, but it does happen. I think there has to be some sort of cognitive dissonance there, or as in all cases, we don't have all of the information, and there's some information that we have to say, that just doesn't line up, it doesn't make sense, I don't understand it, how it is in, that piece of evidence just doesn't fit. And so we start filtering out those bits of evidence that don't make sense to us because we have to make a decision, and maybe that's part of the bit of information that they filter out. I don't think it's good, but that might be what's happening there. Hey, are you coming to say goodbye? What? Did Dad already leave? Okay, don't leave without saying goodbye, okay? What? You look amazing. We have a large, skinny box, and my child has cut eye holes and a mouth hole out of it, and he's wearing it like he looks like a huge Minecraft person. Okay.
Right. I have to go. I love you. I'll send our daughter in to say bye.
She already did.
Okay. I have no idea.
Here we go. We're going live. I mean, not live, but
I'm gonna connect from out there.
okay, awesome.
All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so I'll take, thank you. Tori, how many did you make?
He says thanks. Tori,
When there's a verdict, it's this light blue button. That one.
that's green.
It says right here. That's the one.
Okay.
Are you drinking milk in my studio?
It's what was brought to me. I just got offended. He's offended that I'm drinking milk. Oh yeah, I didn't fill up the car. Sorry, but I love you. He did. Oh shoot, I got lost. What is she doing? She asked Tori something. She's like, Tori, have your computer back. I'll take it again when I need it. Oh, everybody's reviewing what she has come up with. Now they're looking over it, verifying that this is what we want it to be. This is what we said it should be, and they're gonna give it the thumbs up or thumbs down. Which honestly, after the effort she put in, it just better be thumbs up in her mind, I think. Commonwealth presented trigger event for 1231. Jury asked about the 1245 OUI. Does the question indicate they do not buy the 1231 trigger? I don't think so, because they were asking about the OUI and not specifically about the trigger. They were saying, was she drunk at that time of night? Oh, yeah. You're going to be late. Oh, they won't leave without her. We don't fit.
It's like 100 degrees outside.
It's really hot. You piece of shit. I think the blood alcohol. I think the blood alcohol test extrapolated back to 1245. That's the time they're referring to. That, Sharkey, I bet you're right. I bet they're saying, hey, did that test prove that she was drunk in the morning or prove that she was drunk at night? I bet that's exactly what they were asking.
All right, the court, please. Jurors entering.
Josh Hutchins cannot believe that you're leaving him.
Josh, you got this.
He says, you've got this, Josh. He believes in you.
When I pop up over here,
yes, sir.
Add me to the screen. You can turn you off if you want. Jordan might be able to figure me around.
Scott's giving lots of instructions. I'm really lost, and my 22-year-old is like, I got this. I know how to do this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you. Oh, that helps so much. Now I'm on a soft.
Let's back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question. Are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question.
Wow, she left out everything AI said.
So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
This, I think, is super helpful. This should have happened before. Maybe it did happen before, I don't know. But this is helpful. They should do this. Yeah, probably bad to play.
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip.
That's pretty clear.
Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip.
Not clear, because what about
That means
the
on
0.08?
each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up, can you see?
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Okay, so here's the problem. I'm very much a visual learner, and so I got lost in that. That was confusing to me, but I think if I saw the verdict form, it might not be confusing to me. Like where they specifically said, stop and sign, or stop, sign the verdict form and go out. I'm like, is there only one place to sign? Because if you just sign it, then how do you know which one you were found guilty or not guilty of? Maybe there are check boxes on there. I hope so. It was confusing to me, but I don't know. Was it confusing to you guys? I'm so glad I'm not on the jury.
Myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So
Okay.
you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
Do you know, I actually like the order that they put the information on that verdict form. That you start with not guilty, like that's the first thing you consider. That's the first item on the agenda. So I like that. And then I also like that they start with the higher ones and work their way down. Because if you start with the lower ones... Sorry, I thought we were done.
Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Questions and
What?
thoughts and
Stop.
why
Help.
was this
Turn
objected
this off.
to? And so we've been able to do it while we both tried to be jurors and
I don't know how
listen
to turn
to
this
it.
off.
We've had the
Turn it off, turn it
advantage
off.
of getting legal expert insight into every single moment in court. They haven't,
I
and
don't
so
know where the source is.
you know, just
Hold on, guys,
because
while I freak
this
out.
has been such a polarizing and divisive
Where are the sources?
case.
Okay. I don't know what that was. I'm sorry. I hope we do not get a strike for that. Dang it. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that's why I don't want to do this, because stuff like that happens and I don't know how to handle it. Okay. So anyway, I do like the basic layout that they've come up with, because it's fine. Everybody says it's fine. But we might get in trouble for putting that on our station. So I just didn't know how to turn it off. He did not. Hang on while I panic. Yeah. Did I say that? That is definitely how I was feeling. Anyway, I like it because if you start with the lesser includeds and then you're working your way up, you're like, yeah, I do think that she was guilty of whatever the bottom one is, the least. So it would be the operating under the influence. I do think she's guilty of that. And then you move on to the next one. You're more likely to say that you think, yes, she's guilty of the next one, whatever it is, because you've already said yes once. And so I think it's better if you start with the stuff where you can say, no, we're ruling things out. That's just a better organization to the thinking to be able to make it more likely to protect the defendant. You've got this, but just in case, I'm hoping he can just go edit that out later or something. Sorry. I still don't know how to fix it because I've just got me and the fan on the big screen, so I don't even see the super source to say, don't take from that source. Even if I saw it, though, I don't know how I'd say, don't take from that source. I was not trained properly for this, guys. I'm not getting paid enough. Okay. She's eating her own words with it being clear verdict form, when in fact it isn't. It didn't sound horrible to me, but I do think that being able to see the verdict form and see the checkboxes and see where one idea begins and ends, that would help me a lot. So I'm hoping that the physical form makes it a lot easier to understand. I love this. Emma's kid, just push buttons. Like, nothing can go bad. Just start pushing buttons. Sidebar and chill. I've been on a couple of juries. If the state didn't make it clear and we were close, we just went with not guilty, not taking a chance of convicting for something because we didn't understand. Sidebar and chill, I love that. Chill. I think that is how we should be as Americans, that when in doubt, go with not guilty. And I especially find it easy to do this when I don't think that they are a terrifying person that if they go on the street, they're probably going to kill someone, right? Like, I just don't, Karen Reed does not fall in that category. So it is easier to say, err on the side of generosity here. Okay, we're going back. Did you figure it out?
That's if you let him in the room.
Oh.
He's already right there. You need to move this mouse carefully. Pressing the side buttons.
Yeah.
Click on. There's 3 dots.
Okay. Oh, it didn't work. Maybe it worked. Do you guys see Scott?
I see you, Jen.
Okay, okay. Where's Scott? Okay. No.
Don't do anything.
Okay, good. Scott, can we hear you?
Yes.
I cannot hear you. Can anybody else hear you?
Yes, they can.
Oh. So I don't know how to handle this, Scott, because I would talk right over the top of you because I can't hear you.
All right. While we're waiting for the judge to come in, I took the computer that has the timer on it. I apologize. It's in the back of the car. Didn't think that went through. Jury's coming in to get the instructions, I believe, right now. My daughter plays copyright music in the background. Oh, we're on the road. The bike is with us. Jen's doing everything right. The problem is she's listening on the stream. Jen's listening on the stream. If you can tell her in chat to have my oldest son listen to the live stream on his phone or on another device, she'd be able to hear me through that, but it would be delayed.
Scott, I don't know how to manage this. And I could just go away and you could be in charge. Okay, awesome. All right, it's been fun, guys. I'm going to check out so that Scott, I just can't hear him, so we can't do a back and forth. But he'll be in charge from now on. Thank you.
It's all good. We'll get it figured out. I'm going to be at a destination here in just a little bit, but we're going to listen to the judge. I think we're waiting for the judge. Did she pause everything? Is it paused?
Yes, I can't hear you.
Why is
Do
everyone
sign
frozen?
language. You're frozen?
No.
I'm frozen.
Court is frozen.
Jordan's frozen. Minnesota's frozen. Give me, do another action.
Everything's good. All right.
Somebody type in chat what he's saying.
We're professionals here. This is going to be clipped to live forever in infamy. It looks like everything was frozen on the screen, but it's on the other side of the car from me. So we're all good. If Jen
Are you saying
could,
the bailiff is frozen? He's just like, he's super slow. Okay.
all right, just waiting for the judge to give her her set of instructions. It's my understanding. She had needed a few minutes to work on it. Just got notified that the spare battery for my bike that I have with me just got delivered, so it was literally 2 minutes too late. I think we're going to have a verdict this afternoon while we're driving, which is going to be stinking awesome. As soon as we get stopped, I'm going to log in. I'm going to change the view so it gets full screen for you. We'll get everything fixed that way so it'll look right. So give me about 7 minutes for that. Didn't swipe up on the notice.
So I can hear you on the phone, but there may be a delay.
You do for ID? All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
Okay, so I missed what happened. Did the jury get instructed while I was driving to fill up the car with gas? If the jury has the instructions, we may be back very shortly. I don't know what you're doing with my audio. Don't mess with that. All right, so the general consensus here of what the judge did and the questions the jury asked seems to be favorable.
I'm not doing anything with your audio.
Each charge, because as you can see, these are all sub-charges of this broader charge at the top. So she's going to add that instruction line
How?
to the bottom of each charge so that the jury knows.
Remove
so
yourself
if
from
we
the screen.
find not guilty here, it will literally say to them, if you find not guilty, stop, go down
Remove
to the other
yourself
page
from the
and
screen.
sign the bottom of the verdict slip. Or if you find not guilty.
So they're explaining the same things that we are. To take the wrong feed. I need you to have this open here. No, it's not going to be. You're good. Just needs to connect. Just needs to connect to the Wi-Fi from the Starlink on the roof. Just a second. Just waiting for a connection here. I think we're at lunch is what the judge was trying to say. She's letting everyone go to lunch. She has told the jury that she needs her court people to have a lunch break. But not sure if that's what she means. 1:30, they come back. We're in the Yukon, by the way. Don't have 250,000 miles on it, though. Hoping it makes it that far. Amber's confirming lunch until 1:30. Which means we may take a little bit of break so we can get this sorted out. Starlink is not powering up. Due to the joys of everyone waiting 10 seconds before going after the car in front of them goes. I missed the light. Able to squeeze through anyway. Forgot to turn it on. Which way? All right, Starlink's powering up. So we're gonna have a lunch break, and then we'll come back. Probably have a new stream. I'll get it set up before we go anywhere. I have no idea what I did not bring for this camp out. Oh, a sleeping bag or blankets. That's nice. Yeah, I left those home. Oops. It's okay. It's going to be warm. No pillow, no blankets, no sleeping bag. Okay. Watch the link over here on the Wi-Fi when you see RA Starlink pop up. Just going to join that one.
Other networks or on?
It's going to be on the top three. Just takes a minute to join. I'm optimistic with what the questions have been from the jury. I think this might be a good sign. I also think that we've probably got less than 2 hours before a verdict comes in. maybe right after lunch. All right. I can, terrible time. I'm only 2 minutes late. We're supposed to leave from our destination 2 minutes ago. So here's what I'm thinking. As soon as I get there, we're gonna end this live stream. We'll open up a new one after a brief break once we get configured correctly. I'll have to get on the phone with Mrs. R.A. Oh, there she is. She's here. I think these people want it in front of me. So, Mrs. R.A. forgot a sleeping bag and a blanket.
Okay, I still cannot hear you, but I can see you. And you forgot a blanket? Are you coming back home?
I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. No one's leaving with us. We're the driver.
Well, I do. She's going to freeze.
Yep. It's all right. It's going to be hot. So. All right, we're here. Let me get sorted out to see who needs to come in my car. There, you can.
If you need us to run
I'll call
and
you.
drop off the sleeping bag and the blanket, let me know now and we can go do that.
You somewhere, but I don't know where.
Yes, this is fascinating watching us have a train wreck. Okay, so actually I think he's calling on the landline, which will at least not have a delay. And you guys don't have to watch it either. Bonus. No pillow either. How is this? Is it him? He didn't have his stuff because I'm pretty sure she got her stuff. What else can we talk about? Yeah, okay, so can you see? I don't know what you guys can see. Can you? Yes, I can see what you see. You see the fan. We're just watching a fan right now. Yes. Who's ready? Okay, so Scott's going to call me in a little bit. Yeah, thank you. I'm having a really hard time doing like podcast face right now because my mama brain is kicked in. I'm like, what? She doesn't have clothes or blankets? Gotta fix that. Nothing like it. Yes. Go to the bathroom. That sounds great. This is real. I make it a point of not being the content, but yeah, sometimes. Yeah, he's there. I'm not there. And he hasn't called. So it looks to me like he has gotten out of the car, left the door open, and is probably talking to some of the leaders to determine. I don't know. I really, truly, hey, can you go see if the purple blanket is kicking around? Because that was hers. If she took so she's fine. My daughter's fine. Scott doesn't have his sleeping bag. I'm way less worried about that. He can function. She cannot. It will be fine. Or we can bring it to him if he still needs it. It's fine. Blanket and Pillow Fun. Yukoners unite. Oh, and we have about 1 million sleeping bags. It's absurd how many sleeping bags we have. When we first moved here, it never occurred to me that we would not need, like urgently, we would need sleeping bags. It's just, that's how life is when you live in a really cold place. And so we had all of our sleeping bags. They take up a ton of space. We brought them all. We got rid of our couches, but we kept our sleeping bags. And we got here and I thought, what was I thinking? So anyway, we have a lot of sleeping bags. We're just fine. We did the camping thing for years and years. Short update, please. This is, on the court case. I was going to give you an update. I'm like, well, we've lost a sleeping bag. Let me tell you, let me update you on the really important stuff. Okay, so here's on the case. There is Scott. It's not just me, Scott. Nobody can hear you. It's not just me, Scott. Nobody can hear you. Now you get to hear me twice. Plug your headphones into the Mac directly. This is not for me. This is instructions for my child who is now doing the limbo around the computer to try to plug something in. Scott, I want you to know this is what love looks like
You
in
can
our
hear me now.
relationship.
You can hear me now.
Oh, you plugged me in, but now I can't hear anything. You go unplug
Can't hear anything? Okay.
Oh. Can you hear me? We can hear Scott. They cannot hear me.
Yeah, I'm getting her.
But I can't hear me or Scott.
Or at all?
I hear nothing.
Mac is routing as camera 7 as input. Can you ask Dad how to turn camera 7 audio in on?
How do I type in? Where do I type that in?
You could put it in chat.
Okay.
How can I turn camera 7?
How do I turn camera 7? The Mac.
Audio on.
Audio on. Now change your audio output only to headphones. Settings are on the Mac.
Okay.
Change your. Can
Okay.
you do that?
Normally I charge for these sort of diagnostic services, but I cannot figure out how to get.
Oh, they hear
Starlink
both of us.
fired.
We cannot hear each other.
Yep.
That's
It's weird.
awesome.
We're married to each other. We can't communicate.
This is stressing me out too.
I'm
Me too,
not
Sarah.
on a network
I'm a little
that is
stressed.
not going to support me.
I think this is the keyboard. Which keyboard goes to the Mac?
The colored one.
Is this a Mac?
This is the Mac. This one.
Okay. Rainbow keyboard. Thank you. Everybody who's like running interference, thank you so much.
Okay.
So, okay, what I'm getting from chat is that everybody can hear me, everybody can hear Scott. Scott and I cannot hear each other, and Scott is frozen. That's awesome. And now I can't see Scott either. Oh, we are amazing. Can't see Scott either. Use a different device to hear him. I'm trying. The iPad will not let me hear him. I don't know why.
Mom, get ready for audio.
Okay, go.
Okay, it should now be routing through your headphones.
I don't hear anything still.
Nothing?
Nothing. Am I running it through the road, this big beastie thing over here? Am I doing that?
Your headphones are currently connected to this Mac.
So all of these buttons are useless right now.
They can see it, but for you.
They're pretty, but they don't run the audio.
Yeah.
Okay, so then maybe I'm just muted.
So we can run back through Insignia TV, and we can turn the audio on there. That could have some interesting side effects.
Yeah, because it'll create a loop. I am. Thank you so much. these buttons are useless. Go with the hand and facial movements. Mine it. I don't even see Scott anymore.
He could call.
He should call. But he can't call because he's on his phone.
Yep. He has a phone.
But he couldn't call us because he's using this one to film.
So audio. As an alternative idea. Let me go look at the bots over here.
Okay. No, you talk to him. I don't know what I'm doing.
Hello?
Please don't stream and drive with your kid in the car. Yeah, you can drink it. Thank you.
I can hear you. You can hear me. Can you hear me?
Okay, apparently we've lost Scott. I don't know if this is progress. I don't think this is progress. Okay, so right now, my tech kid is on the phone with Scott, and they are doing what they do. Okay. They're gonna figure it out. It's fine. Okay. While they're figuring it out. No, I can't. Okay. I can't hear myself in those headphones. So here's the situation. The jury has been sent back to the jury room with the updated instructions, which basically the instructions were, we're not going to tell you what to do about the DUI, or whatever they call the OUI. And so you have all the facts. You get to determine what you're going to do in that situation. And yes.
Excellent. The world gets to see this.
So I'm going to be quiet because there's a little bit of a delay, and I don't want to talk over Scott. So just sit back and watch the blinking lights. Oh my gosh.
This is us. We're currently here, so we're going to return to standard.
It's fine.
All right. Live.
Awesome. Can anybody hear me?
I'll add you back to stage. Dad can hear you.
Awesome.
Okay, so Jen.
I can hear you!
Okay, now I'm going to listen just to the computer and hang up on the phone, okay?
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, that phone. Did he hang up on you?
It wants to.
Got some loops.
Yeah, there's some sort of feedback loop.
All right, kill him.
Hey, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Usually.
All right.
Okay, go to MDT. I love you.
Okay, Jen, on the ATEM Extreme.
Stay here. He has more thoughts. Okay, I'm just repeating. On the ATEM streaming?
Press the number 2 on the far left, the big button, so it
Got
goes
it.
green.
Yes.
And then push take.
Do you mean cut?
Cut. Yep. that gets rid of the little box in the corner. And
Does
if you
it?
want it,
It did? Okay. I'm still in the corner.
yeah. Then you'd have to turn the little off button on the key on the ATEM Extreme. Do you see the one I said you push this one to make yourself disappear?
The one that he said you push yourself to make yourself disappear. You push this to make you disappear.
And that makes you disappear. And then I can put myself down in the corner here.
Okay. So does that mean that you have full control now?
I can't control switchers. So if your source switches to some other channel, I'm
Which
stuck.
it does.
wherever you
Well,
have.
and it doesn't always switch to some other channel, but this channel will have stuff come on every now and then that shouldn't be on our station.
Yeah, that's a problem. So
It is, but I don't know how to fix it, and I just freak out and look like Henny Penny, and it's not super helpful.
hang on, I've got a spam call.
Okay, could you ignore
Hello?
it just this once? Oh.
Hello? Doing well. How about yourself? Oh, this is bye. That's funny. Okay. So here's the gist of the situation, everybody. I'm headed right back home to pick up a sleeping bag because I want to sleep tonight.
Okay, did the little one get off good
she's-
and everything's good?
she's gone.
Okay. Okay, good.
I have no idea where everyone else is, but I'm ready to leave. So
Okay, so are you taking people or stuff, or did that end up not being the
I've
case?
just got my stuff, and on me is the only people. So
Okay, awesome.
I'll be back home. If you want to find me a sleeping bag, blanket, or something, that would be great.
Greeners just asked, where are you? I lost Greeners. Oh, he said, oh, I don't know how to click on it. This mouse is the worst because when you click on stuff, it if you do it in the wrong way, it makes me fall off screen. That's what happened last time. Anyway, Greeners just asked if you've ever taken a spam call while I was in labor. And no, not a spam call, but he did get really involved in watching the show Mythbusters.
Good episode.
Yeah. So here I am, absolutely in labor. And the doctor's like, okay, ready, time to push. And Scott's like, hang on, they've almost busted this myth or not. Hang on. I was like, oh my gosh. This is what love looks like. Okay,
Sure.
he needs a sleeping bag. What did you say you needed? You needed a sleeping bag and a pillow?
That'd be good. Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. I'll run all the clicky things, okay? Or maybe I won't, but either way, you look at the road.
I can't take things off the screen. Like you've got readers' comments still, and I think.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. He needs to go. And his bike battery. Yeah. He's not taking his bike, I don't think.
It's on the back of the car.
Oh, he's taking his bike. Okay.
This is why I needed so much time to prep, because we had to install the bike rack and everything.
I missed the question. Scott, do you want to reiterate the questions, or do you want me to?
There are 3 questions. The jury first, they want to know, they're not necessarily in the right order. If they choose a lesser included, does that make her guilty of the higher charge for the lesser included? The answer there is no. That's a simple one.
Yeah, but if I remember properly, she did not say no. That was such a clear thing that she could have said no to, and I don't believe that that word left her lips on that one. Verify, guys. Did she say no?
Answer. It's crazy. Let's see. Another question was, the interviews. How much weight do they consider them as evidence, and how are they supposed to handle the interview clips from Karen Reed?
Right. And that was really interesting because when I looked it up online and looked at the details of what the humane statement that she was supposed to read, there was a lot in it. But basically what she said was, well, if you think it's that she wasn't forced, then it's absolutely valid. And that's not really what it says online. But, it was AI, so I don't know. Do you care which sleeping bag, Scott? Do you have a preferred one? He does not.
No, I'm just going to be laying on top of it because it's like 100 degrees there. So
No, that's it. Thank you.
maybe a very light blanket. That's all.
Where's Dad? He's coming home right now.
So Jen, if the channel for some reason goes to something else, the fix is on the ATEM. You can push it right now. You can just push number 4.
The big 4 or the little 4?
The big 4.
Okay.
You just hit take.
Do you mean cut?
Yeah, like that, and that would put you on the screen.
That puts the back of my noggin on the screen.
Well, you could do 1, and that would put you on full screen. But then 2 is just back to the fan. You look great. Miss you already.
You haven't left yet. Hey, how can we do both you and I on the screen? How do we do that?
That's going to be in StreamYard at the bottom. We would choose a button like this, and then you could push 1.
But I need to be the fan. I need to be the only fan.
So
That's
now
right.
you can just turn on the little key in the corner. You could be the little lady in the corner with the OnlyFans.
No, I wasn't the one who did that last time, so I don't know how to do that. So how do I change that to my face again? Camera 1?
So what you would do is there's a button, there's a key on or off, and then there's like 6 little buttons below it. It's right between.
Oh, yeah.
Hit the top left button, that turns it on, puts it on the screen.
Okay.
There you are.
Okay, that works. Thank you, Denisha. I'm kind of proud of myself, quite frankly. Yeah, I do feel like
Jen said, you need to train us if you want us to do this. And training consisted of, this is going to be hard.
yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, I don't know because then our child was like, yeah, I think I know how to fix this. And I was like, okay, so I've got one kid saying I can do it and my husband saying you probably can't do it. I'm like, great. You're both right.
I just need to make sure you have audio from court. And you should be able to hear it.
Do I have audio from court right now?
But once court starts.
That's a good question because we changed my audio.
You can mute yourself on StreamYard. So it would mute the court feed as well. Audio should be coming in from the Blackmagic.
Is audio coming in from the Blackmagic?
Audio comes in all the way to this. You are hearing the end product. If you don't hear it.
Right, but Dad's trying to make sure that the here, you listen to Dad. Okay, Scott, tell him what to do.
The audio source should be coming in from Blackmagic. And you cannot mute yourself on StreamYard or else it will kill the audio from court as well. Make sense?
Like is Blackmagic design? Yes.
He says yes, it's Blackmagic design.
So do not mute yourself on StreamYard.
Do not mute here.
Okay.
All you have to do is just turn off the mute on the soundboard for your channel. Channel 3 should be off already. Just turn down channel 1.
Mute on that box. Channel 3 can be muted already. And channel 1 is the one.
I don't think that's right because we took the audio and we stuck it directly into the back of this screen over here.
That's audio out.
Okay, so you're saying audio in is still coming through the big machine to the left?
To test this, on the HyperDeck that's right next to the studio that you're plugged into, there's a remote control for a Apple TV.
Crikey, he's using big words. Come here.
Not just any remote
Hang
control.
on, say it again with someone who speaks that.
All right. Right next to the Mac Studio, there's a HyperDeck. On top of that HyperDeck is an Apple remote control. It has a USB-C plug. It has to be the USB-C, not the Lightning.
He has huge eyes. I don't know what you just said to do, but he doesn't know what it means either.
Got it.
He says he has it.
Okay. That controls camera 8 on the switcher.
This is camera 8.
So if you look at the screen, the TV, is it showing all your views?
Yes. It's currently showing all of our views. Camera 8 is Apple TV, and it's not currently live.
Here,
because
you have to talk to him.
Oh, sweet. Don't want to be live.
It's the best lunch ever, guys.
All right. Don't like this microphone. Camera 8 is the Apple TV.
It's the Apple
it is
TV.
Currently showing no live court because the video has ended.
What?
Okay, so hit the back arrow button, and on
Camera
that Apple TV, just on number 8, go to my channel, find a video that I made, and play it, and then make sure that the audio follows video is turned on the ATEM.
Audio follows video. Okay.
If you guys ever wanted to know how difficult it is to stream, this is what I do all day, every day.
You don't want to do that one.
So you find my channel, find a video, just let it play on that Apple TV. And then what we're going to do is we're going to change your source from camera 2 to camera 8. But you have to make sure the audio follows video. Not on all the time, just audio follows video.
Okay. We're going to want to change it to audio follows video instead of camera 2 for audio. I'm showing camera 4 is... Okay. So the red light on top of 2 needs to be off. And we want audio follows video on.
Which one?
8.
So this one on?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you take camera 8, it will replace the only fan.
Okay. When we take... Say that again?
When you take camera 8 on the ATEM, it will replace the only fan. And if you have the audio working correctly on your current setup, I should be able to hear myself in court. So take it and then switch back to camera 2.
Okay. You don't care which video of yours we use?
Say that again?
Do you care which video of yours we play?
No, as long as it's just one that's me. It can be any court, anything.
Okay.
I just have to have rights to it.
Okay. Take camera 8.
Okay. So there's the video. Now we listen for audio.
Video. We're listening for audio.
There's no
I do
audio.
Not hear the audio.
Did you turn on audio follows video?
Do you guys hear the audio?
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with
camera 2.
Hang on, we're looking for audio
Are
files.
worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was
All right.
All right.
All that tells us is that everything's set up. So when you mute your mic, we're still going to get court sounds. That was just the test.
Okay.
That shows that the path the audio is feeding to StreamYard is working, and we have audio. As long as camera 2 is set to on the audio.
Camera 2 is set to on audio?
Not
It is
audio
now.
follows video, just on.
All right,
That
it
would
is
be
always
gonna
on.
be audio. Yep.
Okay. Sounds good.
Actually, it should be set to audio follows video as well. Because if we have to cut away from it, we don't want their audio anymore.
All right. Instead of on for camera 2, we're going to want to switch it to audio follows video for camera 2 as well.
Excellent.
All right. Audio follows video for 2 and 8 are currently active.
Now I have a spam call.
All right, spam call. Your turn.
Well, are you joking right now?
Hello?
Thank you, sir. Don't leave though if he has any more crazy tech stuff.
Hello? It's your dime. Hello? They hung up. They don't like talking to people in cars.
100%. Our son is really smart.
That's the son that programs the Maya counter, by the way.
Yeah, it did sound like we were like getting a countdown and ready, deploy. Graders, I'm sure you're hilarious. I can't do all the things. Okay, so I'm actually looking at Zechariah Anderson on the big screen right now, and that's
because you're looking at camera 8. So you can either use that ATEM or that Apple TV to just back up and go out of it?
No, it's okay. I'm on multi-view now. So our oldest says that audio is good to go, but we couldn't hear it. I can't hear it through my things.
Really?
That's what he said.
Okay. But we'll just have to leave it like that because it works for me and everybody else.
Awesome. Now we got the priorities cleared up. Thank you.
The alternative is to use a little set of earbuds from that computer and then wear the court headphones over and have them plugged into the ATEM. Then you'd be able to hear both, but two different sets of ear.
Couldn't I just turn on the
No, StreamYard is just, it's crap that way. This is a StreamYard issue. It does not like multiple audio sources.
Okay, well let's get to the crux of the issue. If they come back with a verdict, I'm going to want to hear it. How am I going to do that?
Well, if they come back with a verdict, then we have to walk you through how you end this live stream and start the new one.
It does feel a little bit like NASA ground control.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Yes, it feels a lot like that, actually. Okay, anything else you need to run by, I don't know what to call you, Big RA, our amazing tech genius son?
Nope, just get me a sleeping bag and blanket. I'll be there in about 3 minutes.
Oh, I thought you were already here and gone. He's going to be here in 3 minutes. That was a long drive.
I'm behind the world's slowest driver. We're going 50 in a 70 or 60.
Whatever, I'm here. Josh Hutchins feels absolutely terrible for me, I am sure. He says, best stream since the conception of the channel with a huge super chat. Josh, this is just real. This is how it rolls.
Oh my goodness.
After all of that work, okay, let's just turn this off and start a new one.
So all you need to remember is when it goes back to court, you can turn your audio off.
How?
By muting your mic on the soundboard.
Okay.
And turn off your camera, and I'll take your place.
Well, why don't I just leave the room? Oh, no, I can't do that because we're depending on my presence for the internet, right?
Yeah.
What happens if I just walk away from the mic and close the door?
Then if I need to do a switch on the source because they jump to some news thing or something, then
I won't be there to freak out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be tragic. Bop it, twist it, pull it, spin it. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
So you're using about half of the 1168 buttons or whatever it is we have today.
I know, Scott. I know you're super smart. It's very true, but I don't like having me look stupid so that you can look smarter.
Saying I normally don't use that many buttons.
Oh, okay. I actually have ownership of the internet right now. Yeah, I'm not doing great at it. Yeah, this sounds like the best advice so far. Just don't touch anything. Just don't touch it.
All right.
I've been watching, and I don't think it needs to be so complicated. It has occurred to me that you might actually be making things more complicated just so that I feel like, wow, Scott's amazing. Is that what's going on?
Who says that?
I feel like, no, that's me. That's coming directly from me.
Bah.
I'm low-key nervous for Mrs. R.A. Thanks, guys. This is hard. I heard the internet has gone down in the Middle East. I think we may be responsible. Jury's out on that one. There's at least a chance.
Have going on.
Is that the same as the cinnamon buns? I don't know. Yeah, I can make cinnamon rolls, though. I don't feel like that actually competes. Scott, you are taking forever to come home. Are you...
10
Are
seconds.
you, going around the house?
Driveway.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I think that's true because everything he says that she says I think being a cockpit being in the cockpit of an airplane is easier because everything's automated there. Here it's like, oh, I was looking for channel 107.9. Yeah, I'm losing. Why is the ground bouncing? Oh, there's our cat. What? Is that the car you just pulled in, or that's the other car?
Yeah. Kiki's just sitting here in the driveway. Enjoying the
Chilling
shade.
in our 3,000 degree weather.
There, kitty.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, next show, Scott's going to have to make cinnamon rolls all by himself, and I can just sit in the back and be like, but did you proof it? But, like, what was the elasticity on it when you decided to actually stick it in the pans? You rolled it to what thickness? I feel like maybe you should have had training on that. What? I know. This is a huge, huge case. Amanda H. says, no pressure. This is only one of the most major cases of the year. You just take your time to figure out the tech. It's no problem.
Love you too. Thank you.
All right. Oh, you just... Oh, okay.
I didn't
that
see you,
was...
Jen. I stayed
No,
outside.
I'm still in the office. Love you.
Love you too.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys get to see us being stressed out together. Sorry.
This is life.
I know.
Yeah, while we're here, I'm gonna do a quick update to the layout. Okay.
Ooh, that's good. I like that. I like what you've done with the place.
How's that? How's this?
Well, it completely covers me.
I fixed it.
Okay, good job. These are the things that make marriages work or break them. I'm not sure.
Need to apply a little gaff tape.
Josh is very stressed right now for the 1650 plus here. Sorry, Josh. That's fair. Poll time, Greeners? One technical challenge at a time. I have no idea how to make a poll.
I have to mute while I say where I'm going. Hang on.
Training is overrated, apparently. But this is how I do when I have no training. Timothy's grandma, Kay. Now, those are fighting words. All the ways I'm failing. Thanks, guys. Love these family streams. That's funny.
Hey,
this was never intended to be a family stream.
Is that a
but there
battery
was.
charger somewhere in there? Like an anchor?
I mean, what would it look like?
An anchor charger?
Ah. It's just a lot of stuff here.
I don't have it in here. It should be.
Is it in the center console?
It's not.
Is it upstairs in your room?
Nope. I need a long USB-C cord. USB-C to USB-C.
Oh, look, you're parked right in the driveway. I don't know where it is. You have to come in. Oh, are you frozen or staring me down? I think you're staring me down. Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. He'll come get it if he wants it. I don't know what it looks like. There's Scott.
That little plug.
Yes.
This.
He's gathering up all the things.
Well, the things I thought I needed, I had, but Hey, bud, how's it going? Oh, I'm good. Thanks.
Is that lunch? Sweet. You're good at making lunch. What?
Microwaves have radiation.
They do.
That's what I also learned.
What?
If you stick your hand in, right after it beeps, you get hit by radiation, but I did not do that. I just asked it.
I don't know if that part's true. We're going to say no because I don't want that to be true.
This will work. Got it.
Okay. What?
Okay, love you. Bye.
Is there any more training you want to do, like, right now?
Nope.
I love you.
You might have to end the stream and then start the other stream.
Do you want me to do that now? Because if you want me to do that now, you could do that now.
It's only if there's a verdict.
Oh, okay.
And then you'd also have to go in and make it a public stream because it's currently unlisted.
Are you listening? Because I don't know how to do any of this.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Don't end
Okay.
the stream.
Did I end the stream? Did I end the stream? Has the stream ended? Oh my gosh. You guys are still talking, so I assume I'm still here. Stay a minute. Start the new stream. He says he can't because it's the verdict stream, and in order to start that, we have to. I mean, it'd be like false advertising if there's no verdict. So, start another channel. The RAs. It just got real. Yeah, it did. Sorry, this is not a dream. This is real. Sorry, you guys all think you're having a fever dream? No, this is just our regular life. I'm glad I'm still here, maybe. I don't know if you guys are glad I'm still here. This is fun, guys. This is an adventure. Ooh, Mrs. Ari, go get us a novel and read to us while we wait. I just finished the third book of Fablehaven for my kids, and it was like, I really wanted to finish it before our daughter left, and so I was reading like 100 pages a day, just like crunching through this book because it's kind of a big book. That was fun. That was a fun read, but my voice was actually tired at the end of the day. My tongue sort of got tired of forming all the words, so I started slurring and started blubbering. I was like, the end. We're done. I can't talk anymore. Yes, just another day in the life. This is what we do. Yeah, that's true. Actually, Scott made some not so subtle jabs at, I thought you were going to pack for me. And I said, no.
They were accurate. They were accurate.
Turn right.
Welcome back, Scott.
Thank you. Give me a minute to get out on the main road. I've got some trees to go under here. So.
Did you fill the car up with gas?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. Okay. Oh, they actually want to talk about the case. Let's do that. Question. If she's found guilty of OUI, what will she get? A fine or jail time? So the fine on that one, I looked it up. Massachusetts says it's between $500 and $5,000 for the fine, and it is up to 2.5 years in jail. But the jury does not get to decide that. The judge gets to decide it. So from what we've seen of the judge so far, it will probably be as much both in time and money as possible. So that would be, if you're hoping that she's found not guilty, anything that she's found guilty of anything, sorry, let me say that again. If you're hoping that she's found not guilty, but she does get found guilty of anything, that would be the best one to be found guilty of. Does that make sense? Like a verdict form. That was
punishment.
Clear as mud. But the thing is, the judge is limited. Okay, so Camila Juliana Gonzalez says if it's up to the judge, it's life, but it is limited based on the what the verdict, right? So she can't just say, oh, you found her guilty of OUI, that's life in jail. Like there's limits. The punishments that are associated with each of the crimes are limited by law.
And you'd have to take into account the fact that she has no prior convictions. But this is the first time offense. They can't say, well, yeah, but you drive under the influence, somebody died. Not my problem. Wasn't convicted of that, right?
Hey, Scott, power just went out in Georgia and Massachusetts. Just kidding, Georgia's fine. Massachusetts lost all power. The fan is slowly dwindling, and the lights are off. So that looks like a not guilty verdict, maybe? Judge is in mourning.
That's the signal the jurors give.
Are you serious?
I don't know.
Well, it's back on again. Oh, I was describing it. It's on the screen.
I'm not watching.
Was that an accurate description, guys?
Maybe they're just saving that little bit of energy for 30 seconds.
Right? Because yeah, I have no joke for that. It's a sign from above. Court is done. It's a new Pope signal. First time offense, but it's gone on a long time. Yeah, it's been a long thing.
Well, that actually, the fact that it's taken a long time between the offense and when she's convicted goes to her benefit on sentencing, because you can say,
well,
judge,
it
yes,
should, but it's the judge gets to choose whether or not it does.
But she's been out on bail this whole time. We've had no convictions. The risk of reoffense, very low. Threat to the community, very low.
Right. Well, I agree. I'm just saying, if it's up to the judge, I don't think that's going to weigh heavily with her.
I missed the judge telling the jury everything. Did she tell them how wonderful her form was?
It was strongly implied. When it came time to make things clear on the form, she said, everything's fine. Let me go over it with you. And, reading between the lines, it was like, you're too dumb to understand this perfect form. Let me explain it to you. So, sort of.
Thank you for making me the homemade cookies, Jen. I really appreciate it.
Do you know what I have been doing for the last week? I don't have time to make cookies. Whoa, where'd those come from? Okay, no wonder it took you so long to get home.
They were just here in the car.
Yeah?
But for your lunch, little note on it.
You're lying to like thousands of people. What popped up? Did something pop up? I'm always behind the curve. Okay, so Angelo asks a question that is actually a really insightful question. Why wasn't she arrested for OUI when it actually happened? Is there cookie in your mouth? Do you want to answer that one?
Well, because at the
Are
time,
those the soft ones?
it was a Canton police case at that time, right? When it first happened, remember, we went back to look at the police report. When it first happened, they didn't know if he was going to die or not. He had not been declared dead, so it was run as just a found a guy on the lawn type thing. Canton police was in charge.
Okay, but hang on. Here she is on trial for possibly killing somebody, and also on the indictment is basically drunk driving. So the question is, if that happened, why wasn't she charged with it then? Here it is on the indictment. It shouldn't be there if there's not evidence that it happened, and if it happened, it should have been charged at the time. I think that's the argument.
Unfortunately, that's not the way it works. They can always drop charge down to a lesser included, but they charge her this higher offense of manslaughter by way of drunk driving or whatever it was. So that's like saying, we caught this guy in a police chase. Why didn't you charge him for speeding or improper lane position? Those are implied, right? Failure to yield, all those all are included in that. Now, if he goes to trial, the jury might say, I don't think, I'm not going to get him for high-speed pursuit. Instead, we're going to get him for improper lane position, speeding, failure to indicate, left of center, whatever other traffic violations he committed, which would be lesser included.
Okay.
That's all
I don't have anything to add to that. Okay, you're eating a cookie now. Awesome. So they want a poll really quickly on like the deeply important things of this case: chewy cookies or crunchy cookies.
These are crunchy, but that's the only one the gas station had.
You bought it at the gas station. You got ripped off.
They were on sale.
Oh, okay. That's because they're crunchy.
Yeah, $9 a bag.
Whoa!
Just kidding. They were on sale.
Whoops, hang on. Nurse Kate says, not unless the charge of manslaughter is found, right? Just asking. I don't understand the question.
They do not have to find manslaughter first to convict you of OUI. As a matter of fact,
right.
If they find her with the one, if they find her guilty of manslaughter, they would not go down to the lesser included of driving while intoxicated. That's included in that charge.
Oh, is that why? Because if you say at any point you're like, they're guilty of this thing, then it just cascade event down and it says, well, then you're guilty of everything else. Is that right?
Yep. That's what they mean by lesser included. They're lesser charges that are included in the greater charge. Well, the flooding out here is insane.
I've heard, I forgot to tell you, you're supposed to check on your people and let everybody, and let us know if everybody's okay. Nothing Like It says, I can't even understand how they would find manslaughter. I mean, there's no evidence. This man got hit by a car that was presented. This man got hit by a car that was presented. I don't understand that. I can't even understand how they would find manslaughter. I mean, there's no evidence. This man got hit by a car that was presented. Scott? Oh, this man got hit by a car. That was presented. I don't know. Sorry.
What she's saying there is there were no experts from the
get rid of the period. No. I know how to do this now. I can't even understand how they would find manslaughter. I mean, there is no evidence this man got hit by a car that was presented. Ha ha ha! You got to take the period out. Okay, I get it now. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. There's no expert that can say he was hit by a car from the Commonwealth, and there's no expert who can say he was hit by a car by the defense. And if you don't have that collision,
right,
very hard to say this occurred. Although, if you just look at the evidence from like a circumstantial situation, it seems very strong. You've got the body on the lawn, taillight all over the place, broken taillight on the car. She was seen there, and she was seen drinking right before. I mean, it's a strong circumstantial case.
Right. So Nurse Kate is just making sure we're all on the same page here. In other words, are you saying that she can get an OUI, which is an operating under the influence? It's a DUI for most of us, without being found guilty of manslaughter?
Yes, she can. She
Correct.
can walk up to court with a drunken driving charge conviction, and that's it.
Lady Laura says, driving, gesturing like an Italian, looking at the laptop, sending air control to Mrs. Hari, and having dessert. I'm dying. You are multitasking. I want to see the gesturing like an Italian. I have to turn my back on you to see the chat. Get me some lasagna. Yes, that is correct. The parties were told to be back at 1:30 Eastern time. With all these things. It's in 5 minutes?
Yeah. What do you have for
Okay,
lunch?
so walk me through one more time how I pull the do you know how? You know how to get the court case back up?
The court case is up.
I know. We're looking at it. It's right in front of us. Oh my gosh. Okay, yep. This will be the last stream ever. I'm going to kill the entire channel. Yeah, I don't know if it's ADHD or just complete incompetence. Sue says, Sue's clothes. Who's Sue's? Sue's clothes?
She's actually at the courthouse right now.
I know. Thread 3 of jury deliberation day. We're back in the courtroom. Oh, she's back. They're back. But we just see the fan, so nothing happening yet. I keep getting, people are like, you can do this, you can do this. We need to be like, moral support. Yeah, maybe. This is why people argue for AI juries, but I don't like that either. Just want to say an AI jury would be something like me trying to run this. I don't know that I'd go with that. I'm just saying.
Problem with AI is literally a democratic system. It weights based on how much value other people put in it. So if enough people say that the sky is pink, AI will say the sky is pink. It doesn't use the principle base and then check facts against it. It just says, what do most people say? And it can also take the next step and say, what are most people saying about this, and then what can we learn from that? So it'll do a next level of deduction.
Yeah, so that premise is faulty. That's not good. Greener says, you got this, Mrs. Ari, but this will also be the last stream. I don't know if he's like giving us the death knell for this channel or if he's just saying that.
For like 10 seconds.
I have to start a new stream if the verdict comes in, so it shouldn't be the last stream.
I think we're just going to leave it. It's going to get too complicated.
Well, no argument there. Miss Olden Crinky said, Super Chat, there's a slow clap. We're getting a slow clap, Scott. We've earned it, though.
I have 1 hour and 45 minutes driving ahead of me. So.
Really? That's how far away it is?
Yeah, it's a long way.
Oh, Vivian, I just discovered that you're like weaving between our pictures. You go over my picture and under Scott's. Sorry. Vivian says, I would have switched off by now and be well into my second book if I were you. Like, that's it. I'm done. Alex says, the internet was your responsibility, Greeners.
I think it's 80s Music Man today, isn't it? Who won today?
I don't know. Does Mrs. Ari know how to play the verdict music? It is right here. Is that what it's called? Is that the verdict music? So theoretically, I know how to play the verdict music.
That's one thing I trained her on. The only thing.
Yeah, but the training was so fast. If I don't do it, if I just hear it described, I don't do great. So we'll see. Don't hit the button. Yeah, I don't want to psych people out. The levity. See, it's mostly levity for you guys. I'm just straight stressed out. We think that it was 80's fault. There's been an AI poll, and we've determined it's 80's. Deanie Mullis Diver says, Mrs. Ari, my son in law, I'm sure that, well, maybe in love, I don't know, just wrote a new book, but you can only get it on Amazon. Sweet! That's sweet. That's pretty awesome.
It's the best place to have books. It's the largest audience.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really, being able to self-publish has changed the entire publishing industry. That when we got to a place where we were able to say, we don't want to have to go through some big company that really takes on a lot of risk to be able to publish all of these books. And instead, we're going to go directly to the people, and we're going to determine if they find it valuable, and just print on demand, however many books that the public actually wants, that's how many we're going to print. That creates such a different dynamic to the whole publishing industry, and it's changed how many books are available. In fact, I read one book. I got it in a library book sale, and it was actually, it was...
You brought up books.
It was actually 4 different books, but I think they should have just made it one. And I read through these books. They have terrible, terrible covers. Her sister or brother-in-law or somebody did the artwork on the covers of these books, and it's awful. It's really bad. And I just was like, well, I'll give it a shot. And I read this book, and I was like, this is amazing. You need to get a better artist. You have amazing world building in here. You did a fabulous job with a kind of a new idea, and you just really need to do a better job. So I tried to find the author to talk to him and say, hey, you've got a hit on your hand. You need to push this. I couldn't find him. So I hopefully they just succeeded without my phone call. But that is one downside, is that if you come up with a really amazing book. I did. I tried to find them. They're hard to find. So, but I was so impressed. Maybe. Sorry, where are we?
So the prosecution's returned to the courthouse right now. We've also got the O'Keefe family coming back in. The judge has ordered everyone back at 1:30. I don't know why she's saying come back at 1:30, because usually it's I'm going to send them a note at 4. You should be here at 4, in case the jury wants to go home then.
You're right. That is weird. I almost wonder if she said that out of habit. That does seem weird.
I just don't know what pending business she has out there for them.
Oh, probably nothing. She's probably calling them back to say, hey, now go to lunch. Except, do you do that when they're, don't you just say, here's your Whataburger? I don't know.
Well, the jury is getting lunch brought in.
Yeah, so then why would you have to bring everybody in to just say, do what you're doing?
Yannetti and Alessi are delayed right now getting to court, according to Sue.
That's awesome, Deanie. Josh! We are killing Josh.
We didn't talk about the last question the jury had, which was about the DUI and the specific charge. They wanted to know if the DUI charge was related to 12.
We got motion, babe.
Sorry. Oh, here we go. 12:45.
In session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
I'll see you at sidebar so I don't look bad on camera. Everyone come up here.
At 1 mile at the roundabout, take the first exit onto East King Street.
So sidebar it is. Judge, Mrs. R.A. stepped away but left the camera on. It's all right.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you.
Well, there's another question.
All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not.
This is amazing. This is amazing. The jury has come to the exact same conclusion the previous one did.
I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever
do you
whatever
say?
those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor?
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute.
Thank you. Wow. This is
Holy
why
cow.
The judge is hearing from the jury now that her verdict form is terrible, and they don't understand it. They don't understand, if they fill it out, what it means. What will this mean for Karen? We are supposed to decide if she's guilty or innocent. And when we fill out the form the way we're told to us, we don't understand what we're doing.
Yeah.
We don't understand what effect it's going to have on Karen. And that's the thing we are supposed to decide. I think the judge is wrong here. I think she needs to give clarification, because it's clear now at least 2 times, and this just from the jury, let alone the defense, that her form is bad. They don't understand what is happening by filling out the form the way it's written. They know what they want to do. They know the outcome. They know in their mind if they want to say that Karen Reed is guilty or something or innocent, but the form doesn't get them there. And the judge at this point should wave her white flag, and instead of getting her panties in a knot and being upset that people don't like what she does.
In so many ways. I also, is he talking?
If we not answer the question at this time, I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this, is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns, and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
At this time. At this time.
Allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
This is so bad.
That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I
Okay.
think this way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
it's
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All rise.
Wow. Oh my goodness. You guys, you can't make this stuff up. The jury has now unequivocally spoken, and the judge's verdict form was lost.
It doesn't matter, though, because she's like, nothing you say or do can change the fact that I've got my thumb firmly on the scale here. Okay, so I had to run away for just a minute. What specifically did they ask?
They wanted to know if we say not guilty on 2 verdicts and can't decide on the 3rd, which is the exact same situation we had last time, then what happens? How do we present that?
And her answer is, that's theoretical. I can't tell you. That's BS. It's not theoretical. Just because they use the word if does not make it theoretical. We use the. Oh, sorry.
The way she raised the question, she's hearing it as like, what will the outcome be for Karen Reed?
No, she's not. She knows dang well what they're asking. Oh.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah. This is bad.
This is so bad because the last time this happened, and it went all the way up the chain, she got kicked down again and said, you have to have the trial retried again. So here's the judge saying, oh man, we're looking at the very same situation. I know what happens if we have the exact same hung jury and they just say that, I mean, the exact same situation, then she knows what's going to happen. Karen Reed's going to be before her again for the third time. This is egregious.
At some point, you've got to say double jeopardy has to apply. How many times does the jury have to say not guilty of two charges?
Yeah, well, double jeopardy can only be found if they say, yeah, she has been found not guilty of this. As long as the courts say, we don't think that she's been found not guilty, they can just keep redoing it. And that's exactly what's happening here. She's like, well, if I don't allow them to declare she's not guilty, then we can just rinse, wash, repeat. This is a mess.
Okay, so if the jury's thinking this through, they're quite logical first, okay? They're trying to figure out if they can get this resolved and they can resolve the issue, or if this just starts over because there's a little point they can't agree on. This is going to do one of two things. It's either going to cause the jury to say, look, we either have to come to a conclusion, somebody's got to move on their position. Either somebody has to come to guilty or somebody has to go to not guilty, because
or it hangs.
Or it all happens again and all the work we agree on disappears.
Yeah, and they do it again.
It's bad. Man,
it's so bad. This is so wrong. Of all of the offenses, all of the paper cuts that have happened this so far, that it's just been so frustrating to see that the shoe has dropped and you lost. The judge lost. The judge should not be on a side. She is. She lost. And she can see that she lost, and she's going to, in this moment, say, I refuse to accept the loss. La, 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 la. You said if, therefore it's not real. Oh, my goodness. Everything Tumblr Tutorials by Rebecca Escott says outrages. Yeah, I'm a little outraged.
No, I would stand by a conviction. I would think this jury has done their job and is doing the jury's duty, taking it seriously. I will abide by whatever the ruling of the jury is. But the judge is, with every single ruling, is just showing more and more, especially with her attitude that she's taken here.
Yeah. She's
trying to lean on the scale. And
yeah, at this point, she's got like an elbow and a knee on it. And she's like, oh, it can't come out wrong.
Or are starting to add up. And we're like,
sorry, I talked over you. What did you say there?
I'm just saying all of her other indiscretions that she's, done something. We're like, well, we can excuse that because of, they're adding up. And it's becoming one great big sum that's hard to ignore.
Which is astounding that we can get to not guilty with her thumb and whatever else weight she's put on it on the scales so often up to this point. It is amazing that Karen has won against the prosecution and against the judge, and now the judge won't let it go through.
We can assume, very much so, that the two charges they agree did not happen are the two big ones.
For sure. Yeah, that's just logic. Yep.
That they're looking at a lesser included on count 2. 1 and 3 are out. Second degree murder and leaving the scene of an accident causing death are out. Because there's no accident. If there was an accident, they would get her for number 2. Okay?
Right.
That's why those two are out. Then if we look at
if there's an accident, they would say, what? What do you mean accident? You mean if the car hit him?
If the jury saw there was a collision or thought there was a collision between the two, she would have been found guilty for 1 or 2.
Right.
For murder 2. Ouch. But they haven't found the collision. That's why we know they're going on this lesser included. And we know it's just hinging on the DUI and whether or not they believe she was drunk at the time.
Right. Well, it is possible that that they're also considering that it's not the DUI all by itself, but they're. Well, I didn't hear the question. Did they say we found her not guilty of everything except the DUI, or is it possible that they're looking manslaughter with a DUI factor?
The way the question is worded, I think the only way it can be based on the other questions as well, is that they have said no to 1 and 3, which is the same as the last jury, and they are hung on a lesser included of 2.
And 2 is OUI.
2 is the manslaughter. With
2 is manslaughter. It's not just OUI all by itself.
Lesser included. So it could be all the way down in the driving drunk.
Oh, so we don't know. Okay. Okay.
Could be a couple levels in there.
So we don't know. Oh, I'm so bothered. I'm so bothered that the judge said, no, they said if. Therefore, this isn't a real question. They're not actually asking this. But didn't they use the word if in the last question? I mean, it's a way of asking a question. They're giving an example. They're trying to make sense of this. And she's saying, oh, I found a loophole in the English language which allows me to get rid of justice in this case. I'm a little upset.
We have some pretty substantial objections here. And thinking back to the Supreme Court, the appeal that the Karen's team did after round 1.
Right.
They hadn't preserved their objections properly, I think, for some of those appeals. And here I think they have. Plus they've got now a question from the jury that pretty much tells us, jury's not supposed to do this, but tells them.
I know.
Guilty on 2. They wouldn't be asking this question just hypothetically. We're going to come back with a full slate of guilties. But what would happen if we said not guilty on 2 and then we couldn't decide on the 3rd?
Right.
This is the jury saying, here's where we are. And what happens now? Because
which normally, that in itself, the judge would normally freak out to have that much information. And you don't tell me that, jury. That's just too much. Don't say that. But in this case, I think she was like, okay, well, that's the information I needed to make my decisions.
Might not be a bad thing, though. We have the hindsight of trial number 1, where Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi, Miss Little, they all know what's going on. We know the jury's idea. We know they're exactly in the same place. And if they come back and say, we're hung.
We know on what they got hung.
An objection and say, Judge, I think we need to ask them, what points do you agree on?
Right. So that they can at least get her in the court of law, not having to come back on an appeals or anything like that. Have it done right today in this room with this jury, and don't let them out of the room and say, but did you find on this? Did you find guilty or not guilty on this? And work your way right down it so that we could at least avoid doing it again for all of them. You're right. That is an advantage.
I can tell you who is not digesting their lunch very well, and that's Mr. Brennan, because he knows best case scenario, he's in the same situation that Lally was in after 1.
Yeah.
We have a jury that is like, nope, no collision.
Yeah, which is, man, I wish this were over for everybody involved. And I know that for John's family, it's not going to be over. And especially if they feel like Karen's guilty, they're going to feel like this is a terrible miscarriage of justice. I understand it's not over for everybody. It's not great for everybody. I get that. But I do not believe that Karen is guilty. And so this, for me, has been a huge miscarriage of justice for her to have to go through this 2 times now. And to see at the very end, to have them announce, we've already found her not guilty on these things. And the judge pushed back so stubbornly and so head in the sand. Just, I absolutely refuse to give on this. And how many times that she said, I'll allow it. I hear over your objections. Thank you. Noted, whatever. And Alan Jackson's still talking to her. She's got her head down, writing out whatever she's going to do. It's frustrating. I'm a little frustrated.
The frustrating part is, and I realize somebody who looks at this case and says, you've got a dead officer on the lawn, what more do you need to see, type of thing. There are scenarios that are reasonable. Realize that the prosecution can't tell us what happened. They don't know, right? There are scenarios that are reasonable that you can play out and say, we could get to the same set of facts, and all these things could be true without a collision, because the science tells us there wasn't a collision. Medical examiner, external and internal examination, no collision. Okay, the prosecutor's experts tell us this accident could have happened from him falling backwards on his own, just him falling backwards. Prosecutor spent a lot of time with the weather expert saying the ground was hard enough, it could cause this injury if he fell backwards. You literally could have them get in a fight. Okay, let's make everything true. Let's give them all the facts. Get in a fight. The timestamps are right. The times line up, right? They get in the fight. He gets out. He's carrying the cup. He throws the cup and hits the taillight. We have a broken taillight. The cup bounces back. Okay, I know it sounds improbable.
Lands in his hand.
My son's thrown an axe at a target, and it hit the target and came flying all the way back at him. As improbable as it happens, it can happen. And it bounces back. He loses his balance and falls over, hits his head. Karen's like, whatever, and leaves. They had a fight. She backed up to talk to him. He was gone already in the lawn, and he's laying there. She doesn't know. Okay, she knows she threw the cup at him or something, or maybe she doesn't. She looks over, can't see him anywhere. She's like, I'm out of here. She didn't hit him. He lays on the lawn dying. Chloe comes out to relieve herself, finds a body, and is like, hey, my owner might want to know about this, and scratches the paws of the leg trying to help or something. And then we find him in the morning. All these things could be true, and it doesn't require a conviction for Karen to get justice. It could just be an accident.
Yeah.
Like an accident that didn't involve a car and a body.
Or any other perpetrator. Nobody else killed him, right? There's not somebody out there getting away with murder. It might have literally just been an accident. Yeah. P Fox says, y'all, what?
But Chloe.
Okay, P Fox says, y'all are assuming that she would even inquire of the jury where they stand with respect to each charge. If she didn't, they would push for it. That in that moment, it would be Alan Jackson jumping up and saying, put my card on the line. This needs to happen right now. And it's on the record that they've already said.
The jury as far as deliberations go. But I think there's a way you can ask the questions to say, were there points where you could find unanimity, where all of you could come together?
Okay, Joe Sherlock. Sorry, I was going to call you Sherlock. You were going to get an upgrade. I should say, why did Karen say what she said is my only question. Okay, so I think Joe is saying, given all of that information, the major sticking point for them is, but Karen said, I hit him. You want to talk about that? Oh, Mountain Dew. Scott, I can see you.
It's water. It looks like it's just a reflection.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So anyway, how do you factor in what she said the next morning?
We have testimony from the defense expert that talks about the witness, the trauma a victim goes through, that assumes guilt when something goes wrong. When they're like, oh, I should have done this. It was me. I should have, did I cause this by doing that? It could explain very much in that moment. Plus, we've got alcohol. Okay. You're saying no, you don't agree?
No, I was answering, was the verdict announced? No, it has not been.
I've been listening for the music, haven't heard it.
From me?
Yeah.
Yes, let's hinge all of that on me. That's a good plan.
Close. They are so close.
They are. I think it's going to be while you're driving. Because you're driving. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here.
When I'm under a tree and can't hear
it. I agree. Lots of people are saying she didn't say I hit him, and they're saying acute grief. I agree. That's how I would, there is a hair on the mic. That's how I would deal with that is, that sounds bad. That's what makes sense in my head with that information is that you automatically assume guilt almost everybody I know assumes guilt in a stressful situation. It's the first step of the grieving process. There's especially when it's acute grief, it's going to show up instead of like the normal grieving process. You're going to feel guilty and be like, oh, I should have said this. I should have done this, whatever. And it shows up more muted. This is acute grief. It does show up a lot louder and a lot more sharp. But it's the same idea that when you are faced with a huge thing that you have to grieve over, the first thing you're going to go through is that guilt, is that sense of, did I do this? Sorry, say that again.
like a survivor's guilt, but
Yeah.
also you implicate yourself. It's like, I caused this. The last thing I did, we were in a fight. Clearly, this is my fault. Did something happen? Am I not remembering this right?
Yeah. And there's no getting past it. She really was drunk, or I don't know, drunk. She had alcohol in her system.
She was drunk that night at some point.
Yeah.
And arguably, specifically, we know she was drunk that morning.
Right.
That's when she had her blood drawn, right?
Right. Well, she
actually,
wasn't drunk in the morning. She was. They did the math and said you were drunk back then because of where your BAC is now. Yeah, yeah.
I have to tell you, I just got a text.
From?
I tell you the number. It ends in 2583.
Right.
It says, "Hey, is this Dwayne? This is Cameron. They told me to reach out a property at address in Ogden. Said something to the extent of a squatter and such. I've sold plenty of homes with similar or worse situations. I do this kind of thing quite a bit and work with Cullimore, whoever Cullimore is.
I don't know who that is.
You would want to get rid of and want to sell? To help out if needed, let me know. Thanks."
Scott does have the burner phone on him, but he's filming with it, so I don't think that he can get calls on it.
I have to put you on speaker to do it. I guess I could do that. You can take calls on the burner phone.
Wouldn't that create a feedback loop if you put me on speaker?
You're on the laptop, and my phone would just be on speaker. So it wouldn't be the best audio quality because it'd be speakerphone to laptop mic.
Okay, well, you're the tech guy.
Anyway, so it looks like we can get rid of our squatter finally.
Well, that's a relief, really.
Oh, shortcut lane. If I have a road, I'm going to name that.
What was the road we came across a while ago? Good Enough Road? Or something like that. It'll Do Road. That's what it's called. Like with the contraction and everything. It'll Do Road. I was like, good.
Like, so how do you like that road? It'll do.
Magnolia asks, is there a limit someone could keep getting retried?
No, there is not. As long as there is a hung jury, and as long as the prosecutor wants to retry, they can retry. There's no 3 strikes and you're out rule. A hung jury basically means the jury in this trial was not able to perform its duty, and we have to start over with a new jury. So as long as the prosecutor wants to spend the money to do it, they can retry.
Yeah, and it surprised me that they went the second time, quite honestly. But I don't know. Because they went the second time, I think they would go a third. I don't know if they'd go a third if she's found not guilty on the first 2 and hung on the third. Maybe they would. Maybe they would because they're like, I bet we can get her on this one and we want to win. Maybe. I don't know.
Cornfields are beautiful down here. We've got corn over here, and I think peanuts in this field over there. Don't see a lot of peanuts in this area.
Squidward says, if they go a third, I don't have the mental stamina to watch it again.
Right.
They can go a third, I'm not coming. What is the third charge? I believe it is driving while intoxicated. Or what do they call it? Operating while under the influence.
We can like with 99% certainty say that this jury is in the exact same position the previous one was. That they've ruled out charges 1 and 3. 1 is murder 2. Number 3 was leaving the scene of an accident that resulted in death. And they're just looking at charge 2, which is the only one that has the lesser included. Charge 2 was manslaughter by driving while under the influence.
Oh, well, that would make sense then that their question was, if we're finding her guilty on one of the subsections here, say operating under the influence, does that mean that she's guilty of manslaughter? That was the question.
Our oldest one says he's about to leave the house. We need more tech support for the live stream. I think
Where's he going? Oh, I know where he's going. Oh!
The only thing I'd tell you is if for some reason the stream crashes or your window closes or something, just open StreamYard again and just go back into that studio. Not the verdict one, but the other one.
Let's not crash.
Don't do it now.
Yeah, let's just not crash.
Just don't click that mouse button.
Okay, Dad says you're leaving, but it may destroy his income generating channel. Go ahead, have fun.
I'm really hoping that the defense gets another jab. They've gone soft with the judge so far, but they've got to be sort of almost gloating because they are right. This verdict form has caused once again confusion with the jury, and I mean everyone says this is normal for Massachusetts. This is the form they use. It can't be that this jury and the previous one both came to the same conclusion that the form was confusing. What about everyone else who's ever been charged?
That's what I'm screaming. Oh my goodness. I imagine everybody else in court is like, yeah. Or everybody who's been found guilty is feeling like, I'd like some information on that, please.
I wonder if the jury feels so strongly about making sure their voice is heard about not guilty that they say, if since we're hung on this one, we're going to go not guilty on all three to make sure our verdicts are heard. What if that turns out?
Do not know that they have that information. I don't know. I'm sure they know that there was a prior case. I do not know that they realize that the prior case ended in the exact same situation that they're in. I think it would be likely that they would do exactly that if they had that information, but I don't think they know that.
I also have to say, I know this is not a popular thing to say, but it sure does sound like the jury has heard a lot about the prior case.
In the court case, or do you mean outside of the court case?
I'm thinking outside. I know that's...
Why do you say that?
Because to come to the exact same conclusion and to
what if the evidence... I mean, what if that's just where the evidence leads you, though?
What are the odds the jury would come to that same conclusion and have the question that was the pertinent question at the end of round one? It's round one, the jury didn't do like, what happens now, right? They're just like, we're hung, we can't figure it out.
Right.
Now they're saying, okay, before we tell you we're hung, what are you going to do with this information? How is it going to go down? Do our not guilties get heard, or?
I don't know. If they don't have, I just don't know if they have that information. I think they may very well think, well, I mean, what the first jury thought, that they just, here's where we are, and then it's not until they get outside of the court that they start getting the information that that's really not okay.
I'm into the jungle now. The trees are getting thick.
Sherry Smith says, the only thing I'm confused about is this. Yes, we all know she drove after drinking, like everyone else did. In my opinion, ARCA has proven that there was not hit by John by the vehicle. So if they say not guilty, then the DUI isn't. No, I think you can be found guilty of a DUI. I mean, people get found guilty of DUI all the time, having not hit anybody. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure if they do in Massachusetts.
That's true.
These water levels are so high. I'm in swamp area now. Just water on both sides of the road. Water's gonna be so muddy.
Did you just say the road is flooded?
It's on both sides of the road. High up in the trees.
Are you the caboose?
Yeah, they're probably all half an hour ahead of me.
Okay.
I'm still an hour out.
Okay. Phoenix Feather is super stressed, taking it out on a stress ball.
I would, if you're in the side that says Karen Reed is not guilty, I would be very relaxed right now. It is I would say it's a pretty safe bet that the worst that she can get is a DUI.
Well, that's true if the judge will allow that information to come in. I think the biggest threat right now is that the judge is shutting it down so that they feel like they have to come back hung. I Rescue Jogs has just decided that this is it. If there's a Karen Reed 3.0, I'm done with true crime forever. Oh, well, that's it. Just done. All of you, I'm done with you.
It's funny.
Or maybe the jury is so angry that they're sending in a not guilty. That is possible.
If this goes to a hung jury, I think we're going to hear some very spicy arguments.
Yeah, and Alan Jackson, when he argues angry, right? Like, it doesn't even really matter what he's talking about. He comes across like he's really upset about something, and he needs you to understand why he's upset about it. I think we might see that to the next degree. He's pretty upset. Hey, I have a question for you, Scott. If the jury comes back today with a verdict, are you going to go live tomorrow? Do we have to do this again tomorrow, like me being here?
Not sure. Depends. There's another court case that just began. I'm going to look into that a little bit. We might have to play catch up. There's no court on Thursday, so we might have a little bit of a holiday.
There's no court anywhere on Thursday? Oh, is it Juneteenth?
Yep.
Okay. Judge is the last boss again.
Last little Honda Accord that has one of those huge, tall spoilers. It's like taller than a car.
Like cars?
Like the Queen, yeah.
Yeah. If the verdict is not guilty, can Karen sue the police department and the prosecutor's office? I don't think so.
Oh.
Scott?
No, unfortunately. I don't think she can.
Yeah. There's no real recourse
there.
there.
Protection around the legal system in pursuing justice. You can't sue a lawyer for what they say in court against you, even if they lose. It doesn't work that way. But the civil suit against Karen Reed will still go on, regardless of a verdict, of guilt or innocence here.
This is interesting. Tasha Truffala says she's guilty of DUI. That's a pretty easy one. But with all those police contributing and John bringing the drink open intoxicants into the vehicle, I could see why some jurors would hesitate. That's interesting. The idea that, yeah, we think you're guilty, but we're going to find you not guilty because of how this was handled. Wasn't her blood tested for alcohol? Yeah, so I've heard a lot about how there's something wrong with that process beyond simply it happening late. What was a little sketchy about that? My back hurts.
Been standing this whole time?
Yeah.
Use the chair.
But I'm standing on the soft thing, but it still hurts my back. What? No, thank you. But I can't get over it. Now I have to be back here because I can't move the chair. So what was wrong with that blood alcohol test?
But blood alcohol test assumes that Karen's last drink was when she left the Waterfall bar.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying, was there something wrong with the way they took it?
No, it was a blood test at the hospital. And the results, when you extrapolate it backwards, based on her body weight and size and when she had her last drink and how fast the body metabolizes alcohol, they can calculate within a range what level you were at, your blood alcohol content was at a predetermined time. But the only problem is it is contingent on knowing when the last drink was.
Okay. Oh, no. So Barb Russell says, if they come back with not guilty with everything, can the judge reject their verdict? She cannot. That is the jury's power in our system. When they come back with I think if they come back with a guilty, it's possible that she could negate it. But if they come back with a not guilty, no.
That's called a JNOV, a judgment notwithstanding a verdict. and I don't know if every state has that or what the situation would apply, but there's a point where you can ask the judge, yes, the jury came back with the guilty, but we believe that it was done in a way that cannot be legally supported. And it's a high standard, extremely high standard, that the judge will be overturning the verdict at that point. Really, any situation where that would occur, you would probably be most likely to see granted the judge granting the JOA, judgment of acquittal, before the jury took the case, because there's no way for them to legally reach a verdict based on the situation, the evidence that's been provided. So we rarely see a JNOV. It's not a standard motion either.
But I think the question was, after the jury has had it and has made their judgment, can the judge do anything to change the verdict?
Only if there's a judgment notwithstanding verdicts motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not listening well.
The judge rules instead of or in spite of the jury. But it's only, I believe it can only be done from switch from guilty to not guilty. I don't think you can have anything, you can't find guilt. You can't have a judge saying, well, they were wrong, I'm finding her guilty. It doesn't work.
Which I'm grateful for, because I think it's possible in this case it would have gone that way, and that's not right.
At this point, look at the cost that this trial has undertaken. Okay, just one witness alone was close to $500,000 for the Commonwealth. That's taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
I mean, Massachusetts isn't exactly broke, right? They're not. It's not like there's no taxpayer dollars to spend. But at some point, you've got to add up all the money and say, trial 1 cost X dollars, trial 2 cost Y dollars. Are we really willing to spend, Z amounts of dollars to see if we can get a conviction when the first 2 trials reached the same conclusion, that there was no collision? That's so.
Yeah.
I think, hopefully they can get it, dismissed in the agreement that they not prosecute if it does go to a hung jury on those ones.
Scott, what time is it? Are we on lunch or?
3:50. So we've got 45 minutes before the jury normally leaves.
Okay, so they're done. They are back discussing. They're not eating lunch right now.
Right.
My brain's tired. This is kind of mentally exhausting, what you do, Scott.
It's a lot of fun,
Good job.
though. You like
it is fun.
I'm exactly 1 hour away. I think I'm headed to the Wilmington area, right?
I believe that's accurate. I don't know exactly where, but yeah, it's in there.
My goal on this trip is to find a Venus flytrap live in the wild.
They're going to go look for those, but not today. They officially have like a field trip day to go do that, but it's not today.
They don't need me for anything. I can give them a radio and say, call me if you need anything. I got
Nice. I bet they'll be so glad you came. Scott's here. Just kidding. No, he's not.
I also want to go dive in the lake and look for lost rings.
Did you bring a swimsuit? Or are you going au naturel?
I'm just going to swim fast. Hope nobody.
Okay. Diesel Efficient asks, unfortunately, that 400K was paid for, or no, he says, that 400K was paid for by taxpayers of Massachusetts, not out of the CW pocket. Yeah, that's true.
Well, the Commonwealth is the state. The state gets their money from the taxpayers. So everything the Commonwealth has is from tax dollars.
Right, but I think what they were saying was it's not the attorneys, it's not the police, it's the taxpayers.
Yeah, the judge isn't going to feel it like, wow, that really hit my budget.
Right.
She gets paid regardless.
Right. No more Amazon this month. They say watch for snapping turtles. Swim faster. Most expensive OUI case ever? I hope so. That is not cheap.
I do wonder, after the fact, if the jury's going to speak out. I think it's a high likelihood that they would, given they're concerned about what happens after they give their verdict. I think they're going to be interested in this case going forward. Probably will speak to the press.
So I hate to even throw this out here, but I am curious that your comments about them having information that maybe they shouldn't. If it is found that they do have information that they shouldn't, would that create a mistrial? It would, wouldn't it?
I don't think you can have a mistrial after the judgment. I think the verdict would stand, but the individual juror may be liable for charges. But no contempt charges, or because they were ordered not to do something and they did it. I don't think it will reverse the decision, especially if the verdict is read into the record and it's a done deal.
I was thinking it could be called a mistrial. I don't know.
I'm still gloating that the jury has called out the judge's verdict form twice.
She's so very proud of that form too. I just feel like, did you write it? Did you create it? Why are you so married to this thing?
It's frustrating because it places the burden on the defense in such a big way in a system where the defendant is supposed to be presumed not guilty. And coming in and saying, well, we've either the law's been crafted this way, or we're gonna, instruct the rules. We've crafted the rules for the jury instructions in such a manner as we've got the highest likelihood possible of convicting you, where the burden should be the other way. It should be the most difficult thing we do is convict you in a case, because we carry that burden. It's a high burden. Instead saying, if for some reason they don't agree, we get another shot over and over and over.
So that's really interesting, because basically what you're saying is it's not just this case that this judge leans against the defendant and pro Commonwealth, that because this is her standard form, she always leans this way, which, I've heard other lawyers say that's pretty typical, that most judges do lean toward prosecution. But this is pretty bad.
Guilty. There are people that the police, on the most part, most people that get arrested are guilty. Most people that get prosecuted are guilty. It's like the people, the mortician people. It's like, in my experience, 100% of the people I see who have gunshot wounds, I die from them. Right? Well, you're a mortician.
Right. There's a filter. Yeah.
Living people that got shot weren't dead, so they've got this skewed view. And it should be the prosecutor that filters that looks at a case and says, yes, we can prove this evidence, or no, we don't, and then they decide whether or not to prosecute based on that. But in this case, the prosecution seems extra vigilant.
Okay, so Weebug says, don't they kind of decide that when the defense decides, I'm trying to remember what the original question was, if there's enough evidence, when the defense requests a JOA, if the judge denies that and sends it to the jury, then they already believe there's enough evidence for a jury to find them guilty. So I think what Weebug is saying is there's no need for them to bring this up after a jury has deliberated and come up with a conclusion, because they had the opportunity in the middle, basically, when they proffered the JOA.
Say that one more time.
I'll just read Weebugs and you can determine what it means. Don't they kind of decide that when the defense requests a JOA? If the judge denies that and sends it to the jury, then they already believe that there's enough evidence for a jury to find them guilty.
That's different. The prosecution does the preliminary check, where they look at a case and see if there's enough evidence to convict. If they feel they have enough evidence to convict, then they press charges. Then they take it to court. The judge looks at it from a different standpoint. They say, was there enough evidence presented to the jury for them to convict? And there might be enough evidence out there, but it might not be able to come in. You might not have witnesses that are able to testify. Sorry, there we go. But there might be a lot of different reasons why there's not enough evidence to convict in a court case when the feel there's enough evidence to prosecute and convict. But the judge looks on it at the tail end after the evidence has been provided to the jury to say, was it sufficient? Did the state meet their burden? Did they check all the boxes? Did they check every element of each charge? Did they prove it was in the right county? Did they prove matter jurisdiction? That was a joke.
Sorry, you cut out. I bet it was really funny though.
I said, did they prove we had subject matter jurisdiction?
Oh, so I think actually what Weebug was talking about is when we were discussing before that after can a judge overturn a verdict, and she's saying, or he, sorry Weebug, I don't know. They're saying, but the time to overturn it is at the JOA. If they get past the JOA point, then why would a judge ever overturn a verdict that like they had their chance? I think that's what they were saying.
There are a couple points during an investigation where there should be filters in place. First of all, a police officer has discretion looking at an incident on whether or not they're going to even cite. They don't have to write a ticket every time they respond. Yeah, they could look at something and say, oh, not enough evidence, or not a problem. I understand what happened here. This wasn't a criminal intent. We're going to let you off with a warning, whatever it is. There's that. If they're doing an investigation, there's a point where, the investigator takes his logic to a judge search warrant, and the judge looks at it to see if there's enough evidence to authorize the violation of your personal protective rights. I'm going under a big tree tunnel here in just a minute. Jen, you got to take this one.
Yeah, I'm not able to follow your logic.
And logic is
okay. Undeniable. I know. I can finish that. That's a quote from iRobot. RA, is there a way to
checks and balances in the system if there's a problem, the case should be thrown out.
Awesome. I didn't follow all of that, but I bet it was super smart. Lady Laura, RA, is there a way to get an emergency order to the Supreme Court to intervene at this point? I don't think they're in the business of doing that.
Yes, there are ways you can appeal to the Supreme Court in the moment. I don't know the name of the motion that would be, but there's a motion you can say that right now it's urgent that you address this because the wrong is happening. You also have to prove that there's no other way to remedy this other than the Supreme Court remedy stepping in.
Right. Okay, so this is really fascinating. Camille Juliana, is it Juliana or is it Juliana? I don't know because it's Gonzalez. But anyway, she says, Sue has tweeted out, FYI, per Karen, the fourth question came in before they answered the other three, not after. So what that means is when they were asking, I forgot what the fourth question was.
Fourth question
What was the fourth?
had to do with if we find not guilty on 2 and then can't agree on a lesser included, what happens?
Okay, so that question came in before they received the answers to the first 3. So it was almost like that question was a more insightful or detailed question of what do we do if we find guilty on one of them? Does that make it guilty of all of the rest? And it's just interesting that they asked that question. Maybe they asked it because they were like, I don't know that we asked that question clearly enough.
In a tunnel.
Oh, okay. So remember when the Thurston County jury didn't even have a unanimous verdict?
A unanimous verdict of 10 out of 11 or 10 out of 12 people. That's what it was.
PFOG says an emergency injunction, maybe. Is that what that's called? Might be.
It would be that level of motion. The Supreme Court does not rush.
Yeah.
So it would have to be something very extreme. Typically, we see it more when a new law has passed that's harming someone. You'll see a federal judge step in and rule, and another federal judge step in and rule the other way or something, and then you've got a conflict at the same level, and only the Supreme Court can address it. But the Supreme Court doesn't like being being forced.
Lisa Finney says they better resolve this today. I think they will. I think they're really, really close. And this is interesting. Camilla McKinney says if they thought that she was not guilty, it would have been over yesterday early. I think that's true if they all unanimously thought she was guilty. But they can think that she's not guilty today through deliberation. From Sue, the questions were apparently not numbered. That's interesting. And Josh, with good news, tell RA that the retrial case out of South Carolina that I sent him in mod chat earlier that was going to start today has been thrown out due to grossly shocking and outrageous misconduct. What am I hearing?
I'm on a phone call with Weebug.
Are you turning the radio on?
I guess I didn't ask my question very well. I was just wondering, when the defense asks for judgment of acquittal, that they feel was presented by the prosecution for a jury to come to a reasonable verdict, why would they overturn that verdict if it is guilty at the end?
So, say that one more time. If the defense...
Okay, so at the end of the trial, before they arrest, or if it's before or after, I can't remember, but they ask for a judgment of acquittal. And the judge says, no, has, presented enough evidence that we feel the jury could come to a reasonable conclusion.
Right.
And so they send the case to the jury, and now the jury finds the defendant guilty. Why would the judge ever overturn that verdict if they refuse the judgment of acquittal?
I can't even think of a single case where this has happened. Okay, so you're asking. I understand the question now, but the Janov, the judgment notwithstanding a verdict, there would have to be some sort of information at play where it was like apparent to the court and the lawyers that say like the jury's found her guilty because they're just tired of deliberating, and that's not a sound legal principle. Right. I'm going through a lot of tunnels. I think you heard my question, but I'm not sure if anyone online did. So.
You are breaking up a little bit.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll see you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Scott, they're saying that there's a verdict. Help me out. Walk me through this. I mean, I'm still looking at the fan. Nothing's happening, but just let's make sure that I've got this so that we can jump right to the verdict.
Who is reporting this?
I don't know. I don't know, guys. Okay, so Sharkey is saying no verdict. Maybe not. People are saying I'm not seeing anything. Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to pass false information. It was just in chat. Oh, it's another trial? Don't announce other trial stuff. It's confusing to me.
That's Megan Jackson stuff. That's Megan Jackson. That's a completely different case.
Okay, sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. John O'Mara says something that I think is really insightful. He says, take deep breaths, and this is to all of us. Injustice is a trigger for most people. It's a core value, and most people have experienced it. That's so true. Whichever side we fall on this or any case, there's a sense of my side is the just side. It is the correct side, and the other side is unjust. And because that is a core value, we get really up in arms about it. I think it's good to have justice as a core value, not vindictive, but just justice, and just to understand that everybody has that as a core value, and so we're all sort of responding the same way. We may feel like justice is best served by differing verdicts, but we're all coming from the same very valid place of, justice is a core value. We think it's good. We should all have it. It's good. Missing Pieces, that is a hilarious name, says Massachusetts citizens should all be deeply concerned with their judicial process. I don't know if the whole process is bad. Maybe. I don't know. Please do not report on any other trials. It confuses Mrs. R.A. Don't do that. John Omar is everyone's shoulder angel. That's so true. We're glad you're here, John.
John, thank you. That was very well said.
Yeah. But still, before it comes in, I'd like you to walk me through it so it goes smoothly. I agree with your sentiments, but when I see so much blatant injustice, I get angry. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Injustice is really frustrating. Absolutely. Everybody's helping me out. They're like, no, there's no verdict.
I think what we need to up here is we can pursue justice and say we want justice. Justice is a process, not necessarily an outcome, right? For me, I take solace in that the process was followed, that it was fair, and that a jury weighed the evidence and reached an outcome. I might have a different outcome or a different belief, but if the process was followed, I think that's justice.
Yeah. That I'm trying to remember who I was reading from that was talking about justice and how you cannot have a free country either on an individual level or on a governmental level if you don't have justice. Justice needs to be one of those core things that everybody agrees is important and everybody works toward accomplishing. And if you don't have that, I mean, it's as bad as not having a patent office. Everything's going to go to crap. That's only funny if you know that what Einstein said about that. Einstein said that you can't form a community without a patent office, which is kind of, I mean, because he was getting down to ownership of your ideas. If you don't have a place where
did he
in the patent office. Yeah, it was a little self-serving. But Recovery Addict, this particular process was flawed and not correct. So Barb Russell, I think, is talking about this specific case and not the judicial system in general. I'm reading into what you're saying here, Barb, but I think that's what you're saying.
Wait for it, I'm coming back. Okay, I think there were some problems with the investigation. I think the way justice needs to be viewed is the system has to be fair, meaning it treats everyone the same. The justice is blind. It doesn't view people with money differently than people who are poor. It doesn't see race. It doesn't see all those other factors that divide us. And everyone has an equal opportunity under the law. That's justice. Part of that justice is that upon conviction, the penalty is equal, but based on the crime, not necessarily based on who you are or what category you fit in. Justice has to be that way so the system is trustworthy. But I think it's possible to have, an outcome either way. Flip a coin, have an outcome on this trial, and it would still be justice as long as the process is followed.
See, I disagree with you on that. I don't think that you can have the majority. You're talking about a democracy. You're saying if everybody agrees on something, then that makes it right. But that's not true. Things are right or things are wrong, and we can all take a vote on it. And if we're all wrong, then we are in the majority, but still wrong. Justice is higher than our personal opinion on things.
Well, what I'm saying is that the personal opinion of the jurors and the weight they give certain evidence in this case, that means, that's how we reach justice. As long as they use the process and follow it, weigh the evidence and give it the credence that they think it's due, then the outcome they have, as long as they follow the law of the land, would be just. I've got another call. Hang on.
Yeah, I still disagree.
Hey, this is RA. Who's this?
It's AWOL.
AWOL, what's happening, my friend?
What's up? As a truck driver, drive safe. Keep your arms forward.
Coming to my first stop in a long time.
That's good. I just want to reiterate a certain sentiment here. understand that this trial has everybody in their feelings.
Yeah.
And I respect that. Who knows who has law enforcement in their family? Who knows where anybody is feeling in this trial? Maybe it's the fact that we're watching this in a other channel that has 2.6 thousand live viewers. Well, the jury room only has 12.
Yeah.
So the conversation might be different compared to what our back and forth is like. And for those who feel a certain type of way about the system or whatever, I will just say that tomorrow, yesterday is already gone. So all we have is today. So today is the only thing we have. I think we should like slow it down and logically think about it. And then once that thought process is over, get emotional about your thoughts. But it should be logically thought out first.
Yeah. It's very easy to vote with our feelings and not our logic. But especially in a case that's gone on this long, that we've feel some attachment to one way or another. Appreciate it. AWOL, the voice of reason, coming through here. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. All right. Drive safe.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Scott, we cannot really hear when somebody calls in on the phone.
Okay. That was AWOL. He just called to say that I am like #1 in his book, that I'm really cool. That he has,
and that I should have made you cookies.
AWOL was talking about how it's easy to get wrapped up in our feelings and vote with our feelings, but we just should take a step back and calm down and think logically.
Very cool.
All right, I think I'm mostly out of the trees for a while, and I'm back into the cornfield, so I'll get a better signal for a bit. But I guess the phone is not working very well.
I know. It's just up to you and I, and chat. Mostly chat.
33 minutes away from my destination.
Sweet. I would like to make an announcement. My brain is tired. Oh, I bet it's because I haven't eaten.
Have a cookie.
Oh, wait. They're with you. You know what? I would make homemade cookies, but guess what we're missing in our kitchen? I'm so embarrassed. We have no flour, and we have no vanilla. What the snot? That's like an epic fail. How did I let that happen? So, no cookies. It's probably good.
This already buys vanilla by the gallon.
I know. It was totally shocking to me when I pick up my quart piece, the little bottle of vanilla, and it was this little slosh in the very bottom. And I never really, the way that you measure vanilla is you say, that smells good. That's how you measure vanilla. So I don't know.
Make a great bartender, right?
Probably. About this much. Sounds good. We do have eggs, yes, but oh crikey, we do have eggs. But yeah, you can't make many baked items with eggs but no flour. There's just
we have wheat on a grinder.
We have hard white wheat. It's great for bread. It's wonderful for homemade bread. It is just crap for cookies. You can't make cookies. You need soft white wheat, and I don't have any of that. And I just have to go buy some flour. I have to go do that. But Scott took my car. What? Make your own vanilla, much cheaper and very easy. But that sounds hard. I'm lazy. Can't you use child youth labor and send them out to get the missing ingredients? I probably could. My drivers are at work, or they're all gone right now. No bake cookies with oatmeal? I could do that. It does actually require vanilla, but I have the rest of the ingredients. Maybe I could fake it with some paprika.
Miss Starry, while we've got a moment, let me teach you.
Oh, please.
Do you understand the process?
For justice? I do not. Oh, you're
Process for a
frozen.
verdict.
For getting a verdict, I think the
Blue,
jury
green
votes on it.
button. The right here button.
No. You got to get to a clearer place because you're breaking up so much that all I can do is make fun of you. I don't know what you're saying.
Thanks. I
Yeah,
appreciate
feel
it. The process for a verdict is volume up to 100%, not all the way up, just the middle white line. And then press the blue button that says right here.
Okay, guys, practice. This is not real. This is a dry run.
That one. Do a different song.
Do a different song. Okay. No, that did not work. Okay. Ow, my feet. Okay. Which one has to go all the way up? The one on the far right?
Far right. Not all the way up. Just to the white line, the 100% line.
Why is the 100% line not all the way up?
Because it leaves room for boost if the signal's weak.
Okay, so then I'm pushing a button, but nothing's happening. Is that because we're not going through the roadcaster anymore? Or do I have it muted? Nope, I don't have it muted. Oh, you can hear the music?
Yes.
Can you hear it, Scott? Oh, so just I can't hear it. Okay, so then is it still going? How do I make it stop? Okay, is it stopped?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to try the real one and just tell me if it's right.
No.
Okay, okay.
That's a false alarm.
Well, how do I know when it's going, though? Because I can't hear it.
When there's a verdict, you push the button, and I will do everything at that point. You just let it play.
Okay. Will you pull over while you're doing that?
Probably not.
At least you're honest. Okay. Yeah, tell me. Well, my only concern would be that I push that button and it would just keep going and going and going, and the judge would come out and say, hey, here's the pertinent information, and we're just jamming to the verdict music, and I mean, that would be a problem. Just start shouting, verdict, verdict!
If the judge comes out, if the judge comes out and does that, then you just turn the music down when she starts talking. Don't push the button, just turn it down.
I can't hear the judge either. You have the deaf person running the audio.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
Great.
Okay. If you see the camera pan down from the fan,
yes,
and just slowly fade out the music. And by the time the judge's face, it should be all the way off.
Okay, I can do that. I can see a face.
3.7 miles, turn right
Okay.
onto Tomahawk.
And then mute your mic and turn on the TV audio so you can
Mute
hear.
You want me to mute my mic on the roadcaster?
Yes. And you can also turn off your camera if you don't want to be on screen.
I mean, technically, but I don't know how to do that. Today we learned Justice is both blind and deaf, but mostly just me. How are you going to hear Mrs. Ari? I may or may not be hearable because I don't know how to turn my stuff on or off.
There's a fun fact. Driving to this destination, I pass a field that is full of marijuana.
Nice.
Or
Is that legal
actually,
here?
It's hemp. It's hemp. But it sure looks like marijuana.
Hemp is not marijuana.
Last time I was driving down here, I was early last year, and I saw their guys are walking around the field, like looking around, looking for something behind a tractor. And I'm like, I've got a metal detector. Clearly they've lost something. I stop. I'm like, hey, do you guys need some help? I've got a metal detector. I'll help you find it. Like, no, we're just checking to make sure the hemp seed planted well. I'm like, hemp.
You're like, I gotta go. I don't actually think I want to be here right now. This feels like it's going to end in a place I don't want to be. Yeah, I thought hemp was marijuana.
Hemp is the version that's made for synthetic, or not for synthetic, for
for bracelets, right? You just make bracelets out of hemp.
String and twine and all that. Okay. These little tiny roads. I don't know who's behind me, but he's followed me for like 100 miles.
Clothes are made out of hemp. I didn't know that. There you go. Stuff I did not know. Don't Kelly, don't say that unless it's real, because I have no idea. There's no THC in hemp.
Yeah, the active ingredient that gets a high, it's like, if there's any in it, it's like tiny, 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 tiny.
I work in the hemp industry and there are some subtleties. Yeah, Corey? Nothing like it says. I agree, because even if the prosecutors are upset by what has happened in this case and how it's been handled, that should tell you something about what is actually standing for. What they're actually standing for. My anxiety is screaming. I tell you, there better be a verdict today. Just, Amber, if you're not stressed out enough, just know that I'm in charge of being able to get it on or off the screen. It'll be fine. It's fine. I heard the music and thought we were reporting. No, that was me pushing buttons, trying to make sure things work. Do these jurors get paid well? That would be a negative, Elizabeth. They do not.
Most jurors do not get paid well.
No. Kylie's mom, is Mrs. Ari not going camping? The answer to that is never, ever. I'm never going camping. I don't like camping. Camping is for people who haven't learned how to build houses yet. Once you have achieved househood, you do not go backward to camping. I'm just saying.
Yeah. What do you think about ice fishing?
Also, with the house, once you've achieved househood, you don't go back out on the frozen lake. You now know that you can live on land, and it's warm. Yeah, they don't pay very much at all. The whole thing with camping is that when we were growing up, this is my dad's idea of the coolest thing ever. So we went camping all the time. So we'd get to a camping area and it smells all piney and fresh and wonderful. And we'd look around and we'd say, hey, there's a rock. And we'd put the tent on it. And then we would sleep on that rock. And I was like, why are we doing this? But I was a little kid. So I just did it. And then when I got to be older, I was like, wait, I can choose. I choose happiness. So I don't go camping. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't mind camping in an RV. Yeah, exactly. What is taking room service so long? This is like camping.
I choose my campsites based on how long it takes Uber to get there.
Yeah, I don't love camping. I don't love the bugs. I mean, I remember as a kid sitting there and watching those huge black ants, right? They're not the little reasonably sized ants. They're like, what nuclear waste site were you next to? They're just huge ants. And they're crawling around and you feel like, oh my gosh, that thing's so big. And the longer you look at that ant and you watch, you recognize that, oh, there's another one over here and another one over here and another one over here. And suddenly you're aware that you're standing on an ant pile and you just didn't see it because it's all camouflage. It all looks the same. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm in that movie now where they're going to eat me and turn me into a raft. It's terrible. I don't like camping.
You say turn me into a raft?
Yeah, there's some movie where they attack the people and they turn themselves into a raft. Like they join bodies and they turn themselves into a raft and they go across the water and then they eat all the people. I think it's African something, and Charlton Heston is in it.
Okay, new fear unlocked. Thank you. Ants are going to turn me into a raft.
Oh, I love it. Stevie's like, oh, we can do this. Challenge accepted. I'm still stuck on the cookies. I bet you've got the ingredients that we can work with. Tell me what you got in the pantry. And also, I don't love traditional camping. Nature is great, but outside the window. So I do have almost all ingredients. I was straight up shocked that we ran out of flour. I'm just embarrassed. I lost my baking card right there. And my daughter actually said, hey, we've got some flour up here, but it's been there so long. And I'm like, maybe let's not use that one. Oh, camping is great, but the bugs not so much, particularly the ticks. Scott came here to North Carolina to check it out and see if this is somewhere we wanted to move. And he got a tick. Like, he didn't go anywhere. He just went to go see houses and he got a tick. And I'm like, I just don't know if I can
You
handle
have
that.
to tell the whole story.
Well, I don't know the rest of it.
There
Oh.
were no rest stops. I was driving like middle of nowhere.
I edited for you, Scott.
Farmers fields everywhere. I'm like, okay, I have got to stop and do a quick little number one pit stop. And so I found a little dirt road off to the side, plenty of trees around. And I pulled over on the dirt road. No grass, nothing else. Pull over on the dirt road. First time I'm out of the car that day. Like the first time I've been out in North Carolina. And I think I have to go straight here. Okay. And so I do my little business. It takes all of like 45 seconds, right? And I get back in the car and I feel something on my leg. And the tick has somehow jumped on me. And so I flicked it off. It hadn't bit me. But I'm like, it's that bad. They're that invasive.
Yeah. They're like, but I can catch that guy. Jumping on him. Fractured 23. The last time I went camping, the world's most arachnophobic person ever, I had a golf ball-sized spider fall on my face. Fall on your face? At the campfire, I almost fell in the fire to kill the spider. And I went home immediately. Oh, fractured. That is the appropriate response. Get out of that area immediately. Oh,
This is how forest fires begin. Someone saw a spider. They're like, must die.
I am not seeing that, Vicky. Yeah, I'm not a fan of spiders. In fact, I hate spiders so much that one time there's a huge spider in my house. It was just, it was that big black one with hair that can be combed. It's like Fabio of all the spiders, and it's got white spots on it.
Spiders, is that what you said?
And it jumps, like it doesn't just crawl. It's like it's got Tourette's on the way up. Oh, it's so bad. It is so bad. And I'm sitting there holding my baby, watching this spider thinking, maybe it'll just die. Maybe it will get tired of living and just die. Like, this is really the only solution I can come up with, because Scott is at work and I'm there with the baby and I can't function because there's a spider in my sight and it moves. So even if I leave, the rest of the day I'll be like, I don't know where it is, but it's still alive somewhere. So I called my brother-in-law, bless his amazing heart, and I was like, I need you to come across town and come kill a spider for me. And he was like, you've got to be kidding me. I was like, you are unemployed and I am helping you feel important. No, I'm not. I just can't kill a spider. Can you please come? And so he gets in his car, he drives across town, he comes in, he looks at this spider, and he just like throws me a bone. He goes, that is a big one. And then he kills it for me and leaves. And yeah, that's my relationship with my brother-in-law. I was like, thank you. Yeah,
He's still
I don't like him.
the better one, the better half. Whenever I go over and see him, he's like, where's the one we like? Meaning, where's...
Oh, it wasn't that one. It was the brother of your oldest. I mean, the husband of your oldest sister. He was really good.
That's the different brother-in-law.
Hairspray works great on spiders. It would on that one. He'd just be like styling his hair.
Hairspray in the water works even better.
When are we baking cinnamon rolls live? I don't know. When I have 4 hours. I don't know. Spiders are cool when they're outside. If I see one, I'm terrified. I try to take them outside, but sometimes I get too freaked out. So I like spiders on movies, but like I have to sort of clean the area I'm around so there's a 0% chance that there's a spider in real life, and then I can watch on the iPad. But I have to hold the iPad at like arm's length, and I'm like, okay, it's creepy, but like, you know, it's far away, and okay, yeah, it's the way they move. It's how they move. I can't stand it. It's not good. Barb stubbornly wants to talk about what this channel's actually about. She says, can the jury refuse to answer that one question and just hold?
The jury can take as long as they want. That's their prerogative. If they want to debate this for months, they can. At some point, one of the jurors would get a note to a bailiff, even though they're supposed to go through the foreman, saying, help, we're being held hostage by our jury foreman. And you know, it would be remedied. They would switch foreman or something.
Sorry, I was reading the cookie recipe. What? What happens? They'd switch foreman? What?
I'm just saying that if a jury can take as long as they want, to deliberate. And if the foreman just like, nope, we're going to keep deliberating forever, eventually one of the other jurors is going to give a message to the bailiff that says, help, we're being held hostage by our jury foreman.
He's currently tied up, but we feel bad about that. Can we please get
remove that foreman and put a new one in place?
Yes, but I think what was being asked was, is it possible for them to say we have a verdict on these two, but not a verdict on the last one? So that's a question.
Sorry, I was reading the sign. I just passed Black Bear Farm. I'm viciously close.
Suddenly, super interested in the wildlife all of a sudden. I think the question was, can they find her not guilty on the first two, but be hung on the last one, and have that be their final answer?
Yeah, they wanted to know what happens if we agree she's not guilty on 2 charges, but we're hung on the lesser included.
I know, but the question is, can they say we have a conclusion on these first 2 ones, but we are hung on the third, but we want to announce the decision we made on the first 2 ones. We want that to stick. Is that a possibility?
Not with the form they have right now.
Are you saying that the form, the piece of paper that they have to, is providing a barrier to their ability to make a verdict? I mean, I understand that is the case, but
reach that verdict.
So that form is saying if you're hung on any, you have to be hung on all. That's what the form is forcing.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't they just come out and announce? I mean, they just basically did. And can't, even if they don't announce it, if they're like, okay, fine, so I guess we're hung, couldn't Alan Jackson stand up and say, but we know you're not. Let's hear the verdict on the first couple ones.
The jury's not supposed to report in its questions where they stand, as far as voting on individual charges. But we sort of know where they are right now. Is it just me or did the fan get turned up to high, like super high? It's really spinning.
Yeah, so Ginger Snaps is saying, but they kind of did with that question. They absolutely did. They absolutely said, this is where we stand. And because they said, this is where we stand, I think Alan Jackson is not going to let it just ride, right? He's going to say, okay, if you are coming back and saying we're hung, we just can't decide, I'm going to push hard to say, are you hung on all of them? And if not, do you have a judgment to offer for some of them? I've never heard of that happening before, but it seems to me like they ought to be able to say, we found her not guilty on these ones, but hung on this last one. And those ones ought to be entered as the judgment of not guilty for those ones, and then you can retry on the last one if you want.
Stop sign and turn left onto one track.
At this stop sign, try stopping.
Yeah. Turn left on this one.
Turn left.
I'm turning left. Wait for the car.
Debbie, this is precisely what happened last time, except the difference is last time we didn't know about it until the jury left the jury room. They said, I guess we're hung then, and they went out. Oh, it's hard to get on this chair. And we found out about it after the case, and then they chased it up the court system to try to say, yeah, but she was found not guilty on these ones. It didn't work, so she was tried again. This time, the major difference is we know about it before the jury's left the room, so Alan Jackson can push to say, I want this on the record. They found her not guilty on these ones. The issue was the last jury did fill it out, what they'd already decided on. They did fill out what they'd already decided on. Oh, yeah, yeah, there was something about that. I don't quite remember that.
It's the form. The form was the problem.
Are you joking with this chair? That's a workout. Oh, they didn't fill it out last time?
Once you're on the chair, you can lower it. It's got a little lever.
Well, I sort of jumped on it, so it got lower.
That works too.
Oh, okay, people are saying no, they did not fill the form out because they didn't know how to, I guess. I guess this is why the judge didn't want any not guilty checkboxes. I hope that's not true. Can they just, whoa, where'd it go? Can they just put not guilty on the OUI and leave it at that? So
there isn't that option. But the judge should have walked them through it, right? Didn't she walk through?
She did. She did. So she said, if you get to that, the OUI is actually the very last one that you get to. And if you get all the way down there, the only way that you got that far is because you found her not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Then you get to that one. They say, if she's not guilty here, go back to the first page where you say she's not guilty of anything, mark that and sign it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they're confused.
Thank you, Natalie. It's good to see you too. Did they get a verdict? So Jen Mitch, no, but they have announced sort of in a way that they ought not to, that they have found, they basically said, we found her not guilty on the first two, but we're hung on the third. What do we do? And the judge has said, well, I just can't tell you. I mean, you gave me a hypothetical situation, and I don't do hypotheticals, and I gotta go.
That is actually law. They had the word if in there. If makes it hypothetical.
Did you see that, guys? One more time. Okay. I rolled my eyes at you. I rolled my eyes at her too, though. It wasn't personal.
I'm in a 20-mile-per-hour zone. This is like pulling teeth. No cars ahead of me. Can't even see any people.
Christine, all right, I can fix this. I would write not guilty or put an X on those that we did find her guilty. We did not find her guilty. Like, this form's broken. I'll fix it. I've actually done that before. I've been in doctor's offices and they're like, fill out this form. I'm like, okay. I start marking stuff out. I'm like, that does not apply. I'm not signing that. Oh, Ricky C sent 5 Recovery Addict gift memberships. Thank you, Ricky. And I think I skipped one. Oh, no, I didn't. I got that one. Guys, let me just straight up apologize if I'm missing things, anything. If I'm missing, gifted memberships or super chats, or if I'm missing just awesome things that you're sharing, I apologize. This is not my day job, except today. Today is my day job. EDB said, when in doubt, cross out the changes you disagree with to make it clear. I mean, that's what I do. I'm like, your form is confusing. We need red pen. Creative B said, I'd start marking up that form like a third period English. Give me the red pen. I can fix this thing. You spelled this wrong too. Presumably, if they'd set a time for the OUI, that would have solved the impasse. I think it would have helped a lot for sure.
I think the process
Thank you, AWOL.
read that it was, on or about this date. Here's what happened. Here are the charges. And so I think they were talking specifically about 12:30 at night.
Yeah, well, I can't remember who made the comment, but I think they're actually dead on that they were saying the test. I believe what the jury was asking is the test that was given to her in the morning, did it say she was drunk in the morning or did it say she was drunk in the middle of the night? And it wasn't clear the way that they wrote it, but when whoever in chat said that, I was like, spot on. That's exactly what they mean by that. But I didn't see it until you said it. Irish Eye says, you're doing great, Mrs. R.A., but next time bring cookies. Everybody likes you more when you give them cookies. Thanks, Josh. Josh, throwing me some love after I know I'm stressing him out.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. I bet 5 Notebook Guy had good notes on this. Now, I did not realize that somebody took 5 notebooks worth of notes. Is that what you're saying?
He was an alternate, right?
He's the most informed alternate ever. Are you serious? That is tragic. Good job, alternate. The judge does sentence them, Kelly Graham. It's not the jury. And I think that was one of the things that the judge said. She purposely, in my mind, misinterpreted what the question was. And she said, oh, they're asking what the final, what the punishment will be, what the sentence will be. She's like, no, I'm not going to tell him that. But then she changed her objection. She was like, no, it's actually just that this is a hypothetical. And I was like, me thinketh thou protesteth too much. Cheryl, the cinnamon roll recipe, you'll just find it online. I didn't create it. It is Lion House cinnamon rolls. And they're good. They're yummy. We had cinnamon, or I shouldn't have. It was a Father's Day gift. Sorry. But Scott got a cinnamon roll on Sunday, and I tried it, and I could eat one bite, and I was like, that's good. That's, you can have it. It's fine. It was good. It was just, oh, so sweet. Wow.
Store-bought.
It was store-bought. Yeah. Ooh, AWOL. I'm kind of jealous. That sounds really good. AWOL says, I used to work at Cinnabon in the mall when I was young, and needless to say, I had my share of pecan buns, the regular, etc. Yum! Amanda Jane says, if guilty for OUI, what is the sentencing for that? So if it is just OUI, then it is $500 to $5,000 fine and up to 2.5 years in jail. If it is OUI involved in manslaughter, then it's, I think it's 20 years, up to 20 years. So it's way more.
Yeah, I think it's different. If you're a police officer, it's a reprimand.
Or not even that. Ivan says, it seems obvious the questions were more than...
If you get drunk in the cop car and you lose your gun and badge because you're so drunk, I think it's just a reprimand.
Though, that really didn't happen. I think that was a false memory, and you need to let that go.
The commissioner spoken. I guess I don't remember that.
Ivan says, it seems obvious the questions were more than just about the OUI at this point, right? I think what Ivan is saying is it's taking so long. They should have, if it was just about the OUI, they should have already had the answer. I don't think so, though. I think that the fact that the answers they received from the judge are obfuscating is going to slow the process.
I think we're exactly where we were last time. We have a hung jury. Oh, there's the lake. Looks beautiful.
I thought you said there's the leak. I was like, that's bad. Pull over. What are you doing? Okay, Ricky C says, you're doing great, Mrs. R.A. Thank you. And thank y'all and R.A. Jr. for real, for all you do and don't do.
Okay, going
for all I don't do? Well, Ricky, you're welcome for all I don't do.
That's a joke on the channel. Thanks for all you do and for all you don't do.
Oh, I just have a huge list of things I ought to be doing, but I'm not. But I just really like being thanked for that. That's awesome.
Okay, I've got heavy trees here. Sorry.
Don't pick them up. Was there a fourth jury question? There was, but apparently they weren't in that order. But the fourth jury question that we heard asked, oh my gosh, we just did this a minute ago. I think it was specifics on if we find her guilty of OUI. I don't know what it is. Wait till Scott comes back. Scott, what was the fourth question? Oh, it's a secret. We don't know. Does anybody else know? What was the fourth question?
The fourth question was if we find, or if we're agreed not guilty on two of the charges, but can't agree on the third, what happens?
That's right. Was it OUI resulting in death or just OUI? So those are two separate, as I understand it, those are two separate charges. One of them is manslaughter because of OUI, and the other is just OUI on its own. Thank you for all you do, all you think, and all you think you do. That's awesome. I think this is accurate. Darlene says, I think they're going for a lesser charge and they don't know how to pick it because the instructions suck. Yep. That's accurate.
Hey, can you hear me right now?
Depends. What are you about to ask?
Hello?
Oh, dear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're really breaking up. Are you there?
I'm there. I'm
awesome.
50 feet in my cabin. I'm going to go find a better parking spot. But,
Awesome. That's a good question. How long did it take last time for the jury to decide that they were hung? It seems like several days, but I don't remember exactly. Scott, do you remember? Can you even hear me? 5 days. Or he's telling me to wait. It's hard to tell.
okay, our daughter is running towards us. So
While you're driving, excellent.
okay, I'm in a clearing.
Yeah, so what's the plan now that you're in the wild?
Oh, it's so stinking hot. It's 90.
I know. It's so bad, and it's so humid.
How are you doing? How's your trip down?
Long and slow.
Nice. You need your gear, right?
Easier than you.
She drove better than me? What did you
Yes. Sometimes she's right.
You're fired. Okay. All right. We need your gear. We need to pull it out from the front or through the glass window. Ooh, big bug around my ear. Well, that was loud. I don't want to get out. It's so stinking.
Yeah. 27 hours. How long are you gone for? Not long. He'll be back. Well, actually, maybe a while because we don't know. He should be back tomorrow from there, but then Thursday, I guess they're taking off Thursday anyway, even though he's going to be here. So I don't know. Did he pack the Southern Febreze? No, he left it here.
I'm hoping they have some in the cabin. But,
Why are people saying verdict? I think they say it to see if I'll freak out. It's just...
there's been a verdict in a different case. Let me check the Twitter to see what's happening here.
Yeah, I guess the judge will send them home in 45 minutes unless they say they're close. I think they are close, but I think they've been close for a while.
They're hung on the last one.
Yeah.
The actual question, the fourth question was, if we find not guilty on 2 charges and not on a third, is it a hung jury?
That's what they asked. So, yeah, so they're feeling like we have to be hung all the way. And I've never seen anything like that before.
The only thing to conclude is that the form is not.
Yeah, but if they really are hung on any of them, does that hang everything? That's a good question.
Hey, let me show you guys my bike, by the way. Check this out.
But I'm curious about that. Scott, can you hear me?
Yeah.
If they, I get that the form's a mess, but if they legitimately hang on one, can they say, but we have a verdict on these and we're only hanging on this one? Does that make them not a hung jury on 2 out of the 3?
Well, that's what it should be. I think the jury saying we reached a conclusion of not guilty on those 2, that should stand. That should, she should never have to be charged, never face those charges again in court. But
the bike is very nice.
Yeah. I'm going to stay sitting here in the car and just stay cool.
The Brown Barn says, I can't believe I have jury duty again next week. Well, you are prepared. You know what you're doing. Awesome. Sue, Turtle, and Jess and Ted, nobody's reporting anything, which is not awesome, but it means we're not missing anything.
I'm keeping an eye on Twitter. Everything that's talking about verdict has to do with Megan Jackson. That's a different case. I think they just had some sentencing in that one, so that will tell you what the verdict was.
People are saying they're back, but we're still just looking at a fan. Were we in this configuration last time, Scott, when they came to talk? I'm asking, are you going to be able to get audio from the court if I don't do anything?
Like tomorrow?
Like right now? Is it set up to receive audio from the court right now?
The audio's, yeah, it's turned on from the court. As long as channel 2 has audio set, audio follows video. And you don't leave.
And I don't leave?
Yeah, if you left the studio, I'd lose the feed.
Like if my body leaves the studio, you'll lose the feed?
If you click the button to remove the studio from the...
Yeah. Scott gave me a mouse, and I'm going to be super careful. It's this mouse right here, and he said, don't push that button right there. If you push that button, it will kick you out.
Has a lot of buttons on it.
And I pushed that button, and that's what made everything crash last time. Sorry.
But as long as you don't click end stream, I'm hosting the stream as well. I'm logged in as the host, so I can control everything from this end as well. I just can't get your source without you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Looking at some of the sources that are there in court. Let's see if we get any updates from any of them. I can't read them. That's words I can't say.
Ivan, this has occurred to me. I could clean while he's gone. He's not listening.
You could.
Yeah. RA should have used friendly equipment for Mrs. RA. User-friendly. I don't know that it's really user-unfriendly. I've never really spent the time to figure out this kind of stuff. And he does keep getting more and more equipment, so every time he gets more, I get further and further behind the curve. What do I mean?
Ripped my ankle up on something. I'm not sure what it was, but I'll live.
Yeah, I would rather read than clean. That's true. Yeah, Red says, I'm exactly the same with our audio video systems here. I do feel that way about, not just Scott stuff, but every time Apple or anybody comes out with a new thing, they're like, hey, this is super cool. I'm like, okay, inelastic brain right here. Please stop changing things. Cannot adjust. Something scratched your ankle? Was it a dog or a taillight?
I'm on the other side of that coin. I'm like, shut up and take my money.
That's accurate, Red. The Brown Barn says, you don't have to clean, just rearrange the cables. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's not fun. I usually read a book a week, except when I spend all my time here. Yeah, so I'm on a social media fast. Can you tell? See how well I'm doing? And because of that, I have read a lot the last week or so. But I don't have access to my books, my library right now. And so we've just been using the real library, not my personal library, but like the community library. And so yesterday I got halfway through a book, decided that I hated it, and I was just moping around the house, feeling sorry for myself, like Eeyore. And the kids were like, what is the matter with you? I said, I don't have any books. And they're like, go to the library. So I went to the library and I got like 5 or 6 books. So if any of them are crap, I can just say, fine, I've got a backup. So I feel much better about it. Scott is frozen. Is he? No, I think that's his thinking face.
I'm reading Twitter. I'm following a lot of people.
Oh my gosh, the Brown Barn. I am so sorry. I didn't even really get involved in the planning of my son's wedding, and it was still enough that I walked away twitching a little bit. I'm just really glad I'm just have boys mostly. Any good suggestions? It just depends on what you like. If you like nonfiction, fiction. If you like fiction, what kind of fiction? But I think for summer reading, I really like the light, the happy, the easy, the adventurous. I do my heavy dig deep, try to understand hard concepts mostly in the winter and in the spring. Summer is, I do fantasy novels and stuff, but that's personal. So whatever you want to do is cool. I have them. I have shelves of to be read books. My goal is to read 50 books a year. So far, I've read 37. That's freaking amazing. I had a goal to read 25 books, and they were hard books, and I didn't get anywhere near it. I mean, nowhere near it. I felt like such a failure until I went to go fill out my son's transcript, that when they get to be high school level every year, I just write down what they've accomplished during the year so that we can give them credit for all the stuff that we've done. And I was writing down all of the books that we read this year, and it was like 50, and I was like, oh, well, look at that. We're kind of cool, actually. I didn't read 50 that I wanted to read, but we did. I got at least that many read that are my children's level. We're going to count it. No, we didn't. Virginia, that lost library book is still lost. I'm so bugged by that.
We're going to buy it, and then it'll show up.
I know. That's what's going to happen.
Okay, we've got, it's 3:23. See if I can pull this up.
I was depressed from doing the wedding planning. I think finishing was like, yay! We are all collectively watching paint dry. Yes. That's accurate. How many hours of deliberation are we at? I don't even know
We're
where
at
that would
15
be.
hours and 37 minutes.
How do you know that? Where is that?
I have a timer. I took the timer with me, remember?
You took the timer. That's why I can't find it. Okay, okay.
I can share it. I can present it, share screen as a timer right there. Share. That's it.
We're collectively watching a fan. This is, what'd you do today, hun? Well.
Let me see if I can rearrange everything to get size down. Put this down.
You guys, this is like way too much information, but I have not had a shower yet today. My forehead feels gross. Sorry, but it does.
There we go.
I can't grab that one. Happy summer from a fellow homeschool mom. Sweet. That's sweet. I actually, the other day I was like, why are we so busy? Why are we doing school so much? And we're just still trying to do a lot. But this week we're less because my daughter's not here. So kind of taking a summer break this week. Virginia, that is amazing. That's awesome. It is TMI. Sorry. I keep wiping my forehead and being like, why does that feel yucky? That's why. Mandy Jane is misinformed. She says, RA, you are so organized.
Sorry, that was funny. Mrs. RA is.
Thank you.
What happened at 2:27? Was that the time that the other verdict came in? 2:27 p.m.
That's just way too vague of a question. Are you talking about today or just any day Is that a special time every day? What does it mean?
I was just reading some tweets saying we're hoping for a verdict at 2:27 p.m.
What did they rig the jury? Why would they hope for one? Or at 2:27 they were hoping. They weren't saying, "Hey, sometime in the future at 2:27 we're going to get one." Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I don't know.
Jackie C, I actually have a whole YouTube channel on that, so feel free to go check that out. It's called Homeschool Ground Zero, and it's just about how to homeschool. That's why it's so familiar. The 2:20. Oh, yeah. House Long to Die in the Cold was at 2:27. That's why. Can you mod? I don't have any mods. I have not made a video in like a year because I just feel like everything to say has been said. Except that's true. But then the other day I was talking with my brother and they've decided to homeschool, and he was talking to me about how his wife he's like, I think she's crazy. All the studying she's doing, everything she's doing, I just need her to calm down. I was like, what are you talking about? That's the best thing she can possibly be doing. Don't calm down. You're creating the basis that you're going to jump off from, and all of your confidence is going to be coming from all of this stuff that you're studying. Don't get in her way. She's doing perfect. And I could make a video on that, but I haven't. I thought about it though. Court Junkie says, check out X. Does it say 3:25 the jury's coming back? What time is it? Isn't it past 3:25?
I know that the judge sends them a note at 4. Let's see who says. I know some people are saying jury's done, headed back now.
What time is it?
Right now it's 3:30.
Oh. Hung jury incoming. Oh, maybe. I hope not. You guys are cracking me up, telling me what time it is. The other day we were I was driving my son to work. Actually, we were going to the library and we were going to drop him off at work. And it's just torrential downpour. It's so much rain coming down. And he said, what's the weather like? And he gets out his phone and he starts looking it up. And I was like, here's a thought. Look through the clear pane of glass in front of you and see what the weather's like. And because he's a smart aleck, he picks up his phone and he looks at it. He holds it up in front of the window. He's like, yeah, that is what the weather's like. I can't do verdict music until I have a good idea. Okay, boomer. I am not that old. Ivan said, I just got a notification someone tried logging into my Bitcoin wallet. Recovery Addict, what are you doing?
I just complete the transfer and we should be good, Ivan. You need to borrow a little bit of it, right? It wasn't me. It's probably the email itself is a phishing email. If you click the link in there, it will actually, and log in, it will actually steal your email. But I think you know that. I mean, it will steal your Bitcoin. They'll probably get your email too. All right, still nothing on the Karen Reed front as far as from the jury. I'm not hearing any notes. It seems like the reporters are not being told much of anything, and they just have to watch the prosecution and defense to sort of judge what's happening.
Roro says, apparently there's a lot of security forming. Oh my gosh, it's hard to get that.
There is. But that part of that's because the crowd is growing outside the courthouse. There's a lot of people who've shown to support Karen Reed, and a few people who are shown to oppose her that are outside, but they're just trying to keep the peace. I don't know why it's a big problem, because the Free Karen Reed crowd there has been extremely respectful of the judge's wishes, even if they don't like the protest zone and everything. Security presence is increasing at the courthouse.
And it's close to the end of the day as well. Yeah, they may be increasing because if the jury's not done, they may be on the bus again. Or even if they are done, they're going to probably escort them out to their cars.
These cookies are really good.
I'm starving.
Sorry.
Are jury rooms always soundproof? I have no idea. Are they ever soundproof?
Soundproof is, to block out most noise. Yeah, but they're right next to the fire station, right? So they're going to hear the fire trucks going by.
How many Mountain Dew so far, Ari? Are they airtight? I'm just saying, you only have till the air runs out. Hurry up. They're asking, do you know what trial you're going to cover next? Oh, guess not. We just lost Scott, but that is why we're doing it this way, because his internet is not as secure as mine is, and so it's not mine, as this one is, and so we have it running from here just in case that happens, so we don't have the whole thing shut down. Scott took Ivan's Bitcoin and ran. He was like, see ya. Ari pretending to be frozen to avoid answering the Mountain Dew question. Where in the world is R.A.?
Here, you see me?
Mm-hmm. You look good. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Look good.
You look good. There's a line of people who are like, yeah, I'd like that.
Just reading on Twitter, Ian Runkle tweeted out about an hour ago. He's going to a meeting from the Stollery Children's Hospital. That's the charity he supports and the fundraiser each year. And they sent him a coin saying, congratulations, you've raised over $10,000 for the organization. That's the highest coin they have. But he's raised over $250,000 for them. So they've got the $10,000 coin. They're used to having small donors. Most of their donors are very small. And he's like, I'm going for $1 million.
Thank you, Robin. Virginia, I do not. I sang in a choir, and I'm okay in a choir if I have people around me singing in my ear, then I can sort of match them on my own. It's not great. Has there been a verdict yet? Not officially.
No.
What is VFW? Do I want to know? What is that? We don't know. Okay. Since we have some time, I just wanted to share that last week I finished a year-long audio engineering program. Woo, woo! Ari has been an inspiration. Should operations move to Arizona, can I be your assistant? I think you should be his assistant, even if they don't.
Kristen, I need to
I
call
am.
you for advice.
I know. Me too. But Kristen, I don't know what I'm doing.
If you know any software out there that's better than StreamYard for this, let me know.
How old is Karen Reed? I want to say, I don't know.
Right around 40, I thought. 30 something.
How long has this been going on? Oh, it's a life-defining, a life-altering experience going through court at all, but especially in this way. From here on out, she will think of her life as before and after.
Okay, we're just sitting tight. It's after 3:30. It's coming up on 3:40 right now. We know the judge is trying to get a note to the jurors around 4 p.m. We're expecting something. I know.
Is the note like, stop complaining? My form is perfect.
Kathy just said expect something to happen to Karen Reed at 4 p.m.
She expects it to, or she just wants it to? You look frozen, but I'm pretty sure you're just not listening to me. No, I think maybe you are actually frozen. It looks the same. Yeah, I think you're frozen.
I was. But
Okay.
I came back. I unfroze.
Note to jurors, do you have any questions that are not about the wonderful form? People are saying that they're showing up at the court now. They might be showing up just because it's for...
Right. They're showing up because the judge ordered them to be there at 4. We haven't got any word that the jury has reached any conclusion or that there is a question.
Yeah, Mel, I think that's what's going on. That is correct, Anna.
I'm reading all the tweets I can, trying to stay up to date. Jen
Anna
McCabe
says,
and Carrie Roberts
go
at the VWF with the O'Keefes. What's VWF? That's the
very wicked fox. I don't know what that stands for.
Oh, it's like a. What's VWF? You got chat. Help me out here. It's a place. Veterans Foreign Wars. There it is.
Oh, they've been saying that for a long time. I didn't connect. That's what that was.
I was reading Twitter. I wasn't watching chat.
No, I think they were saying it for a long time before in reference to Ian, but I didn't understand it. There's a lot I don't understand. Yeah, Joe Shelock says, I so want this trial to be over so we can move on. Yeah, there's a part of that in all of us, I'm sure, that it's like, okay, that required a lot of emotional investment and intellectual investment. It's okay to be done now. They've said it like 800 times. I know. Yep, I saw it all 800 times, and I thought, I wonder what they're talking about. They're asking if there's a fourth question. There actually was a fourth question before. They're not gathering for a question. They're gathering for... She asked him to come at 4 o'clock a long time ago. That's cool. Sunnyside, that would be the most tragic ending at this point. I just don't think it's possible. because the reason I don't think it's possible is because they've pretty much said we have a conclusion on those first two, and so because they've already announced that, Alan Jackson can push to have them to say that in court, and so I don't think it's going to end like it did last time. I guess it's possible that they could say, well, you're just hung, but then they would be able to go up the chain like they did before and have a much stronger bargaining position. That would be super sad if that happens, though. Joe Sherlock asks, if it's hung, can't they get another judge? As I understand it, the judge has to recuse themselves, which to me is a real problem with the system. Like, I don't think that should be their call. But
the judge doesn't have to recuse themselves if the mistrial was not caused by the judge.
Which is arguable, but not really. You know, you can't argue that and have a decent chance of winning.
Okay, let's see. Still no news, still silent in there.
Your chair tips back really far.
Yeah, one of the bolts that holds the chair together, I completely sheared it. It broke. Not sure where it came from, but it fell out. So there's that.
So it could like collapse?
That's why I'm not sitting on it.
Oh,
but you are.
That's great. Thanks, hon.
I think I was reclining too far and it broke the bolt.
Yeah, when I recline, I do feel like I'm not sure that's going to stop reclining.
You guys, Twitter is just like, it's silent out there. There's nothing.
Everybody's eating except me. What? Is that true? She was supposed to step down to a civil court but stayed for this trial. Is that true? I had not heard that.
Judges rotate assignments. Let's see.
Melpoy says, well, just so everyone's aware, the verdict's going to be tomorrow because I'm babysitting a granddaughter.
So, Sue, everyone's back in the courtroom now. They're 15 minutes away from when the judge said to be there. Nobody wants to be late because the judge already snapped at them for being late earlier. So now we're just waiting as everyone's coming back together.
Scott Tucker, send some my way. I'm hungry.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, who's bringing Mrs. R.A. dinner? Oh, how the tables have turned.
Of all the times I said, I hope Mrs. R.A. brings me some lunch. Never mind, I'll just starve. And now, just saying.
Wait a minute. Are you saying, what are you saying there? Go ahead and finish that thought.
I didn't say anything.
Can Mrs. R.A. take time to make a sandwich for heaven's sake? What's the matter with you people? Go eat.
Jen, you can. That would be a good time, actually. We don't expect anything to happen. There's no indication the jurors have sent a note. This is just the 4 o'clock.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I'm going to go get some food, and I'm checking in on the kids, too. All right. See you guys in a bit.
Okay. Turn off your mic. Oh, never mind. I can mute her, but then he wouldn't record. Let's see. Robin Frost with the new chair fund. Thank you very much, Robin. I'm at my destination. I haven't put my stuff in my cabin yet. Hopefully the other gentleman who's staying here has got the AC cranked up. Don't change the subject. Explain yourself. Okay. Let's see. Defense is present. The Reed family and friends are there. The O'Keefes are on their way up. It's probably just the end of the day. Looks like we're going to be here again tomorrow morning. Just can't go past lunch tomorrow. There's no way. Sending them home is crazy. Realize that we still have not had any Allen charges. I mean, we've got a slight indication that they're not there. Everyone but the judge and the jury is present right now. We're hearing a little bit of audio. Call my wife and have her mute her mic so we don't hear that.
I was going to give you knuckles, but no. Have you eaten?
Can you hear the phone ring? Get the phone.
Hello.
Hey, we can hear everything in the house when you don't mute the mic. Just heads up. So. Okay, all right. Love you. Bye. All right. Let's see. The jury is being brought in right now. It's a little early. They're not actually at 4 o'clock. Jury takes just a couple minutes to get there. I mean, get them to wrap up whatever they're doing and come up. Let's see. Glinda the Good Witch. I love this community. Thank you very much. 18 months of support. That is awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, how's it going? Finishing up a live stream. Hey, Mom. All right. Let's see. Here we go. We're back. Jen, mute your mic. I'm not sure why I'm nervous about this. It's just going to be the end of the day. There's no verdict here.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors following.
All right, so we are stopping the timer at 16 hours and 4 minutes of deliberation as they wrap up for the day today.
Jury's exited the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
The judge sounds a bit defeated. Jen, if you want to go full screen on your channel. Want to go full screen? Take camera 2. Cut. Nope. Cut. Cut to channel 2 so we can talk to you.
Remind me how to do that.
Push 2 and cut. Or sorry, 1 and cut.
Okay.
There you go. And now we're going to go like this.
Perfect.
So what this means is we're going to be back at this tomorrow, and I think we've got a hung jury. I think we have the exact same situation as trial number 1.
Yep.
How frustrating for the Commonwealth. How frustrating for Karen Reed. It's just going to be Grace. Everyone come see Mrs. Ari running the show and being so adorable.
No, I don't know if we can pull that off, because the only reason we've been able to do this, as terrible I've been doing at it technology wise, Scott got it all set up. I have to do the whole thing from scratch tomorrow. So
Well, not really. I'm going to set it up all from this end, and all you have to do is literally just be there and turn it on. You can leave it all power.
Okay. Yeah. Clearly nothing can possibly go wrong. Yeah, those people are probably so frustrated right now, I imagine.
I'm coming back.
Yep, it's all you know. What could possibly go wrong?
You're going to be great. I'll have it all set up tomorrow.
Thank you, Wash Lady Reese. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all the positive. I am well aware that I'm not doing fabulous on the technology side of this, but it is the best I can do.
She's doing fabulous, and it's great. I love her for it.
That's a good question. Are you going to do a hump day yell tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to scare all the girls?
Maybe. They should be up by then.
Yeah.
All right. The stream didn't go down at all today. That's more than nothing. That's better than I've done.
Is that true? I thought that I did make the stream go down. Did it
No,
not?
it stayed up.
That's better than I thought I did.
So we're going to be back in Verdict Watch tomorrow. I'm going to be camping. I'll set it up here. Jen's going to run it from the home base. What that means for you is that the signal from court to you will stay solid. It's not going to be relying on StreamYard or on the satellite link here because there are a lot of tall trees around. But I'll be popping in as a guest. It'll look a lot like we did today. And it's going to be wonderful.
But you're going to court hop, right? It's not going to be just sitting talking, is it?
I don't know. I'd say we're probably going to be on about 8:45 tomorrow, 8:30, 8:45 time frame.
Is that for me? You're telling me I need to be down here at 8:45? Okay.
Yep. Hey, wake up early. And we're going to get it going, watch it. We'll watch the fan for a little bit. I think, with the jury where it is overnight, if they take another poll first thing in the morning and nobody's moved, nobody's switched position, I think we're going to have our first indication that the jury is hung. And how that comes in, how the jury passes that information on, I would love to see the jury say, we are unanimous on 2 counts and can't agree on the 3rd.
Yeah, that would be really helpful.
That would be
but I
very
mean, they pretty much did that already, and she said, I can't hear you. You said if.
Yeah. But we'll see. All right, that's it. Do you want to play the outro music, or should I?
Can you?
I can, but I don't think I can talk over it. It's going to be Press Fuse is the song on the top. That's the one. And now on the switcher over to the right by number 8, you're going to push MP1. You guys have done a lot of fun
say thank you very much to Star A. Definitely loud.
I don't know how to do MP1. I can find out.
Very good. It's all good. Nowhere to connect. Nowhere to get where exactly you expect tomorrow. Alan charged early in the morning. Wow, it was so loud.
Sorry.
I think we're going to see an Allen charge early in the morning. I think we're going to see the judge try to break the deadlock a little bit. I think they can do it 2 times in Massachusetts. So 2 different charges. It's not verbatim, but we're going to be back with the verdicts. Live from the middle of the forest and live from the RA studio. Thank you, Jen. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you for running this show.
Love you. Sleep well in the sauna.
Thank you. It's 95 degrees outside. I haven't even carried my stuff to the cabin, so we'll see you guys. Now, if you
you never told me how to end it.
I'll end it. You have to take MP1 on your side. Nope, that's not it.
I don't. Okay.
You know what MP1 is?
No.
It's one of those little buttons over there by black.
Oh, I've clicked it, but I didn't do number 8. So now I've done 8, MP1.
Not 8, just
Not
MP1
8.
and take.
There is an MP1 over a whole bunch of them. Okay, so 1 MP1 cut?
Try it.
I don't know how to do this.
Just MP1 cut. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 4 little buttons. One of them is an MP1.
Yeah, I've clicked on that.
Now, cut.
I hit cut.
Try MP2.
Okay.
Cut.
Okay. Did that. Nothing happened. I'm on 1. Does that matter?
No, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't push any of the 1 to 8s. You're just pushing the little tiny button about that big.
Oh, there are 2 MP1s. Okay, I got it now. Okay.
Hit that
and
one.
Then hit cut.
Yeah, that's the wrong one. Hit the other one. That's the red thing that red button made.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
And I go like this. I turn off my camera. So I stop my camera here, disappear, and then we say good night. See you all in the morning.
Okay, good night.
All right, bye.
Oh man.